दिसतोय नाही का?
Video.
Good morning, all. We'll be starting the event in a couple of minutes.
It's 9:30 sharp. Can we start?
Yeah.
Good morning. Great Indian scientist and politician Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said, and I quote, "Learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge. Knowledge makes you great." With this beautiful note, let us initiate the event. Hi, Maitri Jair.
And I am Mohammad Siddiq. Students at Dayananda Sagar University, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Heartily welcome one and all to the Bytes Annual Convention 2020, held at Dayananda Sagar University, School of Engineering, Bengaluru from 20 to 21st of November 2020. Prayer is not asking, prayer is putting oneself in the hands of God at His disposition and listening to His voice and depths in our hearts, said by Mother Teresa. Let us all pray together to get the blessing of the Almighty. So let's welcome Professor Venuka Devi, MN, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Dayananda Sagar University, to sing the invocation song.
ಗಜವದನಾ ಬೇಡುವೆ ಗಜವದನಾ ಬೇಡುವೆ ಗೌರೀತನಯ ತ್ರಿಜಗವಂದಿತನೇ ಸುಜನರ ಪೊರೆವನೇ ಗಜವದನಾ ಬೇಡುವೆ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಪರಮ ಪವಿತ್ರ ಮೂಷಿಕವಾಹನ ಮುನಿಜನ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಪರಮ ಪವಿತ್ರ ಮೂಷಿಕವಾಹನ ಮುನಿಜನ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಗಜವದನಾ ಬೇಡುವೆ ಗೌರೀತನಯ ತ್ರಿಜಗವಂದಿತನೇ ಸುಜನರ ಪೊರೆವನೇ ಮೋದದಿ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಪಾದವ ತೋರೋ ಸಾಧು ವಂದಿತನೇ ಆದರದಿಂದಲೀ ಮೋದದಿ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಪಾದವ ತೋರೋ ಸಾಧು ವಂದಿತನೇ ಆದರದಿಂದಲೀ ಸರಸಿ ಜನಾಭ ಶ್ರೀ ಸರಸಿ ಜನಾಭ ಶ್ರೀ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ನಿರತ ನೆನೆಯುವಂತೆ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಗಜವದನಾ ಬೇಡುವೆ ಗೌರೀತನಯ ತ್ರಿಜಗವಂದಿತನೇ ಸುಜನರ ಪೊರೆವನೇ ಗಜವದನಾ ಬೇಡುವೆ ಗಜವದನಾ ಬೇಡುವೆ ಗಜವದನಾ ಬೇಡುವೆ.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a great song. Now I would request Dr. A. Srinivas, Dean, School of Engineering, Dayananda Sagar University, to welcome the gathering and dignitaries to the event.
Thank you so much, Maitri. First of all, I take it my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all for the Bytes annual convention. The theme of the convention is IoT and security. We start this event with an expression of gratitude to the Chancellor of the University, Dr. Hemchandra Sagar, and Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Premchandra Sagar, for fostering a highly conducive academic and research environment and to conduct such events. And also welcome Mr. Gali Swami, the Secretary, and also the Associate Secretaries of the MGVP Trust. I have special pleasure in welcoming Professor Kincha, Professor Jamadagni, and Sri Jairaj, who are advising us in every single aspect of running these activities. I warmly welcome Dr. KNB Murthy, Vice Chancellor of DSU and Chairman Bytes, Dr. Vidya Shankar, Co-Chairman of Bytes, and also Dr. Sujata, Executive Director of Bytes. It's my pleasure to welcome highly accomplished speakers from India and abroad who have agreed amidst their hectic schedules to deliver the talks. I welcome all the organizers, attendees, and assure that it will be a very enriching experience to be a part of these 2 exciting days of technology-rich presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your wonderful words, sir. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. K.N.B. Murthy, Chairman at Bytes and Vice Chancellor, Dayananda Sagar University, and request him to address about Bytes and annual convention.
Yeah, good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to present before you about the third Bytes annual convention. This year's annual convention has a theme as IoT and security. As you're aware, Bytes stands for Board for IT Education Standards. It was founded in the year 2000, and also happy to inform all of you that Bytes has completed 20 years of service and existence, and is also doing its best bit for the benefit of stakeholders. Bytes has started with one-time grant and using that grant very effectively to conduct several activities. Bytes is guided by a governing board with eminent and extraordinary people as members and a few experienced and noted academicians and industry experts as invitees and special invitees. Bytes conducts several activities, both annual and the one-time activities. Some of the activities that we have been conducting in the recent past are the TCS Tech Bytes, Student Project Awards, Best PhD Thesis Awards, the annual convention, the general body meetings, several activities on such as boot camps, the distinguished guest lectures, hands-on workshops, celebrities and celebration lectures, and accreditation awareness, and several faculty development programs, etc. I'm also happy to inform you that Bytes has organized about 76 activities since the last convention, which was held in during November 21st and 22nd at BNMIT. And we take this opportunity to thank the Dayananda Sagar University, the authorities of Dayananda Sagar University, the Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor, the Secretary, the Joint Secretaries, etc., for permitting us to hold this third annual convention at the university. As far as this convention is concerned, it has 8 sessions, with the 2 sessions reserved for the inauguration and valediction, and there are as many as 11 lectures by experts from industry and academia. These 11 lectures are being delivered by eminent people working in the area. Tell all of us about the kind of trends in IoT and security. And I'm also thankful to all the resource persons delivering these 11 lectures in the next 2 days. At the valedictory function, Bytes is going to present Bytes Lifetime Achievement Awards to eminent personalities who have contributed significantly for the growth of IT sector in the state of Karnataka. It's my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you and invite Professor Jamadagni to deliver the inaugural address before we start the convention with the technical lectures. I invite Professor Jamadagni to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, sir. So, good morning to everyone. I don't think this is an address in the sense it's a very short exposition to what is going to happen during the next 2 days in the conference. That's why I call it a prologue, giving a sort of a pre-story about what is happening. So essentially, we are going to talk about Internet of Things and security. Ideally, it would have been a security for all Internet of Things. But I think in fairness to the topic, we'll also cover a few topics in Internet of Things which are oriented towards secure data transmission, secure data sharing, and so on, and also about the security. So I'll give the most basic kind of a outline of, or the view of what is happening, and then other speakers will take over and do the rest of the. So if you just want to if you recall, what is IoT? It is a very straightforward, simple thing to simply understand. Basically,
Sir, screen share ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Oh, sorry. I will unshare and share it again. Is it sharing now?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet, sir.
No, then I don't know. Something is, I mean, I have said share and it is not sharing. Can the host do something about this?
Imtiaz, can you please attend to it?
He's been co-host, sir. Our sir can send to somebody else, we can share it.
You see, the problem is I use certain things which are not available in your machine. Therefore, PPT will not be effective, and every time change the thing and all that is not going to work.
ಮತ್ತೆ try ಮಾಡಿ. I think it was working earlier.
It was working earlier, yeah.
And now we can try.
Okay. Is it sharing?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will sort of restart. So I'm going to give a prologue, give a kind of overall view about what this whole area is about, and then many other speakers will come in and pitch in and do a lot of other additional details of this topic. So the main focus in the next 2 days will be, on one side, various aspects of IoT, particularly from the security point of view. But I have seen some of the lectures which are much more oriented towards application of IoT in the current context and so on. So we will call it as actually a 2-day topic on Internet of Things and security, with some emphasis of security of Internet of Things. So I'm going to just give you a prologue, a kind of a story. So as you see, this is the picture of a edge device, we call it. Actually, we may not call this, and we didn't call it an edge device for a long time. They were edge embedded systems which had some intelligence in them, and they could do a lot of things. But as the time has progressed, these edge devices have become extremely smart. And today, you can almost say that one of the top-end cell phones is as powerful as a supercomputer that was 20 years ago. So it has become really very, very strong edge devices. But as you can see, in any system, be it a national system, be it a university, be it anything, if there are a lot of individual devices which are very powerful, or individual people who are very powerful, or individual states which are powerful, and they don't share things with each other, or they are unable to communicate with each other, the overall benefit that you get out of the system is almost nil. So that is why the IoT came up. So what it started doing is, it started integrating communication of the edge devices to a central place, which we call the cloud. You know this. I mean, in fact, all the individual components here existed. There were super devices, there were super communication systems that are available, and there was cloud that was available. What is IoT doing is to simply interconnect them, put them together so that in a streamless way, the devices can communicate with the cloud. And what do we do with the data collected in the cloud? We apply a lot of analytical tools. We now apply machine learning, AI, etc. And the results are then shared with visualization and actuation. To give a very simple current example, I'll give many, but at this context, we have just the last 6 months, one of the local small companies developed a system for measuring with super edge devices all the parameters of an agricultural field and communicated with a cloud. And then they did the analytics, and then they actually actuate the entire irrigation system. So this was a dream some 20 years back, and today it's going to be mainstream, and slowly going forward, this is what is going to happen. So this is IoT. So a formal definition of this is by ITUT, the International Telecom Union. So they said a global infrastructure for information society, note the words, enabling advanced services by interconnecting things based on existing and evolving interoperable information communication technologies. It takes a while to sort of understand each one of these words and why they put it, more than anything, why they put it. For instance, physical and virtual, they have put in bracket. So that is, you can connect a virtual device and you can connect a physical device. So this makes it actually fantastic, because then the world is no limit for you to operate many other things. This leads to many other interesting things, which this is not the seminar to discuss with, but I hope we'll have other occasions where we will be able to talk about what this interconnecting of virtual and physical things together, what does it lead to? So we call this a cyber physical systems. We have many other kind of names for this. So this is the working definition for IoT. Now, I'm fond of this figure. This applies to most of the fields. So on the x-axis is the time, and on the y-axis, what we can call a hype. So as time goes on, a new area comes into picture, and in the beginning, slowly it will start sort of, rather not slowly, quite rapidly, it goes to the top, where people present this as a panacea for all problems. So everything can be solved by this. IoT solves everything kind of thing. Then very quickly, almost equally fast, they start losing interest in this area. And then it comes to a rock bottom where they think it is not fashionable to make products in this area because it is completely useless. And then slowly after that, the real applications start emerging. And then somewhere here, the realistic applications start happening. Now, this time frame from the beginning of the hype to the time when realistic applications happen depend obviously on the area. Some of you, you are from computer science department, so you realize the parallel computing. It started with a bang, and then went up with a hype, then came down with a third, and there was even a paper in one of the prestigious conferences about why parallel computing is a failure and why it should not be used. And then now we are back to parallel computing. So it took about 15 years for the whole thing to happen. Now in IoT, it is a little faster, but most of the areas go through this kind of a change. And right now we are in this area. We have started looking at realistic applications. Then all this panacea and wherever we said that is solving all the problems have now been taken care of. I mean, in the sense, all the useless areas have been sort of removed. And then we now have all the realistic applications coming into picture. Now, incidentally, I said simply all useless areas are removed. That was simply brash. Actually, we see that IoT is entering every field. So what happened really in the realistic applications was that what we promised here started getting realized slowly with many realistic applications. Now, having said that, has it really worked? Is it really used in practice? So let's see a couple of current examples I'm taking from the current year. Now, before that, we look at one other indirect proof that things might be happening. This is a picture of what is happening with data every day, every minute in 2020. Look at the numbers. We look at some of them and see the staggering amount of information that is actually going across the cyber world. Look at a thing like, let's take something very prosaic, like something like Amazon. And Amazon is actually shipping physical things. You are getting packets from them. They are packaging, I mean, they're sending something like 6,600 packets per minute across the world. This is a staggering amount. I mean, we couldn't have imagined doing anything like this by any other technology. Imagine shops getting orders to ship 6,600 items per minute. It's an amazing fact. And it is all the orders are landing on one Amazon, and they are able to actually ship so many per minute. Then look at another thing like, for instance, a video or a voice call. There are something like 1.4 million phone calls made per minute. Or take other examples, YouTube, people are uploading 500 hours of video every minute. So that means we are talking about 1,440 minutes per day and into 500 hours of material. I don't know who will see it. I don't know who will be able to even search through that and see what they want. But nevertheless, we are loading so much of data. And Facebook, and then LinkedIn, you have even TikTok, which has slowed down now, but then so many of them. And look at WhatsApp, 41 million messages. So what is happening is the data in the cyber world is really simply exploding. And we have reached proportions of about almost about 100 to 500 exabytes, that is in 2 to the power 18 bytes per second, per day of data that is generated. Another way of saying this is, I believe, I don't know the time frame, you should cross-check the references, about year 2000, they found out that every day we are adding as much material and as much knowledge to the world as we did in the last 20,000 years from the beginning of the humankind. And that rate has only exponentially increased. So it goes to show that the data is really exploding. So now, just pausing a little bit. So what is IoT? We knew about edge devices. We knew about communication. We knew about cloud. We know about everything. The only staggering thing is that every one of them, that is your edge device, then your cloud, your communication systems, everything is becoming so powerful that if you saw a diagram of an IoT system 20 years back and today, the amount of data that is happening and the amount of things that are happening in the field has simply exploded beyond anybody's imagination. Just to tell you, as I mentioned to you, embedded systems today come with 4-core processors. Take a Pi 4, for instance, a Raspberry Pi, a very inexpensive device that comes in so many devices. I mean, have so much of computing power. Communication, we are now slowly getting into the 5G era, though in India we are a bit slow. But talking about 100 megabits per second across a radio channel is not anymore an unknown factor, which means delays of delivery and all that will be sub-milliseconds. And then we are really talking about fast transmission. And then look at the cloud. I don't even know what is the amount of data that we have. I think just our own institute in the Institute of Science, we have several petabytes of storage. And if you take as a whole country, probably we have a zettabyte. I don't know how much. I mean, it's difficult to say. So every one of these components of IoT has exploded, making IoT an extremely rich and therefore vulnerable area for any kind of work in the future. So just I posed a question, has it really happened? This is a current example. It has been implemented in several airports. It is in Dubai, then it is implemented in Frankfurt, and then Schiphol in Amsterdam, and so on. And I believe even Bangalore Airport is trying to do some work with this company, which is doing this, where the IoT is in a complete airport. It has covered every bit of every corner of an airport, where there are questions like this which is being answered. Now, for instance, where are the closest available baggage carts? Those of you who travel and then you go to some airports, you're almost fighting for a baggage cart. You don't, I mean, your neighbor, I mean, you run after immigration quickly to the downstairs area because you want the baggage cart. So this will be a thing of the past. So which is the closest available baggage cart will be available to everyone. Then by which handler in this equipment is used? That is, there are so many shared equipment in airport, then who is using it at the moment? Then is there any last equipment? That is something which has been pushed into some area where nobody is recognizing. Then what cargo trailer needs are there? And a story for the future, it now currently exists. Many of the huge airports like Schiphol or Frankfurt are able to deliver baggage from the time the aircraft lands to the customer in less than 10 minutes, when the distance between the aircraft and then the terminal is something like 2 to 3 kilometers. So these kind of things are happening because there is a continuous monitoring, and therefore IoT has worked. It is an important part of the system, and it is working everywhere. The same with cargo management. You are answering questions like, what is the status of the cargo? And then, have you ever lost any cargo anywhere? And then, what are the environmental conditions of my cargo? Is it lying with the rain? I mean, many of you might have noted that when you sometimes receive your baggage, it is all soaked in water. So what happened? I mean, was it in rain? Then the point is, more than for us to know, it is for the cargo handlers to quickly move it away from the area of rain and so on. So IoT is really, really taking off and going into places. In our own backyard, we had a project called Common Sense. And what it does is it measures agronomy related parameters in a semi-arid area. It is in the district of Tumkur, about 160 kilometers from here, in a village. Then it uses IoT to collect all the parameters. Then we process that and give the relevant information back to farmers. So basically the technology exists for this to happen. Remember that while we do all this, the farmers may still not trust what we are telling them. But however, if there is a system that is present and we systematically start using them, then over a period of time, 10 to 15 years, they will gain confidence and the whole system starts entering into the system. So if our farming practices, if our agriculture has to really improve and has to take a great shape and then really reduce wastage and really increase the productivity, it is time that we start using IoT. Never mind if they don't use it in the beginning, never mind if they don't really trust it at the moment, but as we go along, it will start becoming a part of the integrated part of the system. Just remember the cell phones. 20 years back, it was nothing. And today, every nook and corner of the country has cell phones. Then utilities. What you see here is a project by EPFL in Lausanne. And they have taken, this is the railway yard seen from top, railway station, the main station of Lausanne. And they have completely put all the IoT elements into this, and it is functioning really well. And the same group has done this work for an agricultural farm in Switzerland. And then in sports, Switzerland, Germany, Austria, they use now IoT to really tell you what are all the great places for you to go for skiing. Is there a probability of avalanche? And then are you safe? And so on. And you know this back home, IPL uses so much of IoT to actually do a lot of different kind of things. So IoT has really worked. Now, then what is the problem? That brings us a big problem, that the moment you have a lot of these devices, a lot of this data, and a lot of this processing happening at different places, it is highly vulnerable. And therefore, we talk about protected systems and not protected systems. Now, what is this protection? What is the no protection? We'll see in a moment. So at the moment, when you develop the IoT system, nobody thought of no protection. Those of you who have seen some of the Big Bang Theory episodes, I don't know if you recall, there was one where a fellow in China started controlling toys in Pasadena. So this kind of a thing can happen because anybody is connected to anyone. Nobody has a protection. Anybody can start manipulating anything. Imagine we all doing something on the Mars rover, for instance. So it would be terrible. Therefore, the moment you have the IoT system, you have a strong associated problem about protecting that system against certain not only maloperation, about various different kind of things. So the whole envelope of protection is something which you will have to cover the entire IoT system with. It is just not an envelope, it has to be integrated. That is, as we go forward, an IoT system should be integrated with the security that, or the protection that it comes from. Protection comes in several different shapes. We'll talk about three of them. We talk about security, we talk about safety, we talk about privacy, we can talk about many other things, but I took these three as the representative examples. Now, what is security? The moment you say security, this comes to your mind. There are police people around, and guns toting police, and then you can't move outside and so on. So essentially what it means is, it is protection of individuals, property, and organizations against external threat that could cause damage. Why would that happen? You know what is happening in today's world. Many people want the individual properties and organizations to be attacked against external threat. We see this every day happening in our own borders, and therefore security is a very important thing here. So this definition of security here is protection of individuals, property, and organizations against an external threat that could cause damage. And essentially security means preventing theft, preventing illegal possession, preventing snooping, and many other kind of things. Any unwanted activity where we are likely to have any kind of a damage to our own system from an external threat is what we want to prevent. And this comes under security systems. Now, what is safety? Safety is a feeling of being protected. It is not really, there is nothing like a safety system and a security system which are separate. But when you feel safe, that you are being protected, then that from the other factors that can harm us. So in today's world, the mask is a security device, and safety is your feeling that your mask is working. Whether it works or not, that's a different issue, but the basic feeling is that the security is provided by bringing into market a product called a mask, and the safety is the feeling that you are protected from any harm that can harm us. So safety is the consequence of security. So if you have a secure system, then you feel safe. You lock your home and then you use a complicated lock, then you feel you're safe. Whereas if you have a lock which can be picked in 2 seconds, then you don't feel safe. So security is a system that provides the so-called security to your system. It provides a certain level of security. We can start defining what is the level of security and so on. And safety is a resulting consequence of the security. The more secure the system is in some sense, the more safe I feel. So many of our people in Bangalore, they build in front of their house a huge wall. It is probably taller than their house. And they feel secure because the security is provided by that wall. So the feeling of security comes only when that wall is there. And whether it is secure or not is a different question, but you can see that there is a security mechanism and there is a safety, which is the feeling that comes out of this. This example I have shown here probably doesn't apply so much in Bangalore. There is no safety in crossing a road when there is a green light. But nevertheless, we feel there is a security device called the green light, and we are supposed to feel safe that we can cross the road. Privacy is another important thing. I will address this a little more at a later point of time. And what privacy is a boundary between public and private spheres. It is intended to prevent intrusion of the unwanted into our lives. Why do we want this privacy? I mean, that's our privilege. What are my food habits? I mean, what am I vulnerable to? Do I have this disease? Do I not have this disease? Do I have a good bank account? I mean, these are all private issues. Nobody needs to know about them. And typically, when you have an information world where all that you have actually is shared, then it's a question of privacy. I tell you small instances where this kind of privacy can be sort of breached so that you will know. I mean, if you become extraordinarily careful, then you won't move in the world at all. Take the example of toll booths today, and it has that tag, fast tag. The moment you pass through the fast tag, you get an SMS saying that so much of money has been deducted, you have crossed this toll booth. Now, this is a great information, but if it is available to anyone, they know exactly at what time you crossed a given point. And then if I'm moving on a highway, I can trace your path without knowing anything about your car, about any vehicle or anything. If I know that you are in that car and you're moving, that's the only information I need. I can practically actually trace your path when you go on a highway. Now, travel, if you saw in the past, was a very private affair. Just pause over this for a moment. Think about it. When Alexander came to India to invade, when Shankara went to the whole of India to propagate, his movements were not known to people. They were all very private. And even 30 years back, when I took a train ticket, I mean, it is booked in such a manner that it was a very private affair. Today, believe me, travel is not anymore a private affair. The moment you are in a car, the moment you have a fast tag, your movements can be checked. It can't be checked to the nearest meter, but we can still know in what direction. For instance, if they trace all the toll booths, I know where I started and where I ended up with. I mean, this is a very private information. So privacy becomes an extremely important issue. And in some cases, you don't care, fine. But in some cases, you do care. And therefore, the privacy starts becoming a very important aspect. So there are these three aspects about security that we see. And broadly, this is a kind of a diagram people draw. Private is really what is core to you. Probably not, you don't even speak about it. Nobody knows about your thing. And then intimacy is an area where you share it with a few people. It is almost private, except that instead of 1%, it's a little more. Privacy is a little larger area. You are private, but there are a lot more people who know. And then beyond that is the public life. So relationship between them is all use common technology. This is the source of confusion for many practitioners. Security uses a technology which is also used for safety, privacy, etc. The safe systems are secure, but secure systems are not necessarily safe. What do I mean? If I now put a lock on my house and go out, and if the lock, then there is a secure system, there is a lock, but it is not safe because it can be broken in so many ways. The more secure the system is, the more safe you feel. And these two are highly related. Therefore, the feeling of safety will come from the level of security. Therefore, if you simply say that something is secure, it doesn't mean that it is safe. I mean, there are many such relationships. I have taken only two, three of them to illustrate. Then security can be very private, but private systems need not be secure. Now, for instance, if you are a very private person, if you don't talk about yourself at all, the whole thing is private, but there is no security system behind it. The fact that you don't emanate any data from you is already a thing which makes you private. Therefore, security can be introduced to make systems private, but however, very private systems need not be secure at all, in the sense that they may use other kind of mechanisms to be private. So like this, you can develop many other relationships. Are safe systems private? Are private systems safe? And all kinds of combinations. And anyway, that's not a point in this brief introduction. What I meant was secure systems can be broadly at various levels like security, safety, privacy, intimacy, and so on. And many relationships between them exist. They all use a common technology for deployment. And how effective they are, how useful they are, depends on a particular context. So you enjoy the exposition of these ideas in the next 2 days. Immediately following the break will be an exposition on a processor. The context of a processor in security is that, as we say, I mean, if you have only one unique lock for your house, then nobody can break it probably. So the same question, I mean, if I use a system where I use somebody else's processor, maybe there are breaches. You know what is happening in the last 1 year. In a public talk, I don't want to say, give the name of the companies. They are terribly afraid of them because they think that anything that comes from the company, a processor or a hardware, will always have a leak in privacy, is the feeling. So the idea is that if you have your own processor, you are absolutely guaranteed that there are no privacy issues. If you introduce any kind of a breach, it is for good that you introduce, and then you know what you have done. Then we will talk about privacy after that. Then in the afternoon, an implementation of IoT, which actually is a very interesting thing called digital twin, and he will again tell you how the security issues are handled and so on. And so there are many other talks. So I really hope that you will enjoy the exposition of these ideas in the next 2 days. Thank you very much. And I don't know, I mean, there is no question to ask right now. I think throughout the conference, you'll have enough occasions to ask questions with people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insightful words, Jamadagni sir. Now I would request Mr. M.N. Vidyashankar, Co-Chairman, Bytes, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah, a very good morning to the distinguished delegates present virtually for this inaugural of the 2-day session. Just to give a flavor of the kind of importance that we are attaching to IoT and security, a Kaspersky security report found that 85% of the organizations had obsolete or vulnerable software in their networks. Now, with the explosion of IoT devices, which Professor Jamadagni very well brought out, in most of the networks that we see, it can be extremely challenging to keep track of them unless we include regular assessments and audits. We need a separate IoT security audit because the technology not only changes quickly, but it also changes exponentially. Now, organizations across the board encounter challenges to integrate each one of these devices and protocols with different levels of power, connectivity requirements, while also ensuring latency and high security at all times. So it is absolutely essential to perform a security assessment to ensure that it meets the organizational and security requirements, as also industries legal requirements. So the effective deployment of IoT devices with greater security will definitely necessitate regular software updates and audits. We got a flavor of each one of these issues from Professor Jamadagni during his inaugural address. So at the very outset, I must thank the think tanks in Bytes, in Dayanand Sagar University, and in IIIT Dharwad to have come out with this very important theme for discussion during the next 2 days. I also thank Dr. Srinimas, Dean, Dayanand Sagar University, and of course, Professor Balasubramanian Murthy, who has been anchoring Bytes single-handedly and has ensured that Bytes, in its 2-year existence under his chairmanship, has exceeded everyone's expectations in delivering what each one of the stakeholders wanted. I also thank Dayanand Sagar University for hosting the event and request each one of the delegates to be a part of this 2-day event and enjoy the high-powered speakers who have been lined up with very high voltage inputs to get almost an A to Z, a 360-degree view of IoT and the security involved. Thanks very much to each one of you and enjoy the 2-day event. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your insistful words, Sri M.N. Vidyashankar sir. Now it's the time for the tea break. I would like to request all to get back at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
It's a virtual tea break.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's a virtual tea break.
The virtual tea break.
And it'll be followed by a virtual lunch break.
Yes.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, although it is virtual, you can have real chat also with participants. So
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
this is tea.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Chiknis, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome again. Let us now start our first session. I request Dr. Sanjay Chitnis, Chairman of Computer Science and Engineering, Dayananda Sagar University, to chair the session.
Thank you, Maitri. This Sanjay Chitnis here. Welcome back, and very warm welcome to our distinguished speakers now. We are just checking if Professor Kamakoti has joined yet. Is he there?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's there. He's the
Okay,
Dean
sure.
ICSR. I'll just
Sure,
unmute
sure.
him.
Yeah, please make him.
I'll do
Sir
that.
has joined. Yeah, so please make him co-host. Yeah, sure. So welcome again. Let's start this great session now. So really, we have two very eminent speakers in this session, Dr. V. Kamakoti and Dr. H.S. Jamalagni. Both of them absolutely do not need any introduction at all, especially at global level. They have been contributing at not only their academic level, but as well as leadership level, where they have established really set up institutions which have contributing to various activities across the world. Right. So let me quickly introduce our first distinguished speaker, Dr. V. Kamakoti. Just give me a moment. Yeah. So Dr. V. Kamakoti is ICSR professor in IIT Chennai, and also he's chairman of AI Task Force, Government of India. He's associate dean. So he had been his area of work is basically software for VLSI, reconfigurable systems design, computer architecture, etc. He is working on various projects such as microprocessor development program. You might have heard of Shakti processor. In fact, we are going to hear about that right now. It's one of the best example of Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is Make in India program, where the team by Dr. Kamakoti has designed and developed, and it's in fact in manufactured this range of processors in this Shakti family. And the latest processor, that is Maushik, on which he's going to talk about, is the processor to be used for IoT devices. In fact, so we are talking about IoT in general, but now we have here our own Indian technology, which is available, where the processors have been designed, developed, and will soon be manufactured. Apart from Microsoft Development Program, he also works on graphics processing unit-based parallel processing systems, especially for radar signal processing, synthesizable models for digital design, using India VLSI design flow, etc. So his work has been reflected through his publications such as ML Timer, leakage power minimization in digital circuits using machine learning and adaptive lazy timing analysis, or Gandalf, a fine-grained hardware software co-design for preventing memory attacks, etc. So these are very, very eminent few examples of his great research work. He was awarded the Advanced Computing and Communications Society, that is CDAC Foundation Award in 2018, IBM Faculty Award in 2016, and DRDO Academy Excellence Award in 2013. He's also an independent director in the board of City Union Bank since 2011, and a member of the Standing Technical Committee of National Stock Exchange. So we are very, very privileged to have this opportunity to hear to Dr. Kamakoti. So I request Dr. Kamakoti sir to enlighten us on the Shakti program and as well as the Maushik in detail, right? So very warm welcome, sir. Handing over to you, sir.
You have to unmute Kamakoti. Your audio is to be unmuted.
Thanks. Thanks, and thank you for the introduction. And I think we have 90 minutes time. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
Balu here.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy to be meeting Balu, though virtually after a long, long time. Myself and Balu were, batchmates at PhD at IIT Madras. Very nice days. I think our friendship now runs to 25 years. I think we should celebrate the silver jubilee now. Right. Right. Thanks a lot for this opportunity to talk about Shakti. Shakti has been a very important project. Now, what I'll do is around 30 to 35 minutes, I'll be talking about the Shakti program, how we envisaged. I'll also put some videos in this, what we have, to just explain what the Shakti program has become. And then importantly, we will have a series, a set of demos of around 45 minutes by our team, basically to explain how the Shakti is going forward. Right. With this very quick introduction, let me just start. I am Kamakoti. I'm a professor of computer science and engineering at IIT Madras, and we have a Pratap Subramaniam Center for Digital Intelligence and Secure Hardware Architecture as a part of our RISE group. Pratap Subramaniam is our alumnus who has sponsored this center. We call it C-Disha. And RISE Group stands for Reconfigurable Intelligence Systems Engineering Group. It was formed in 2005, wherein we realized that, futuristic systems, in 2005, we realized that it has to become more intelligent and secure. So that is where we formed the RISE Group. And yes, as we have envisioned, we have seen a lot of intelligence getting built into systems now. I'm also a member of the National Security Advisory Board and also a member of the Mission Steering Committee for National Digital Health. Why I put all these things, I have something to tell, something very much close to these affiliations, which are a big need for our country as of today. And I'm taking this opportunity to talk to each one of you. Many of you are youngsters and are going to decide the future of our country. What are the important problems that are in place and how you can help in building a good Atmanirbhar Bharat as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister, specifically in the area of electronics. Before I start, what COVID has essentially taught us, out of a lot of bad things that are happening, where we lose many of our friends to this nasty disease. An important lesson that we have learned is the importance of having a digitization. In a real pandemic, I don't think we'll have a worse situation than COVID. The use of electronics, especially a day where suddenly power goes out, right? So your entire schedule or entire goes for a toss, right? So that's the most important thing. So the importance of electronics in day-to-day living, and also the ease by which you can do. So I am now addressing, morning I had a class, now I am addressing somebody. You are all in Bangalore, and then I have a meeting in the afternoon which will take me to Bombay, and then evening which is going to take me to Zurich, which is in Europe, right? So all these things are possible in a single day. We can do multiple avatars and do multiple meetings. So the importance, the ease of living which electronics can bring in, we are seeing that. So comes the the market. There's going to be a huge market, and if you are going to import everything, I'm seeing all the things I have in front of me: a camera, a monitor, a printer, a system, a tablet, a switch. Everything here is currently manufactured outside India. Right. So the amount of money that we are investing, the amount of exchange that is happening today, foreign exchange, is quite humongous. And as this grows and scales over a period of time, because we are used to these type of things, I think there'll be we need to have a local market. We have a big local market, and we need to encourage local manufacturing and local design. And that is where we are going to see a good economic turnover. And other things like less we fly, less we travel, less we pollute, then there is going to be a good change in the environment. We are having good rains in every part of India this year. Maybe this is because of COVID. We have polluted the air less, we travel less now. And so many good things can come because of a proper use of electronics. And that market will grow because people are realizing those things. And that is where there is going to be a very big impact by these type of projects. And I just want to throw some seed and ideas to many of you so that you will pursue that, and we can build a very good Atmanirbhar Bharat down the line. So this is my inspiration. Of course, all of you know he doesn't need any introduction. In 2012, this was some statement made around 2012, where he said that in 2020 vision for India is to transform it into a developed nation. And that cannot be abstract, but it should be a lifeline. And that's a lot of the last sentence means quite a bit. For a professor, it also means that, don't just write papers, develop products. Papers are abstract. Many of us write paper and we don't even touch it for the next century, right? So there are many papers that even I have written, I have not read it second time. So this is the case along. So just don't stop by writing papers, but also give something very constructive as products. That is what it means. That is the way I took the second line of this great man statement. It's been a big motivation for me. It continues to be a motivation in this statement. So 2012, we all decided, let us do something great in 2020 for India. We said that, okay, we like to make a processor that will work, that will be of production, that will be of commercial quality by 2020. And we started off, we had a lot of options there. At that point of time, there came this RISC-V Foundation. RISC-V is an open source instruction set architecture. You know that, when we build a computer system, there is an instruction set architecture, which is a machine language. Above is the software stack, below is the microarchitecture. Now, the instruction set architecture is the bridge between the software and the hardware. Now, if the instruction set architecture is proprietary, if it belongs to a particular country, then we have many things. One, first and foremost, we can't build a hardware in India or a hardware in another country without the permission of that, because it is proprietary. And second thing is, any other country, a country X which is owning that proprietary, which has the company that owns that proprietary instruction set architecture, can embargo on another country. For example, this X is held by some country ABC, and we are using it for our strategic purpose. So the country ABC can say, don't sell this processor for these purposes. So essentially our strategic program can go for a toss, right? So this, though Gandhiji got us what I call as social independence in 1947, we are still electronic slaves in 2020, right? So how do we get out of this electronic slavery is to build a Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that's what our PM has been repeatedly telling in all his Mann Ki Baat and many forums that he's addressing now. And the way I interpreted this statement is also that we need to build something which will make us completely independent. We get this electronic independence. And if we as technologists, students, faculty, and people who are in the helm of affairs, we don't attempt doing it, who else will do for our country? And that was our motivation, and that's how we started this Shakti program. The RISC-V Foundation gives you an ISA which is encumbrance free. Encumbrance free is that there is no patent, there is no royalty, there is no, anybody can use it. And it is also really released under, there are, even in open source, there are two methods. One is a GPL license, wherein you can take whatever is there, but if you change something, you have to report back what you have changed. That's the GPL license, just for a very crude understanding. But there's something called BSD license, where you can do anything you want. You need not go and even repeat. You need not go and tell back what you have done. So you can take it entirely for free and do whatever you want with it. So this ISA of RISC-V, actually the instruction set architecture comes in open source mode under BSD license, wherein I can take it and do whatever I want, and I can do without even informing the actual website which is hosting it and the owner of the website which is owning or the foundation, what we are doing with it. And that is extremely crucial for running strategic programs in any country. And that was actually being said. Now, this RISC-V also becomes important because today there is a monopoly. I will not mention the names of companies, but there is a monopoly in processor architecture. There's a monopoly in mobile phones today. There is a monopoly in databases. There is a monopoly in networking routers. Okay, and so this monopoly is very important because once, if you are just based, see, for example, God has given us two things everywhere, right? So we have two eyes, we have two nostrils, 32 teeth, and then two kidneys, lungs, etc. But only one heart, right? And that is why today the death due to heart diseases are more. The cost of treatment for heart is also more, right? If you compare it with other things, right? So everything is true. If it is one, then we are in problem. And that is how we should interpret monopoly here, right? So monopoly essentially means that one day they stop, one day they go for a toss, then the whole country's economy can do. So today database is a very big monopoly here. I don't want to name the company, but that company stops supporting, entire core banking of all the banks will go for a toss on a single day morning. And that is our dependency today. So we have a very, very tough problem in front of us. We need to handle that with a lot of care. And there Atmanirbharta is very, very important. And that is how I interpret this man's statement, this great man's statement, that this cannot be abstract, but it is a lifeline. That the word lifeline is very, very important here. So we started off the Shakti program, and the Shakti program essentially means that we are now trying to develop an architecture which is encumbrance free, and I can go and tell our country, people involved here, saying that yes, go ahead and do this, and we don't need to care about anybody. We don't need to care about any encumbrance, no legal, no patent, no rights. Nobody has anything. You can do it very free. And yes, here is the game, and play it. And that is where the RISC-V Foundation came. So our Shakti program and also the Vega program, which is done by CDAC, are now based on RISC-V. And we are not wrong in saying that RISC-V will be our national instruction set architecture. It's an open source. And so I also suggest that many of you can go to RISC-V, RISCV.org. V stands for 5, that Arabic thing, RISCV.org, where you will get more details about this instruction set architecture, etc. Okay, so when we started, looking at what should be our Shakti roadmap, right? We were basically motivated by AIML, right? We know that AIML is going to come in a big way. It has come in a big way. Now there is a national mission for cyber physical systems with an overall turnover of 3,500 crores, basically announced by the government of India. Basically built up cyber physical systems. And what are cyber physical systems? That are all their data-driven systems. So let us look at let us say how we make a software. Now, many of you would have been using Arogya Setu. If you are not using Arogya Setu, start using it. It is very important for the fight against COVID. And still, we are not out of COVID. Don't think we are out of COVID. There are still, we may have to face a third wave if we are not careful. So Arogya Setu is a good example of a cyber physical system, right? Which is AI-driven. So what is there? What will be there in a cyber physical system? There's something that you start sensing, some sense of data. We need to sense some data. What we do there in Arogya Setu, we sense certain contacts, right? We do contact tracing. So there is a Bluetooth which is enabling us to sense if there are some other Arogya Setu users in your near proximity, right? And that detail will be stored in your mobile phone. And if somebody else becomes positive, then there is a way by which you will know that you have come in close with somebody else who has become positive. So let me go and test. This is called contact tracing, right? So there is a sensing that is happening at the least edge. Then from that sensing onwards, now there is the mobile phone, which is an intermediary level, which is collecting this sense data and sending it to a cloud. And there is a cloud which accumulates this data, and based on a lot of things, it can make certain interpretations. Basically, whether a particular area is having a lot of disease or not. So those type of interpretations it can start doing. So this is the sort of a way a cyber physical system is basically done. There is a physical contact tracing that is happening, which is enabled and consolidated through a cyber connection through the internet. Sorry. And this is how cyber physical systems are conceived, right? So when we look at these type of AI ML driven large scale data systems, we have at least 4 levels. We call it D1 to D4. The D1 is something like micro edge device sensing, like your pollution sensor, or your water monitoring, water level monitoring, water flow monitoring, or your temperature sensor, etc. These are at the micro edge devices. We call it D1. Then there are some medium edge devices, which is like something like I put on a railway track. I want to measure the acceleration and things. So it's not just I just raw collect data, but I do some amount of processing there itself, right? So to condition the sensor, etc. So there is some amount of processing that can be done on the edge node. That is what we call it as D2 node. And from there, we go to D3, which is something like a network router, which also does some processing, massaging, compression of the data, because we need to transfer it to a cloud. And this can be through a medium, which can be very hostile medium, in a sense that there can be error-prone, noisy medium, by which a wireless medium through which I want to send it to the cloud. So there is some what we call as D3, which is a large edge sensor. And then there is, of course, the D4, which is on the cloud, where you run these machine learning engines and so many things, right? So there can be intelligence also in D1, D2, D3, where I need to make some quick decisions. For example, if I'm putting these devices on the car and as an anti-braking system, right? And there is a camera interface. The moment I see some obstacle in the nearby, immediately this obstacle has to be realized as an obstacle. So there's an intelligence built. There's some image processing built saying that yes, there is an obstacle, and quickly the braking system should start working. Even though the driver may not apply the brake, the braking system should automatically start aiding and start putting the brake. So those type of things also are very necessary. So for realizing a cyber physical system today, we need 4 types of processing environment. One is for environment monitoring. The other is what we call as the medium edge devices sensing, medium edge devices and medium sensing devices, which will basically be something like a industry 4 process control or vehicular electronics, as I said just here, or point of sale terminals. And your D3 will be something like network routers or your mobile phones or your desktops, workstations, etc. And your D4 will be cloud or transaction processing or supercomputing. So this essentially gives you the entire spectrum of computing devices. And we wanted to not just do one device and small device like D1, D2 or D3, but we actually wanted to do a family of processors. And that is where what we took inputs from contemporary processors, which are there today. Those are the family of processors that can basically today address a complete stack of a cyber physical system, for example, here. So we just started this program with a roadmap of building these family of processors, and what we have done over the last 8 years, what is the success today, that is what I'm going to cover in the next few slides that are going to come up. Now, what will be that processor? So we basically started talking about 3 things here. One is, there should be an embedded class. So all these are basically what you see in D1, D2, D3, D4. They are all system on chips. What is a system on chip? It is not just a microprocessor. For example, if you look at a mobile phone, there will be one single chip. Inside the chip, there will be a microprocessor. Some contemporary microprocessor will be there. And then you will have a audio interface. You will have a Wi-Fi interface. You will have a camera interface, a MIPI interface. So all these things are put into the same chip. So essentially, that's why it's called a system on chip, not just a microprocessor. So if you look at, if you have a phone there, if you look at the main chip inside that, it will not just have a quad-core microprocessor. It will have all these interfaces also built into the same chip. That's how the cost is reduced, the power capacity is reduced, and the performance also is realized, right? So all will be, and each, so essentially I will have a system on chip for, or a series of system on chips for D1, D2, D3, D4. But inside each of these system on chips, there will be a microprocessor. And what will be that microprocessor, how it will look like? So we have 3 classes of microprocessor. One is called the E class, which is the embedded class, right? It is a 32, 64-bit 3-stage pipeline. and the market equivalence would be something very close to the ARM Cortex-M series. Then we have the C class, which is a 3264-bit 5-stage pipeline, which can, we have actually taped out 2, and we are basically looking at a 835, A55 Intel Atom type of the market. Then we have the I class, which is a RISC-V based 8-stage pipeline, and then we have this ARM A9, A15 type of equivalence here, right? So, so we are the E and C class we have already taped out. The I class will be taping out very shortly. The work is going on for a very good tape out, and so these three are so the E class will be on your very edge devices like D1. Your C class will be on D2 and D3, and your I class will be on D3 and D4, right? So these are the 3 class of processor. And are we just reinventing the same wheel, or are we trying to do something more? We are doing a lot more than what is there. So what we are basically doing is that for each of these classes, we are now going to add 3 things. One is what we call as fault tolerance. Fault tolerance means that, you know, when there is an error, the processor should know how to reconcile that error, be resilient to that error, and in also some sense actually come out of that error. Fail-safe mode, we call. How quickly it can detect an error. So today, that is also very important. So we are building in some fine-grained fault tolerance into this system. Then we are also looking at what we call as security. Today, everywhere security is extremely important. Your camera should be secure, your mobile should be secure. You are doing a lot of transfer, a lot of commerce on your mobile. So all these things need to be secure. So there is a need for making this secure, right? So we are also bringing in some micro architecture level security features to each of this. And then, of course, there is going to be a lot of things to make them intelligent also. We need a lot of edge intelligence. So we are also working on bringing in some edge intelligence. Edge intelligence means at the D1, D2 that we have talked of, at the edge, we like to bring some intelligence so that some decisions can be made at those point of time. So what will come out from this basket of processors, namely EC and I, is not just the processor which will be compatible with the RISC-V architecture, but it will also be that it will have a lot more of fault tolerance, it will have a lot more of intelligence, it will also have a lot more of security inside. And that will be the unique selling point of what we are trying to do here. Right? And another important thing that I want to look out now, this is what we call as BlueSpec. BlueSpec is a language which today gives us, at least in my experience of using BlueSpec over the last decade and a half, would give us 250 times more productivity. Why I say 250 times more is for some of the processors that we have done, and we got a first time silicon success. We have made 3 fabrication attempts from IIT Madras, and all the 3 were first time success. And that is something which is phenomenal. And the main reason for it is BlueSpec. What is BlueSpec? It from a very quick understanding, it is an hardware description language, but at a very high level. Unlike Verilog, which is very low or very low level, and the VSDL, which is also very low level, almost equal to Verilog. But what we see here is BlueSpec is a very high level, and it gives us 250 times more productivity. And very importantly, this is a rule-based language. So many of these strategic applications would like to have certain formal proof saying that the hardware actually works, and the hardware meets certain security and reliability guarantees and performance guarantees. And we can actually use theorem proving to do a lot of things. Plus, so this BlueSpec actually became a big blessing. It was actually a commercial software when we started, and BlueSpec was very kind enough to give us 250 licenses free to IITM at that point of time. Now it has become open source. So that is something that was a very big blessing for us, because when we claimed that we are doing an open source processor, a criticism, people criticize very easily. They can criticize without understanding a lot of things. We have so many people, specifically I have seen in my career, who are always ready to criticize without understanding what it means to do it, right? So everybody was saying, oh, you are using some commercial language, and so this is not open source. So I think God was watching them and gave us a very good blessing, saying that no, BlueSpec is completely open source. So we are now very much into the open source track, where BlueSpec is open source, and all the hardware that designs that we have made are also open source, on zero cost. Only you should have your own laptop and other things. You can download Shakti and start designing. So that is something which we have now in place. And more or less, we also did a lot of wireless sensor network WSN projects. One of the projects we did for railways, wherein we put a small edge device which will find the acceleration and strain of a steel track, and from there it will send data, and the data will be communicated to the cloud, and where we made certain decisions about the strength or the strength of the steel bridge. Continuous structural health monitoring of the steel bridge. That's the exact word we use for these type of activities. So we had a good experience there, and we also realized what it means to have certain process at certain environments there. And then we also, from IIT Madras, we also did a secure tablet for one of the strategic agencies, and that also we understood quite a bit of what are the security needs in contemporary processors. Now, the next steps that we are basically seeing is so now RISC-V is an open source consortium. So when we decided RISC-V in 2015, that was basically MIT, Berkeley, and IIT Madras, and some small 1 or 2 companies when we formed this foundation here. And today we have 1,000 plus participants globally. And BlueSpec is also now an open source language. And latest is that IIT Madras will be in charge of ensuring compliance of RISC-V globally. So we are becoming a sort of people who will certify whether a particular RISC-V architecture. We are making the compliance test suite. We have taken responsibility for that. So this is how we have grown in the RISC-V consortium, and we are promoting an open source ISA. And we believe that all the computing requirements of our country, I'm bothered more about our country, will be addressed by this type of a thing. And this was the roadmap that we built. So these are the Shakti moments where the one you see there was our 22 nanometer tape out. The middle one where you see all the people who have contributed, my students, my project staff, everybody here who had actually made it possible, right? So when we made the first motherboard and booted it, and what you see there is the visit from the Navy and Army. Dr. Shivan from Space ISRO chairman visited us, and what you see here is another tape out of another success from our tape out, local tape out here from Chandigarh. So we see some very nice movements from Shakti here. So what happened? So in the year 2018, we had made this Rice Creek, right? So this is the C class. I talked about 3 classes, right? E, C, and I. So the C class was done. And so what you see on the top is the chip here. And what you see here is, the contributors here. We have the Intel, which did a free tape out of this in their Oregon fabs at a very high technology, which is a 22 nanometer, which at 2018 was a very recent technology. And then we had good support from HCL Technologies, who also came to us. Pro bono, they did a lot of work for us free of cost. And then, of course, IIT Madras. So we were, this is C class, and the maximum, we were very much concentrating on the power. So we made the operating voltage as 0.7 volts, right? With the VCC here, and our operating frequency was around 300 megahertz, right? And that was more than sufficient for all our type of D2, D3 applications. And we had all these homegrown things, like we had UART, I2C, quad spike, which we go and purchase commercially, it will run to millions of dollars. We all did this homegrown, all were done by my students. And then we did have DMA, TCM, whatever, quite a bit. And all these things were part of this chip. And it was operating at 300 megahertz, 320 IOs we had, and the area was around 100,000 gates for core and 200,000 for the SoC, very small ones. This is the entire small to scale here. So this is the overall stuff about what happened. And this was again, within 6 months, we received the funding and we got the chip back. And I still remember July 21st of 2018, where we basically got this chip booted first time. And for some period of time, we were the lowest power consuming in order pipeline chip globally. And that is #1 in power consumption, right? So, so this is one big achievement. And we did it in Intel because we really wanted to show that our processor can, when manufactured with latest technology, can be a very attractive and very high performing, meeting the budgets of power, timing, and area. And we wanted to showcase, and that is what we got it, right? Now the next question, next thing that we did was remove. So this is complete Atmanirbharta, where we just took it to our 180 nanometer. So this, what we see here is 22, now this is 180 nanometer, and we took it to SEL, our Chandigarh facility. And again, the design was the same, but we reduced some a little less memory, etc., because the technology is very large. 180 nanometer versus 22 is at least 8 times larger than what is the state of art. But then we got this done, and we had a 75 megahertz successful tape out, which is working, which was working. So this was the core. Now I have a question, sir. How many computing cores does Shakti processor has? It has, as of now, it has 1 core. We are now certifying these cores. The 2 chips that we are seeing now as a single core, and we will be. These cores can be joined. We have interconnects now, which can cache coherent interconnects that we are developing. So many of these cores can collectively join and make a larger multi-core system, right? So that's the answer that I have. But these 2 chips had single core. And then these are about the C class that we did at Intel, and the C class that we have seen at we have done here at the SEL. The next one in the year 2020, we did this Adronix, which is an E class one, which is 3-stage pipeline, and a list of peripherals as you see here. This is, we call it as Moshik. Moshik is smallest of the family, and we got a whooping 100 megahertz on 180 nanometer, which is a very big achievement. And the gate count was only less than a little more than 500,000, which is fine here. And we have done it on the 180 nanometer. This has set of things here. So we were targeting between 75 to 100, and we really hit 100, and it's working at 100. And we also made the motherboard in India. So if you look at the design of a chip, there's a design which you do it in software, then make a mask, which we call it as DDS2, then fabricate it, then you bring back, you have a motherboard, you put this on the motherboard and boot it. So there are 3 phases. Phase 1 is design, phase 2 is fabrication, phase 3 is the motherboard, PCB, and then validation. Phase 1 and phase 3 are done completely in India with respect to this one, the 22 nanometer, while the fabrication alone went abroad. In the second case, all the 3 phases were done in India. In the third case, also all the 3 phases are done in India. So what we have achieved through the Shakti system is that we got good expertise in making these chips. But more than that, we have shown to the world that India does have the ecosystem in which we can make a processor, right? Maybe they are less complex today, but it doesn't mean to basically take it to this thing. So what is E-class is the name of the processor. It is not like, it has nothing to do with the process technology. E-class is the name of the processor. As I have told here, there are three processors that we are seeing. The E-class, which is embedded class, C-class, which is controller class, the I-class, which is the out-of-order execution class. So so we are taped out both this. We have made silicon, we have made chips for both C-class and E-class, and I-class will be doing it very shortly. But this has been proven on the FPGA, right? So so that's it. So I before we wind up, I'm going to show you a video which will be which will Namaste. I am pleased to welcome you to witness the booting of Maushik, the youngest member of the Shakti family of indigenous RISC-V microprocessors, conceptualized, designed, and developed by the Pratap Subramaniam Center for Digital Intelligence and Secure Hardware Architecture, PSC Disha, Rice Group, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Madras. This is the third chip that is designed and manufactured from the center. All the three are first-time silicon success. Maushik is a processor cum system on chip that would cater to the rapidly growing Internet of Things IoT devices that are integral part of smart cities of our digital India. Three steps are involved in the making of a microprocessor chip: the design, the fabrication, and the post-silicon boot-up. All these steps were done in India, demonstrating the existence of an Atmanirbhar ecosystem in digital design productization. The design was done in IIT Madras, the fabrication at the Semiconductor Laboratory, Chandigarh. The motherboard, printed circuit board design was done again at IIT Madras. Manufacturing of this motherboard at Bangalore. Assembly and post-silicon boot-up at IIT Madras that you are going to witness. The Maushik silicon is manufactured using 180 nanometer technology with a die size of 5.315 into 5.155 square mm. It has 103 functional IOs. It is a CQFP package of 256 pins. The core voltage is 1.8 volt, while the IO voltage is 3.3 volt. The total gate count of the SoC is 647,000. The entire chip has been DFT tested, and it also houses the JTAG functionality. The Maushik SoC houses the Shakti E-class core along with a list of peripherals and peripheral interfaces. They include the PWMs, the SPI, GPIO, UART, the QuadSPI, I2C, and an SDRAM controller. The chip can run at a frequency between 75 to 100 MHz and also has the PIN-MUX functionality at the I/O, enabling interfacing of multiple peripherals with the SoC. What you see here is the indigenously developed motherboard named Ordronix version 1.0. The heart of the Ordronix motherboard is the Shakti Maushik SoC. In addition, the motherboard has support for SDRAM. It has support for multiple peripherals like I2C, QuadSPI, SPI, ADC, etc. Importantly, the motherboard has Arduino compatible headers, which enables interfacing of various Arduino daughter cards available in the market with the motherboard. In addition, the motherboard also has switcher ICs, which enables power conversion across a large variety of voltages, thus enabling a variety of peripherals to be interfaceable with the motherboard. The PCB is a 4-layer motherboard with an input power of 12 volt at 2 amperes.
Yes.
Thanks to all the students and project staffs, the members of the Semiconductor Laboratory Chandigarh team, and the IIT Madras management for their support and great work done in spite of the COVID pandemic. Profound gratitude to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for the generous funding under the Swadeshi Microprocessor Development Program. Jai Hind.
Okay, so
hello YouTube viewers, welcome to my show, Computer Wednesday. Introduce.
Right. So there are multiple more videos about Shakti processor you could get. So now I'll open up for questions, and then we'll go and start the demo. So from the questions point of view, let us just look at these questions here. So one of the question is, so whether E-class has embedded deep learning capabilities? Not yet. So the current E-class that we have taped out is only the core. We have not put the deep learning architecture. But we will be adding GP vector processing and the systolic type of accelerators, which will enable you to do deep learning functionalities at the edge. And that project is ongoing, the AI part. How far away are we from the latest chips in terms of efficiency and advancement, like the i9 in case of laptops and A14 or Snap 865? See, the moment we have the I-class core, which is taped out, the only bigger challenge for us is to, there are two bigger challenges for us. One is to get a multi-core version, which we are on top. And we will be doing it. The other thing is also that we need a lot of peripherals. For example, we need camera interface. We need, if you look at i9, we need gigabit Ethernet interfaces. And many of these interfaces, what we have done, very surprisingly, that we have started doing a survey within India, and we do find a lot of people who are very advanced stages, a lot of startups who are doing these IP programs. But the challenge there is in any of these IPs, there are two parts. One is the digital part, which is agnostic to the fabrication unit. But there is the analog or phi part, the physical layer part, at least on this PCI Express and the Ethernet, gigabit Ethernet, which are now specific to a foundry. So we need to have the foundry qualifications there, and that is going to be a challenge there, specifically from an interface. And unless we put many of these interfaces onto a single chip, we may not become cost effective, because every pi there counts, every cent counts, every paisa counts there. So these are some of the challenges that we need to, from an SOC perspective. We may not have the same challenge from a, we may not have the same challenge from the core perspective, but from the peripheral perspective, we may have these challenges. So what are the current challenges in going from 180 to 14 nanometer? From a design point of view, nothing. But from a one thing is cost. We need to get quite big of money will be involved in making that. And the other thing is 14 nanometer is not available in India. We have to go outside. Is it very far away from 9 nanometers, not millimeter, 9 nanometer? It's the Cherry. It's 9 nanometer chipset. No, it is not. If you are talking about the overall area of the chip, yes, 9 millimeter square will be there. But if you are talking about the technology, 9 nanometer, we are not very far from that. These designs can basically be manufactured in 9 nanometer also. Although the chips is manufactured in India, are there efforts or concerns against hardware Trojan threats? Yes, first and foremost, if we do it in India, we have the control over the source code. That itself means that the chip will do what you want it to do, and importantly, will not do what you don't want it to do, because you are making the design. In addition, we are also trying to make the software environment execution also secure by putting a lot of side channel resistance once that we are going to build in the libraries while fabrication itself. Against side channel is a way, because for example, if you have a secret key and the computer spends more power or consumes more time while processing one rather than processing zero, just by seeing how much time the computer is spending or how much power it is dissipating, I can find out whether it is processing a 1 or a 0, by which I could extract the whole key. That's what we call a side channel attacks. This is another form of cyber security attack, and we are trying to make these things side channel resistant. That is one part. The second part is we are adding a lot more security at the microarchitecture stage, so that people cannot hack it much easy. So these are the efforts that have been put to handle hardware Trojan threats. What is 4-metal process technology? What is E-class? 4-metal process technology is that there are multiple layers when you make a chip. So each layer can house certain interconnects there, and so 4 metal layers essentially means it's a 4-metal process technology. E-class tape-out is the E-class processor, which is nothing to do with the metal layers. E-class is the processor, and then we did a tape-out of that. Then the next thing that we need to talk of is, sir, is government planning to subsidize use of Shakti SOC-based product? If not, what is your recommendation? Over a period of time, all indigenous products are getting subsidized. There is a 6% incentive on production linked incentive. There is Make in India incentive. Today, the government has come out with clear definition of what is a local content, and then they are also giving class 1, class 2 local suppliers. So there is a lot of things that are going up to make India very big in this. Can you explain in detail classes of processors? Actually, in my slide, I did make that the different classes of processors. Since this question is being asked, I can very quickly go out and tell you these classes of processors. So here are the different classes of processors, as you see. So we have this 3-stage pipeline, a small one, 200 megahertz, IoT end devices. These are the interfaces. This is the E-class. C class is 5-stage pipeline, now it's 6-stage. The T set of things and the type of operating system it can boot. E class typically can boot a very small real-time operating system, while this can boot a Linux or a shell 4, etc. Well, this is a very big one. It's a 8-stage pipeline. Now currently it's 12-stage, and then it's dual issue, out of order, and squad issue. Now we are improving it, and these are the classes of processors that that we are seeing. The next question is, normally processor don't get recognized the operating system installed in it. That makes CPU overheat at any idea of reducing. See, overheating problem is because of high clock speed. Today, the way by which this thermal issues are handled is by having a reduced clock speed and having multi-cores. That essentially means that your software has to become more parallel so that all these cores are added. To put it in very layman term, suppose you want to add 100 numbers, instead of adding this 100 numbers into a single processor at 3.2 gigahertz, I can make say 4 processors at 800 megahertz and add each 25 numbers add in each. So both will give me the same performance, because so the first effort is that no compiler need not care, just put a sequential program and it will work at great speed of 3.2 gigahertz. But then the next one is that the compiler has to split it into 4 parts and then make it execute on 4 different processors, but each will work at 800 megahertz. Certainly that 800 megahertz will consume much less power than the 3.2 gigahertz, because there is a quadratic relation between power and frequency, and that is where this will help here. And what are the example projects that students can do using Shakti? Please go and visit shakti.org.in and you will get quite a bit of shakti.org.in, and there you get a list of projects that you can do. Today with the Maushik, all the Ardronics project, all that you do on Arduino, many of the things that you can basically go and do on this board. We also have an FPGA prototype for that on a digital board, RTA7, RTA100, 2 boards. The Swadeshi microprocessor challenge that is also based on it. Is there a development kit available for using Maushik? Yes, that's what I was saying here. So we can basically now use this RTA7 and RTA100. We have also the SDKs, the software development kits, and some demos will also be given here. What is fine-grained fault tolerance? So fault tolerance is, if suppose, say I have, what will happen in a typical fault tolerant core is there can be 2 processors and 2 cores, and 1 core failed, the other core will take over. Rather than that, I can say that I can have 2 adders, and if an addition failed within a core, then one of the adder can take over, right? I'll take the result from the non-erroneous adder. So the fault tolerance being at the core level is really coarse fault tolerance. Now within a core, if I have fault tolerance at an arithmetic level, then it becomes fine grained. That is what we mean by a fine grained fault tolerance. Okay. What is the power density and how it is cooled? Today, we don't need a cooling mechanism for this. These are E class and C class. We really do not need a very big cooling mechanism. Of course, for the 22 nanometer, we did have a fan which on top, which is normal cooling mechanism. And then what is the other question? IITM has developed the other. What is the power density? The power density is 0.7 volts that we had, and the exact power value, unfortunately, I didn't have it here, but it is very close to the contemporary processors. By when should we see a consumer variant of this product? We could see a consumer variant within a year or so. We are now trying to make a C32, C64, 32-bit C class and 64-bit C class, commercial level support with lot more SOC, commercial level SOCs, system on chips, which are much relevant, to be done very quickly within the next 4 to 5 months, and then we can see a commercial output from there. Couldn't understand I-class. I-class is nothing but an out-of-order execution. You know what is out of order, right? So out of order is that I might have some 10 instructions. There'll be instruction 1, which is dependent on the result of instruction 2. but instruction 3 and 4 are not dependent on anything. So when instruction 1 is executing, instruction 2 has to wait, but then instruction 3 and 4 can execute because it is not dependent on these. So instruction 1, instruction 3, and instruction 4 will execute, then instruction 2 will execute. It's called out of order. And that essentially means, and this is done by the hardware. The ordering is done by the hardware, not by the software, right? So there needs to be quite a bit of infrastructure that is put in place to get the out of order execution in place. And that is what we mean by out of order. And the I class actually does this out of order execution. What is the computer architecture used in Maushik is based on von Neumann or hardware. It is more or less in Harvard architecture. Sir, what is your view on fluid cooling system? When do we need it? The fluid cooling system is needed when you have many processors, like supercomputing environment where we have thousands of processors, not one or two, and where the fluid is sent through the rack, and it basically consumes the heat and comes out as hot water outside. But then and the process, cool water is pumped to take out the heat. Sir, when will we see a consumer version of this product? That's what I told. Within next few months, we will see a consumer version of this product. At least for the C32 and C64, of course, the I class will take a little more time. Any other questions? If there are no more questions, I will request Mr. Anand. Thank you, Mr. Kalpesh. So I request Anand to take over. I'm just how to write summary on what. So you can. Okay. So right now the prototype is limited to lot of application. No, it was. No, it is not that. It is. You can do all the applications that you currently do on Arduino for a similar kit, right? And we will show some demos now. So I now move up to Anand. So Anand, are you there? Please log in. Please share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Yes,
you can show your
sir.
face also if your camera is on.
Yes, sir. Good morning to all. Hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we are able to see your screen. Please continue, Anand. If you can
Yes.
open your video, if your bandwidth is okay. Your camera.
Okay. I have switched on my camera also. Camera, sorry. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So what we're going to show today is like to how to use Shakti-based SoC to build a small IoT application. So what we'll look at it is like how to measure ambient temperature and pressure with a sensor and then transmit the data to a cloud. Okay. So basically, first things like what are the required. Is my audio okay?
Somebody has to mute. There is an echo that is coming up. I request all people to mute.
Okay. Fine. So basically, we'll take a Shakti processor. So here in this demo, we'll be
Your
using
audio
a
is not
Brashu
okay.
class of processor.
Anand, your
So this
audio.
processor is based on the A class, and it runs on an Vigilant RT7 100T FPGA board. And the sensor
Your
that we'll
audio
be
is
using
not
is
okay.
BMP280. So it's basically ambient temperature and pressure sensor. Now, once we get the values, so how do we use that value? So we need to send it across to any server or a location where values can be further processed. So in this case, right now we'll be using an ESP8266 Wi-Fi module. So in this, we'll use the Wi-Fi modem to communicate to the device or to a server. So what we do is we'll send the data to thingspeak.com, so where it stores the values for us. So next is the tool chain. So once we write the program, so how do we build it? Like for any Linux or a Windows system, we have a certain set of GCC compilers. The same way, Shakti processors are based on RISC-V instruction architecture. So here we'll be using a RISC-V toolchain. So there are multiple options to get this toolchain. One is we can get it downloaded and then build it ourselves, or we have it pre-built all this by
I think we are not able to hear Anand Kumar.
Yes, sir, we are not able to hear him.
Yeah, we'll just wait for a few minutes. I think sometimes some network glitch may be there.
at least needed to compile and run a program. So that's the toolchain that we're using. And then SDK. So yes, we have processor. Now we know how to use it. So
Yeah, Dr. Anand Kumar, we are not able to hear you. Maybe some network problem. Hello.
Sir, it looks like he's not able to hear us. He's as well not able to hear us.
All these are Arduino compatible connections. All these Arduino sensors that we get in the market.
Anand, are you able to hear us? Anand? The voice is very feeble.
Yeah, and yeah, if you're able to hear us, you can switch off your video because could be a network problem. Then we may get better bandwidth for network audio.
And associated registers to it. So how do we write driver?
I think Anand's mic is muted. If he unmutes, it should be okay. Anand, can you please unmute your mic?
See, what we'll probably do is we'll contact him, but we'll take a short break right now itself. Okay, right, and
Sir,
yeah.
Sir, Kamakoti sir is there on the line still.
Yeah. Then I think you can bring him. Actually, we can.
He's co-host as
He's
well.
there. Yeah, Kamakoti sir is there. Yeah, sir.
Okay, I think we are losing him, and he's not realizing that it's not on net. So that's the problem.
And he's not able to hear also probably. Yeah.
I think from the YouTube something is happening there. I see on the YouTube.
Can Imtiaz unmute him? I think as a host he should be able to unmute him.
No, we can only ask him to unmute himself like that. So
he's actually talking and he's not lifting the phone because he's left the phone outside.
Yeah. I think
the chat is not going to him also. I don't think he's seeing the chat.
Yeah, he's not seeing the chat probably. Yeah.
But on the YouTube, is it okay?
No, sir. When YouTube will be exactly same. What we are seeing here will be live stream. It will be little delayed, but it will be same. I think we can.
You can just you just drop him so that he realizes that. Can you drop him?
Yeah. We can do that.
Please drop him so that it completely goes out.
Yeah.
Then we can call him. But there's no point because this just goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, sir, Anand sir is in the waiting room. So I think now I'll add him now.
Yeah, add him actually.
Yeah, I'm adding him now. And I'm asking him to unmute, but he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imtiaz, sir, you have to make him co-host once again because he had logged in again. Yeah, he's a co-host now.
Hello, Anand? Hello? 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 Hello, Anand?
Hello.
Is it Anand?
I think Sabar, I got muted.
Yeah.
No, you have got muted long back. Please bring your phone to your side.
Hello.
Please have your phone with your side because if there is a problem, we are not able to contact you. This is Kamakoti here. Can you get your phone? Are you able to hear us? Hello? I think he's not able to hear us.
Yeah, I think that's the reason he was not able to do.
He's again muted.
Oh, sorry. I can hear now. I mean,
okay.
So please bring
somewhere
your phone.
I got muted.
No, please bring your phone, mobile phone, please keep it with your side.
Okay.
We are trying to reach you through your mobile phone because you are completely muted for last 15 minutes now.
Over.
Okay.
So can you redo this part very quickly?
Sorry.
Yeah, please have your mobile phone, have your WhatsApp also in place because it's internet connectivity
Yes.
is stupid now. Okay, right. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay. Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
You can start from where you left the second slide, right? Your slides are also not visible here.
Okay. Yeah, right now I'll share it again.
Yeah.
Share screen. Okay, I think when I start a video, my share is going back. I mean, let me do it without video then. Okay. Okay, hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we are able to see your screen. Your
Okay, sorry.
audio is bad.
Thanks.
Do you have any other alternate thing other than your headphone? Do you have any audio, or you please keep the mic close to your mouth and talk, right? So because your
Okay.
audio is unquestionably bad.
Oh God, sorry.
This sounds little better. Please keep in the same
Okay.
position. And, yeah. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Fine. I'll just quickly walk through the slides again. So basically, what we're looking at is like how do we measure ambient temperature and pressure and transmit the data to a server in a cloud. Okay. So what we need is for apart from the processor, we'll have a BMP 280 sensor and ESP8266 for the connectivity to the net, and then the tool chains SDK, power supply, and voice and Wi-Fi connectivity. Okay. Next, the Shakti processor that we'll be using today is called Parachute. So it's an A-class based processor, and it has 256 MB DDR and 4 KB of ROM. It has Arduino compatible pin estimates, wherein any of the Arduino peripherals or devices can be used in this processor also. And then we have a pin mix also supported in this, wherein during the runtime, the program can determine a particular pin can be of what peripheral. Like by default, a particular pin can be of a GPIO type, and during runtime, we can modify it to as a SPI or a UART or I2C sort of pin there. And it also supports soft load for a floating point arithmetic. So these are the list of peripherals that we have. So it has GPIO, PWM, SPI, UART, I2C, and also a timer and a interrupt controller. Okay. So the BMP280 sensor is the one that we'll be using, and so this is basically an pressure and a temperature sensor. It can act in both the I2C and SPI mode. Here we'll be using the I2C mode. So again, that's a ESP8266 Wi-Fi module. So we'll be using the Wi-Fi modem in this module to communicate to the thingspeak.com server to send out values. So let me briefly walk through the tool chain. So this is a pre-built tool chain that we have, which is called Shakti tools. So it has an open OCD. So this is basically an bridge between your system where you are working and to the boot. So through which we connect our debugger either to load a program or to debug a program, and also to check what are all the values that are there in a particular memory location. So this is a bridge between your system and the boot. So we have 32-bit and 64-bit variants in the Shakti tools. So basically, all the E-class will be on 32-bit programs. So here we have all the GCC, GDP, and the libraries pre-built and put in here. So we don't have to, when an application developer need not have to download the tool chains and build it manually. We also have a Shakti software development kit, which can be used by the application developer to rapidly develop any application that they want. So here, basically we have two major parts. One is the boot support package. So this contains all your drivers and boot specific details. Like a boot can have a set of registers at certain memory locations, and another board will be having a same set but at a different memory location. So and as an user or as an application developer, we don't have to worry about or uh, much about that. So basically the drivers will know what is the board that is being used and accordingly use that. And next part is on the software. So earlier, I think we had some queries on do we have any examples or projects that can be used as a sample. So here, for each of the peripheral type that is supported, we have examples, which is under the software directory under examples, and also we have some projects wherein we have multiple sensors put in together and then being used as a sample. This is the setup that we'll be using. So we have the Shakti SOC and BMP280, which will be connected to the I2C peripheral, and we have an ESP8266, which will be connected to the UART interface, and we'll be using AT commands to communicate to the Wi-Fi module in the 8266 and to send the data to on the server in the cloud. Okay. So next is the installation. So before we start communicating with the sensor, so we need to set the clock rate at which the sensor can talk to. So basically our FPGA will be at 50 megahertz. So to bring down it to the level that can be used by the sensors, we'll configure the prescale and clock registers for the device. And each peripheral has a set of predefined address to it. So we'll mention what is the address to be used, and then we'll detect whether the sensor is connected or not. And then once we detect it's connected, for this particular register, sensor, it has a set of registers which has to be used to calibrate the value. So once we read the data from the sensor, we'll use these values to get more accurate reading. Same way for an 8266, we need to set what is the UART that we have to use. So here in this SOC we have 3 UARTs. So UART 0, 1, and 2. UART 0 will be used for debug purposes and to connect to the device from our system, and we'll be using UART 1 to communicate to the ESP8266.
Sorry,
so
Anand, your voice is very feeble. Is there some way you could increase the volume?
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt, but also I think our time is getting up actually. So if you can quickly speed up, if required, now we'll be happy to reschedule this session, because right now voice is also not very clear. So if it is okay, we can have a proper presentation after some time, if it is okay. Otherwise, we can wrap up in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Good.
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay, I think I can wrap up in 5 minutes and then.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. So this is basically an installation where we'll set the baud rate and then just like how we connect our mobile to an Wi-Fi where you give an SSID and the password to connect. So here also we do the same so that we can connect to the access point. So these are basically the 80 commands that we'll be using to send the data to the thingspeak.com server. So okay. I think since lack of time, what I'll do is instead of displaying how do we make and build the program, just directly take you to the thingspeak.com and then also we have the video manuals available on shakti.org.in. So it's a YouTube channel. We can also look at that YouTube videos where we detailed explain about how do we load a program into the processor and how do we run that and how to check the output. So here basically I have a program that is already running, so which takes the value from the sensor. Right now, if I see it's picking up the value from temperature values and it's sending it across to the server. So once the value gets updated, it gets so these are the graphs that gets updated in the server. Fine. Okay. I think that's all I have right now. So.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, Mr. Anand Kumar. Any quick questions from the audience? Yeah, I think this topic itself of seeing the demo, probably it will be much more useful if we have a hands-on workshop. So I think sometime we'll communicate with you and see if we can have a workshop for our students and faculty, because enough of now Raspberry Pi, Arduino, etc. So I think it's high time we should start using Shakti, Group, Maushik, etc. Right? So I'm really very heartful thanks to Professor Kamakoti and Anand Kumar for this very exemplary showcase of the technology they have developed. And I think Atmanirbhar Bharat, what else we want, in this domain. So really thanks for giving your talk and sharing the work you have done. Right. Thanks a lot. Yeah, see you. Our next talk is again very eminent speaker, and it absolutely doesn't require an introduction. So we're going to have Dr. H.S. Jamalagni again. He's going to speak on data in AI and machine learning, privacy and abuse issues. Right. So I'll request Professor Jamalagni to start the session.
Thank you very much. Again, I'll have a little problem with the screen sharing. Yeah. Just a minute. Let me see. I have to no. Screen. Again, I am unable to share this. Is it coming now? Is the screen coming?
Yes, sir. It is there now.
Okay.
You can make it full. Yeah. Yes. Great, sir. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon. After that very exciting talk about the indigenous processor and its application and a possible appeal to change over to that processor, we'll go to a very dry topic, and we are approaching lunch, so I'm sorry. One of the objectives of this talk is to put you into a good mood for lunch and later a siesta. So what I'm going to do is switch to a little different topic. We are talking about security, we are talking about various other issues related to them. I will focus in this talk a little bit more on privacy and actually abuse of data, the way the data is generated, the way data is used, and so on. These issues tend to be a little ignored, particularly in our context, because privacy seems to be nobody's big business here. And so I just want to bring a few small points into your consideration and see what we can do about this. Now, I have particularly chosen AI and ML data in this because data can be applied in many other areas, obviously. But in this, because going forward, I think most of the systems that we talk about when data comes in will feed either an AI system or a machine learning system and a combination of them. So the agenda we will look at the role of data and analytics in machine learning and AI very quickly. Then methods of getting data, and where are we heading? That second bullet is one of the main focus points of this talk. So now this is a very simple diagram that we have from machine learning folks. Data usage in machine learning and AI, we have data. Normally we divide the data into classical data and then training data. That is, training data is the data where we use that to train our machines with our whatever models that we have. So the training data model leads to a model which has weights and biases, WB. And then based on that, it predicts what is next based on the other new data, which is not a part of training data. It's like we learn. I mean, we use training data to learn, and once the new data comes in, then we use that for prediction. And then we test whether it is okay or not. And then in case things are not okay, we update W and B again. And then once the training is complete, which can in some cases take considerable amount of time, our W and B is now fixed for this kind of data. And then at later points, we can use this model to give us all the things that we need about the data. Okay, so data is crucial here. We have to really use it. I mean, if we have the wrong data, then it trains wrongly, and then we have a problem. And if the data is not adequate, then it doesn't adequately train the data. Again, we have a problem. So we have a very crucial problem here, that the training data, that the data that we get has to be very important. To give an amusing example, apparently one of the big companies, again in a public talk, I don't want to say who it is, they started using a lot of data for selection of their people into their company because they wanted to avoid all kinds of biases that people have. They continue to find that the biases were always present. The reason was the training data that they had was the data from the people who chose them with bias. And that they used it for modeling. So model incorporated beautifully all the biases that the earlier people had, and the bias continued. So one has to be very careful about how we get the data, where we get it, and then how we use it. So let's look at the topic of how we get the data. Before that, I'm always fond of putting things in a form of kind of a data matrix. So I have said here that data can be garbage in and data garbage can be good data in, normally these two. Then similarly, we can have garbage out and good output. So if you see garbage in, garbage out, these are most of the cases. I mean, many PhD theses have been built on this garbage in, garbage out basis. Then good data in, but garbage out. A typical example is our media. You give them any kind of good data, they will mess it up and produce a garbage. And then it takes a lot of time to clean up that garbage, and then you never get anything good out of it. The only example I have of garbage in and good output is the compost. I suppose in the data world, I don't see anything. I haven't still seen anything called a data compost. But in case there is a data compost someday, then garbage and good output will be there. And then we are concentrating on the right lower form where the data is good and then we want the good output. So we have to be aware in the data world that this matrix always works. And depending on what is in, what is out, we will be in one of these areas of collection. Now, let's look at the data collection methods. We use sensors, IoT systems. You saw a case for building IoT systems with Shakti processor. Similar thing, we have IoT supplying us a lot of data. Then we also use, even today, a lot of human observations, like filling data collection instruments, forms, online forms, etc. A classic example is the recent elections that happened internationally all over, a lot of data collected from people. Then using interviews, filling collection instruments, and so on. And then using data collection apps. We will spend a lot of time on that. And then using what are called data brokers. So using IoT, as you can see, I mean, there are objects, and then there are various locations in which things can be put. And then you put a little device. So the classic example on the left side is a little data collection device on a bee. You recall that for the past 15 years, for the last 15 years, bee and bees, the population of bees has been going down, and there was no satisfactory for what to do. So the best was to put a little sensor in that little bee, and then now from that a lot of information has come in and a lot of new things have happened. And similarly, you can put it on an aeroplane, you can put it on a human being, you can put it everywhere. Remember that all of us carry our cell phones, and unknown to us, we are already supplying a lot of data as sensors. We can be supplying, I mean, now my cell phone is on my table, so no, they know that I'm not moving, that if I'm moving, so basically sensors from all over. Then context-aware sensors, so we have buildings and traffic lights and so on producing data. And there are many examples of whole systems built where using this kind of data collection, there is it's a very nice site to look up is the Sensoscope by EPFL in Switzerland. They are sensing environmental data over a large state. Then ZebraNet is a very nice amusing example in animal monitoring. Then our own Common Sense by our department in agriculture monitoring. So this is a typical Sensoscope. This is a typical ZebraNet where people have been collecting data. And then this is our own Common Sense deployment in CK Pura near Bangalore. So just to see what kind of data they produce, I took the simple example of our own data collection. So typically about 16 bytes per 10 milliseconds of accelerometer, and take all of them together. So you can end up having something like about a terabyte per day of data. So we are talking about a lot of data. Then the second method is by interviews and observations. I'll not go through in detail, but basically it is limited by the sampling size, it is expensive, and then who pays for it, so is a problem, and some bias in interviewing and observation. You saw that in the recent past, that most of the exit polls have gone for a toss because there was some, the sampling itself was accurate in the sense when somebody talked to somebody else and recording, all that was accurate, but because of various other limitations like sampling size, etc., it sort of bombed. Now we come to large-scale sampling. Here, we want to cover a large geographical area. We want a frequent sampling. We want diversity of sensitive parameters, and we have to transmit the entire data into a central repository. So this is one of the methods of doing that is to get it from the so-called cloud. It is a simple app on a mobile device. And then sometimes a special hardware is connected with the cell phones. Just a minute. Sometimes a special hardware device, the edge device is connected with the cell phone to get the data, and then possibility of zero-cost transmission, and then easy scalability. So getting this data from a crowd has now become a very standard thing. A lot of things works on crowd data. In fact, there is what is called a crowd journalism even, where journalists actually put up a news channel, a newspaper or a TV channel based on data from the crowd. So basically what I'm trying to get at is getting data now has become extremely simple because we all carry devices which can 24/7 data that you want. And more importantly, most of them contain lots of sensors. So getting that sensor data into the system is very easy, and getting that whole thing into a crowd is an extremely, into a cloud is very, very simple. Now, there are a few issues with the data from crowd that we'll have to be concerned. There can be duplication. Many users sense the same data. Typically, this happens when you hear this so-called journals based on crowd data, you find a particular accident reported by a number of them. It can be used as to an advantage, saying that, okay, so many people have produced, so it must be good data. But it can also cause problem because you can have opposite views which are actually sent. Inadvertent as well as malicious data can be sent. Usually this is treated as noise. And there are data ownership issues. We don't have too much of time to worry about this right now, but then I'll mention in the at a point of time the ownership issues. And what motivates you to send data? Suppose I have a cell phone and then you want the temperature to be sent to you. Unless it is made automatic and then unless it is approved by the user, what is the motivation for sending data? Do I get money for sending data? So these are issues with the crowd. And there are random samples, both in time and space. There is nothing like non-uniform sampling. You will not get every microsecond, millisecond, or second. And you don't get every 100 meters or 50 meters or 10 meters or whatever. So you get data which is more like a statistical sampling in time and in space. So we developed an application called Pakshi. I'm not going to go through in detail, but basically it was to collect some data from birds. And the interesting thing about here, when the crowd sensing happens, was we started getting constantly data about a peacock in Saudi Arabia. That was really funny. I mean, where do you find them? We are asking them to actually send data, and then somebody is sending peacock, and the locations are a few, across about 50, 60 kilometers. So you can't say it is from a zoo. So that kind of malicious, we assume it's a malicious data, came in. And then somebody who simply does not know, who cannot distinguish a crow from a peacock, can also be sending a peacock data when he sees a crow. So there are these kind of problems with this data. So what are we saying? We are saying data is plenty. Data can come from different sources. It is random in time and space, and it has a lot of noise. It has so much of noise that sometimes this data may not even be useful. One of the projects done by my son actually in US was to estimate the number of animals in a forest area. And then he based it on the number of road kills that people report. And worked out backwards. If so many animals have to be of a particular species die on roads, there must be so many in the area, and therefore the density is so much, and therefore the numbers are so much. It was fairly okay, except that many people do not even know what the roadkill is. So they say a jackal, whereas it may be a fox, it may be something else. So we have this kind of a problem with data. So in today's data, what do we have? We have plenty of data. We have random sampling of time and space, and we have a lot of noise. Given this data, we have to manage all the things that we talked about, and we have to incorporate security and privacy in this whole thing. So this was a more decent kind of a system where we deployed a lot of sensors across a 30 square kilometers area, and then you get this data. We also collected a lot of other things. So let's look at other applications of data sensing. It is important because this is now going to be a bigger and bigger portion of the applications that we see in future. And there are certain issues that we still have to worry about. So the other applications that we have seen, which have worked out extremely well, was the crowd sensing for nuclear radiation detection in Japan. You recall that Fukushima or whatever place, there was a nuclear disaster. And very rapidly, the whole area got contaminated with nuclear radiation. And it was not clear whether people had to evacuate a particular village. You cannot simply say that these 500 square kilometers should be evacuated. So people started asking government as to tell for a particular village, should we stay there or should we not? Should we evacuate? Then it was very hard to answer. And when they were wondering about this problem, one guy started a very interesting experiment. He said, I have a Geiger counter with me, which I use for some hobby. And then I'm going to put this data in this crowd. And those of you who have a similar device, please post it there. Then very quickly it started getting posted. Then people came back and said, hey, I'll give you a $50 Geiger counter. Then very quickly, within a week, I have seen that happening with my own eyes. Within a week, the whole area got covered with the data, user data from the nuclear radiation. Remember, now the plenty of data, There may be malicious data in that, there may be erroneous data, but the data was significantly large. And then quickly they were able to do a radiation map of that area. And people had to just go on that website, observe, and if it is deep red, evacuate. If it is green, stay there. If it is yellow, take a car. So this was what was possible. And similarly, I don't know, again, all these things happened during the disaster time, which is obvious that they are the cases for use. The Haiti had a earthquake some years back. At that time, a project called Wahidi from Kenya, they had a product where anybody who is trapped could simply send data to a central crowd system, and they would quickly form a map. And on that map, they always found people who sent data who were trapped. And at least about 100 to 200 people were saved because of this kind of an application. So then we did something on road quality, and then we did something on rural electricity distribution monitoring and so on. So basically, what I'm getting at is getting data is simple. Getting data, the data is random, and the data is erroneous and probably also noisy. But nevertheless, a number of applications have come up in the past where these things have helped people to really manage things, particularly in the times of disaster and so on. Then we will look at the last method, data collection. I'm going to spend a lot of time on this part because I want people to know what is happening as much as possible. Now, this Google data, they keep collecting data. If you use any of their devices, their applications and so on. And I think Gmail is one of the most prominent applications. And then you have the Google Map, then you have the Google Earth, then you have Google Groups, then you have the whole lot of things. So they keep collecting this data. In doing so, they do a few things which I think people are not even aware. Most of you, I'm sure, have at one point of time, Google says, you are now signing up, and have you read the agreement? Is it okay? And I don't think anybody has read the agreement. You say yes because that is a prerequisite to create a Gmail account. It is a prerequisite to contain so many other things. This particular document which you have said yes is a 37-page document which keeps changing now and then. You must have been receiving mails saying that we have updated our policy. And then you say, okay, ignore it. You won't even open the mail. But these kind of things, they are doing it to protect themselves legally. And the kind of things they do, I'm taking Google as an example. A lot of other people do it. And this is from the public domain, from their own document. So I cannot be sued for anything wrong that I say because it is from their own document. So look at the kind of data that they collect. Remember, what are we doing? We are talking about IoT. We are talking about data. Therefore, the presence, the availability of data, its goodness, and its use are all equally important. So when you create a Google account, your name and a password is stored. Then you can also choose to add a phone number or payment information to your account. You might choose to provide us with, this is the direct language from their document. You might choose to provide us with information even if you aren't signed to the Google account. Remember what I said, look at what they say. You might choose to provide us with the information even if you are not signed into a Google account, like an email address to receive updates about our services. We also collect the content you create, upload, or receive from others when using our services. Look at the blatant way they say, we also collect the content. That means all your emails that you have sent, secret, open, and then anything private, they have it. I'm not saying that misusing it at the moment, but the point is, here is a huge privacy breach here. The moment you send, in the past, if you wrote a postcard, at most the people who were processing the postcard up to the final recipient would read the card. And if you wanted a little privacy, you would put it in an envelope. And people did use open envelopes, but in rare cases. But today now, if you select an email, whether that email has any pertinence to that particular operation or not, they collect the content that you create, upload, receive from others when using our services. This includes things like email you write and receive, photos and videos you save, docs and spreadsheets you create, and comments that you make on YouTube videos. Look at the extent of data that they are collecting from all of us. We are now talking about privacy, we are talking about security, we are talking about so many other things. And here, blatantly, we are giving away everything that we are doing when we use their services. In fact, it so happened some years back that one of my project staff, we all went on a flight to some place and then came back after a boot camp. Then next day he received a mail saying that we have composed a nice video for you. Then they took all the photos he had taken and then composed that into a little video and sent it back to him. It was amusing, but then it was extremely scary because people simply know what you have done, and then that is there forever. You don't even know where it actually exists. So then that is one kind, data collection when you're creating. Look at when data is collected through apps. Look at all the apps that you use. I've just given a few examples. There are messengers, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. And remember that there are no nice and good people in this area. What Google does is also done by Facebook. It is also done by Viber. It is also done by Telegram and everybody. Everyone says that you are very safe, and your WhatsApp end-to-end application is encrypted, blah, 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 blah. But they keep collecting the data, the so-called metadata. So again, take the Google example. We collect information about the apps, browsers, and devices you use. Look at the extent of the blatant information that they collect. They know what apps you're using. They know what browsers you're using. They know what devices you are using. I don't know if you have gone and checked up your detailed Google account. In that account, it lists all the devices that you have used. It'll give you the history. When did you log on? When did you log out? When did you do this and do that and so on? And on each device, it tells you when did you use this app and for how long did you use the app and what are the content. The information we collect includes unique identifiers, browser types and settings, device type and settings, operating systems, mobile network information, including carrier name and phone number, and application version number. Can it be more blatant than that? This George Orwell 1984, which says that there is a big brother watching you, slightly missed the point in the sense he was talking about governments doing it, and now people like Google are doing it. We also collect information about the interaction of your apps, browsers, and devices, including IP address, crash reports, system activity, date and time, and referral URL of your request. I don't know at any point of time whether any of you collect this much of data from your own things, from your own devices. I don't think you remember the IP address of your device. I mean, I don't know the IP address from which I'm speaking right now. And crash reports, I don't know. Sometimes we simply YouTube stops and you restart. I never know what is happening. But the fellow collects. He knows that a crash happened. And we collect this information when a Google service on your device contacts our servers. Then, not only that, they collect data through devices. And actually, again, there are many interesting, and again, I refer back to Big Bang because that is a very techie kind of a thing. And I don't know if you recall in some of the episodes, people were terribly afraid that their PC was being used by the military to look at them. And I won't be surprised if that is not done by many others. So here you have these devices with cameras and so on, and who knows what they collect. And through the devices, Google collects the following. When you install an app from the Play Store, it collects the information about your device. If you are using an Android device with Google Apps, your device periodically contacts Google servers to provide information about your device and connection to our services. You have signed up for this. You cannot protest. You have said yes. When you logged on your Android device to the Gmail account, you have said that you can do this. And so you are sending, according to them, deliberately and with consent, you are sending your device periodically the information about device and connection to our services. This information includes things like your device type, carrier name, crash report, and which applications you have installed. We collect information about your activity in our services. The activity information we collect may include terms you search for video. Can you beat it? Views and interactions with content and voice and audio information when you use audio features. Purchase activity. Can you imagine? Then people with whom you communicate or share content activity on third-party sites and apps that use our services. I am not making one single letter here. I have copied it verbatim from the documentation on Google. So if somebody had said that all these are being collected, would you be very comfortable with this, is the question. So Chrome, if you are using Chrome, browsing history you have synced with the Google account. And if you use our services to make the receiver calls or send receiver messages, we may collect telephony log, like your phone number, calling party number, receiving party number, forwarding numbers, time and date of calls, messages, duration, routing, and types of calls. I am purposefully reading out all this because we have not read these 37 pages. We have all signed up. And I think it is just to know, not that they are going to do any harm right now. And I mean, who am I in this whole 9 billion people world that they will go after? They will not go after me, that I'm sure. But the fact that each one of us are giving away this kind of deep information, and remember the statement, therefore, many data scientists make, they say that if there is a service which is free, then you are the product. They say if the product is free, then you are the product. All this wonderful data that you are giving away every moment to Google, you don't get a single pie out of it. I mean, you get Gmail free, you get a 15 GB free memory and so on. But what for? By throwing that, then you are keeping all your photographs there. So in principle, they can collect the photos and do what you like with them, what they like with it. Then they collect the location information. So we collect information about your location when we use our services. Your location can be determined with varying degrees of accuracy by GPS, by IP address, by sensor data from your device, and information about things near your device, such as Wi-Fi access point, cell tower, and Bluetooth devices. So you have given up all your entire location information. Forget about, in the morning I mentioned about toll booths. They collect information. Forget about them. These guys are getting this information every moment you are moving from a point to point. So practically every second, every meter of your movement is actually known to them. Okay, so now once this is done, the question can be, okay, you collected all this data. What do you do? Do you share this by data? What do you do with this data? So Google has a data sharing ability. They give the following statements. They make the following statements. We do not share your personal information with companies, organizations, or individuals outside of Google. Okay, fair enough. Looks good. You have sold your soul only to Google. They in turn are telling you that your soul will not be sold to others. Let's look at a few more details, except in the following cases. With your consent. When did you give the consent? When you tick mark that Gmail account be created. With domain administrators, they share. For external purposes, for legal reasons. So, except the following, they don't share. Doesn't this cover almost everything in the universe? You have already given consent, so that's out of your bound. Then, with domain administrators, they can share. Then, for external purpose, what does it mean? Every purpose can be an external purpose. It is such a vague term that anything can be external purpose. And you have given consent to this, remember. And then for legal reasons, what is a legal reason? I mean, is it that only if you're a criminal or if you're not a criminal? I mean, what does it mean? So they practically share this data with anyone. Google data sharing, they give the legal reasons. I have extracted, I mean, from 37 pages, I took a few of these kind of things. I mean, there are many more that you should be really looking at. It's very amusing to look at it. Have a lawyer with you, a lawyer friend, so that the lawyer friend can also interpret a lot of these kind of things for you. We will share personal information outside of Google if we have a good faith belief that access, use, preservation, or disclosure of the information is reasonably necessary to meet any applicable law, regulation, legal process, or enforceable government request. Just pause for a moment and look at what this means. This means any enforceable government request. The government can enforce any request and meet any applicable law. I mean, what does it mean? Universal law in California, law in India, law in Singapore, and then any regulation, any legal process. Legal process means, providing an affidavit to somebody else. What does it mean? So they will share data only for these purposes. That means that, for instance, if you enter US, in principle, for some reason, if somebody suspects you, all your data can be provided with you not protesting against anything at all, because it is a legal reason. We share information about the number and type of requests we receive from governments in our transparency report. I don't know what it means. Enforce applicable terms of service, including investigation of potential violations. Detect, prevent, or otherwise address fraud, security, and technical reasons. Protect against harm to the rights, property, or safety of Google, our users, or the public as required or permitted by law. Look at the sequence. They will always protect against the property or safety of Google. They don't care about others. Then our users, okay, poor users, they come next. Then or public as required or permitted by law. Then, okay, you collected data, I have given you consent, you did all this, and you will release data only for legal purposes and so on. But do you retain this data? Some data you can delete whenever you like, such as the content you create or upload. But they said that we have collected data on your email. So if you erase your email, is there a guarantee that they have removed the email from their database? This sentence at least does not say anything about it. Some data you can delete wherever you like, obviously. I'm removing email sent and so on. You can also delete activity information saved in your account, or choose to have it deleted automatically after a certain set of time. Okay, it is still in their database. You have chosen to delete. It says it is deleted, but is it retained, not retained? We don't know. Other data is detected or anonymized automatically after a set of period, such as advertising data and server logs. Look at this. They throw a small, what do you call, a safety net, saying that we anonymize your data and send it to advertisers. On the other side, they said we have collected information about your likes and dislikes. So what is the guarantee that this data that has been used for all this advertising is not used to flashback advertisements at you? Those of you who buy Amazon materials from Amazon, you should generally know that after a while, it starts telling you what books, and then it gives the basis. Oh, it is based on the books that you bought in the last 1 year. Slowly, the whole information system that is flowed back to you is such that you start buying 80 to 90% of what they suggest. Groceries, they say, oh, you bought last time this particular oil, why don't you buy it now? Oh, you bought this cat litter, why don't you buy this? So this so-called anonymized automatically for advertising is one part. But using that, they target you is another part which they don't say anywhere. We keep some data until you delete your Google account completely, such as information about how often to use your services and so on. And some data we retain for longer periods of time, which means for eternity, when necessary for legitimate business or legal purposes, such as security, fraud, and abuse prevention, blah, blah, blah. So, in summary, what are we saying? While we are talking about IoT, data collection, beautiful data, put it on, so on, do this and that, the collection of data itself has become such a huge business that we are giving away all our personality in a way to these guys at no cost. And what they give us as 15 GB of free memory or so, or a free Gmail account, is absolutely a bullshit. What is a Gmail account? It is some little table somewhere which can be created and deleted. And anyway, this is no big consequence to them. And not only that, this data is collected from various different things, like from devices, from apps, and so on. And they are shared, and they actually put so many exceptions to that I fail to believe that they just share. They only, if I write a letter to them saying that, can you send me data about my friend, they'll say no, obviously. But if somebody asks from the government, I think they are going to go give it. And then they are going to retain the data. Some of it, they say that you, till you delete the Google account, and some they retain even for longer, even if you delete the account, for legal purposes. So this is the game that is going on today about data. So when we talk about security, when we talk about safety, when you are talking about privacy, and when you are giving away this kind of a data, this is from our apps, but there are other methods also to steal this kind of data from, let's say, see these days it's very common to use cloud services for your, let's say, sensors and so on. Who knows what have you signed up there? So data is simply, we are all data producers. We are giving it away for free. That's okay. Let's give it for free. That's not a problem. But we are giving sensitive information. And on the other side, we come and talk about security, how great it is if your entire Gmail account transaction is completely secure, but all your data is with Google. So this is the kind of thing that I wanted to bring to your kind attention. Now, we'll just look at one more and then go on to a few other topics. Apple policy extract. Apple is slightly better. Actually, there is a company which ranks the data security, the data privacy issues with various companies. They rate Apple at least 2 notches above Google. So we may decline to process requests that are frivolous. There are many others. I'm taking a few things which I thought Apple was different. They decline to process requests that are frivolous, vexatious, jeopardize the privacy of others, are extremely impracticable, or for which access is not otherwise required by local law. You recall about 3 years back, there was a huge fight that went on in California where the government requested Apple to provide the contents of an Apple phone, an Apple account of a suspect terrorist. Apple did not oblige. They said, no, we have no reasonable case made, and we cannot jeopardize the privacy of our user, and I won't give it. And it went into law, and it went into court. Then Apple won the case, and then finally the government had to resort to third parties who actually snoop into devices to get the information. Apple did not provide this information. Don't think that I'm advertising for them. All I'm saying is Apple has a slightly better policy with respect to your data than Google. We may also decline aspects of deletion or access requests if we believe doing so would undermine our legitimate use of data for anti-fraud and security purposes. Where the online tool is not currently available for access requests in your region, a request may be made directly to apple.com for all the things, and then they will even provide you this information, and then you can download all the kind of things that they have. So now the features of, therefore, all these applications that we saw and the kind of data that Google and Apple collect, they're extremely inexpensive to collect the data. They are not paying you. And they're not even paying for your device. You are purchasing it. You are paying for data. You are paying for everything, and then you are giving away the information. So it is inexpensive. Actually, it should be, say, zero value or even negative value to collect data. Then you are leaving digital footprints almost untraceable and difficult to erase. Can you remember how many photographs you have uploaded in the last 1 year for various things? We don't know. So it is untraceable and difficult. Do you ever know can you trace it back to any kind of a hardware where your data is stored? Impossible. Then the high probability of privacy breaches. In spite of all the great things that these people claim, you hear periodically that all the emails were compromised. So many things happen. So where are they? There is security in the system, but it is breached. So there are privacy breaches. And there is unlimited access to some agencies like government. Actually, this is one of the most contentious problems. If you recall, the early part of 20th century to about 80s, late 80s, 90s, we all had a very negative opinion about the so-called second world communist countries who actually had a lot of data on all their people. And then we said we could do anything with them. But compared to what it is today in the modern democracies, it is actually what they had was nothing. No information was available. Today, actually, India is no exception. Japan is no exception. US and European countries, they have so much of unlimited access to some of the data from the government. Some of the countries which are fighting back are like Sweden and Netherlands and others. They say you should put some reins on how much of data is collected and who has it. But other than these kind of things, there is a tremendous amount of data that is available. There are privacy breaches, and there are unlimited access. And therefore, they are highly adaptable and susceptible to frauds. There are some fun facts. I thought I've scared you enough about the Google kind of a thing. Google and Facebook, they say they know more about you than your mother just after about 10 uses of the application, and more than your spouse after about 100 uses. So look at that. That is because you are giving away so much data. And time to detect fraud, if it is detected at all, is up to several years, some cases, with very high percentage of undetected frauds. So if you recall, many of the breaches that happened with privacy, they send you a mail that, oh, it's unfortunate that our privacy has been breached. Please change your password. Why is that I give my password to this service, and every time I have to change it because my data was compromised? So privacy really is at premium, and nobody really has given enough importance or other than to say that it has been breached. I don't know, just for amusement, many of you must have received that I have access to your laptop. I have seen all the screens that you see. Unless you pay me so much of money in Bitcoins, I will tell all your friends how bad you are and so on. How can these kind of things happen? How is that? And these blatant fellows, they tell you what your name and I mean what your account and what your password was. So these kind of frauds are extremely common. And it is very easy to get into darknet unintentionally. There is a advertisement which tells you, give me 1,500 rupees, I will give you 10 million email addresses. And the last method of data collection is by brokers. Due to lack of time, I will skip this. There are what are called data brokers. Their job is to collect data and sell. And obviously, if there is somebody who is a data broker who collects data, collates them and sells it, there will be no question of any kind of privacy or anything at all applied by these people. They have a market. There is an email address that you have to give. And if you give 10 million email addresses, if 10,000 of them are wrong or not correct, nobody is going to go after you. It's one of the nice businesses that you can do. Collect 10 million, collect 1,500 rupees, and even if 10% of them are wrong, nobody is going to bother about. So these data brokers are also dangerous guys who are operating. There are about 7 or 8 big ones in India, and they are sort of across the various countries. Now, just to give a few numbers to say how data breaches happen in all these people, about 62% of cyber breach victims has been SMEs in the past. Some of this data is from Canada, I think, but it applies to many other countries. The pattern is very similar. The small and medium enterprises, they do not have a very strong policy about security. Mr. Vidyashankar was mentioning about audits and then the practices. Many of them do not have any practice. You go and ask any SME, what is your data privacy practice? They sort of stare at you and say, no, what are you talking? And then they quickly switch back to their product. So about 62% of these cyber breach victims are the small to medium industries. And every data breach recovery has on the average taken about $38,000. This is counted from the user's point of view, from the company's point of view, and from various points of view. It is really an expensive process. Then most external breaches have happened. This was the 1918 figure that I have here, $3.5 trillion worldwide due to just breach. Remember, I'm not talking about security or anything. I mean, privacy comes through security, obviously. So this breach happens when there is not secure. So lack of security is causing a loss of 3.5 trillion worldwide. And internet VPNs and other things are used to minimize all this. In spite of this, many things like this are happening. And again, 10 to 28, 18, if you see, x-axis is the identity theft that have happened, the number of people whose identity has been chosen. These are individuals whose, say, PAN number is stolen and things like this. And it is really going to huge numbers. This is from Canada. And as I mentioned, all other countries are very similar. And this is another, again, similar thing. You can skip that. Apart from that, I want to show you this amusing thing, how data is misused. So far, we said data is abuse, I mean, data breaches and other things. Here is a abuse that, so here everything is legitimate. I have data, I have analytics, I have everything that, and everything is legal. You have given me, nowhere you can take me to court. But look at the trick. This is a real picture from Nestle. It says it is a dark chocolate, hot cocoa mix, whatever, and 99.9% caffeine free. Low fat. Okay. Now look at the actual facts. If you take 415 milligrams of caffeine, which is used in the 20 ounce, that is 20 ounces about Starbucks strong coffee, then it is equivalent to about 21 milligrams of caffeine per ounce. Okay, this is one number. And this is a fact. You can go and measure it. An ounce of water weighs about 28 grams. So thus a Starbucks drip coffee is about 0.075% caffeine by weight. Just simple calculation, which means strong coffee from Starbucks is also caffeine free. Or put it the other way, everybody makes the same coffee, but this guy simply uses an analytics trick to say that we are a low caffeine coffee. And Starbucks, if they want, they could also use the same fact saying that, oh, why do you want to waste money on the Nestle coffee? And I have a very strong coffee. I mean, it depends on how you want to put forth the fact. The amount of caffeine is same in two coffees, but the way they use their advertisements to say that we have a great strong coffee or we have a caffeine-free coffee is actually pathetic, and it is simply cheating all of us. So many data, based things that happen, advertising and so many things, it is very hard to detect this. There is this amusing, again, picture where somebody plotted average age of death versus the genre of music. So it looks like people who are in blues and then jazz and things like that, they live a little longer. And people who are in rap and hip hop and metal, they seem to be really, dying young. Oh, this was really, this came in a paper saying that there is a strong correlation, and then look at the male expectancy, female life expectancy versus the musician's age, and this is what is happening. And therefore, it looks like if you start learning metal, punk, rap, or hip hop, you're likely to die fast. Remember, data is freely obtained from the field, and you have consented to give this data. It was analyzed, and that analyzed data is showing here. This is what is happening. Now, what is happening? The fact is, most rap and hip hop stars are still alive today. They have not, because it is a recent, we don't know how long they will live, because it is a recent music genre. Rap and hip hop are new genre, and not at 40-year-old. And very popular musicians begin their careers in their 40s rather than their teens. Therefore, if you look at this picture, we are looking at a sample which is actually absolutely wrong sample. We have to do this exercise after 200 years, by which the new genre will have come. Therefore, what I'm trying to say is data, apart from all the security and other things that we talk about, one is we have the strong problem that we are giving away a lot of data to a lot of people, losing our privacy completely. That's one part. Secondly, this data is used by parties to project all kinds of wrong stuff. And even to detect this is a little bit of a problem. So here is a set of hilarious correlations somebody worked out from the data. Divorce rate in the state of Maine was correlating with the capita consumption of margarine. I mean, come on, the graphs show that they are very similar. And then US crude oil import from Norway is correlating with the drivers killed in collision with the railway train. I mean, come on, these two complete. So, but when you present this as a mathematical fact, look at this, I have data, I have computed, there is such a strong correlation. Then age of Miss America with murders by steam, I believe. And then the number of people who died by becoming tangled in their bed sheets with the total revenue generated by skiing facilities. Look at this. And so if some consultant comes and says, oh, you want to increase the revenue of skiing facilities, then kill a lot of people tangling them in bedsheet. I mean, would that work really? So data can be used for all kinds of funny such purposes. And so this is where we are. So the main theme or the main reason for giving this talk was to say, yeah, we are talking a lot about secrecy. We are talking a lot about security and so on. On the other hand, what is happening in the real world is all of us are contributing a lot of data to this world, a private data that we are giving. And this private data is collected even without our knowledge by lots of people. Though they say it is anonymized, etc., what they are doing with this data is not known to us really. So this is one thing that we'll have to worry about really strongly. What do we do with it? We'll see. But at least we'll have to worry about. Secondly, the more difficult thing, if in spite of all the secrecy, blah, blah, all kinds of things that we talk about, the data that we are providing to this world is being abused by computing all kinds of things to show whatever they want. More or less, you can actually, there was a restaurant which was sued in London where by suitable studies collecting data, it was shown that if there is a particular kind of a smell around that area in a restaurant, the people would order a particular food. That is, you go to that restaurant and then you have, let's say, chole bhatura or something like that, you order. That you order because before entering, there was a smell in the air which was correlated with this kind of an order. And that happened, and they call it neurobiology, some marketing. And the company was sued because they are doing, they're doing all kinds of things like this. So while we have to worry about data secrecy, data misuse, we have to be equally worried about giving away data for free and giving away our private data. And also we have to be worried about the misuse of the data that people do. And if you read newspapers, Baudelaire in the 18th century said, the 19th century wrote already in those days, without all this technology, he says, I'm really surprised that you open a newspaper in the morning and don't feel sick about what you read. And that has become even worse today because you have like number of people who died tangled in bedsheet is correlated by the revenue generated by the skiing facilities. So what to do? We have to be very responsible in the application of tools, data tools. We have to detecting and removing fraud from transactions is very, very important. How we do that? We have to equally be cautious about this as about security and other things. And then we have to highlight the complexity of doing this and then the importance of doing this and why we should also equally focus on this and not only on simply the encryption and then just, they are important. You cannot do away with them. But apart from that, some of the areas we'll have to focus on when we are talking about security and privacy is also that we have to be very responsible about the tools. We have to be very careful to think of fraud and transaction and remove them from that whole scene and then highlight the whole complexity and its importance for the whole thing. Actually, there are two non-computer science people who are partly doing computer science work in University of Washington in Seattle. And they have a course, online video course called Calling the Bullshit. I have taken many of the examples from them. And they are data engineers. Those two, apart, one is from biology, I think, and the other is from psychology or medicine or somewhere. And these two people are actually data science people. And they are doing a lot of things with data, collecting data and so on. And they are the ones who offer a course called Calling the Bullshit. And that exactly what they are trying to show you is all this data is present with you. First of all, where did you get this data from? And secondly, having got this, what are all the nonsense that you can do? And how a majority of things that are happening today are really in this domain of all this nonsense that is generated out of data. So the main aim, again, to reiterate in this last 1 hour was to indicate that privacy of data is as important or significantly important with respect to when we talk about security and other things. It's very important. And how we do, what do we do with this privacy? In fact, Europe is doing a lot of things about the privacy, and we should look at that. And I have not seen any kind of a full-fledged seminar in India on privacy, and I don't think anybody is bothering. One of the persons in the privacy seminar said, the only way you can talk about privacy in public is you become fully public. But well, that's a bit ridiculous. So privacy, and then we'll have to see about how the data is applied to generate any kind of information that you create, how we present it, and then how we avoid any kind of frauds and transactions from all the data that is available. This is as important as to think of security technologies, safety technologies, and technologies for privacy. privacy. Thank you, and I will look at any questions if there are any. And so I strongly urge you to look at that lecture from the University of Washington, Seattle.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. There are some questions coming up. There is one question from Vatsal. Even in the Panama paper conspiracy that happened a few years back, there was a misconduct of data by someone inside the money firm who leaked severe bank details. I think it's just a statement.
Yeah. You see, inside, when breach happens, it is much harder to contain. Because if you have your system admin who knows everything about it and he or she breaches the data, there is nothing that you can do about it. So you can only really worry about, you can not worry about in the sense there must be multiple levels of monitoring and so on. And in spite of that, many thrillers have been written about this kind of breaches. But what I mentioned in the whole thing was giving away data, breach of privacy at a public level, and then the harm that it causes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I have one question. Based on your talk, we understand there is a lot of tussle between commercial interest and individual rights like privacy, etc. But what about national interests? Like, for example, China is going ahead in AI just because of abuse of data. They can just get whatever
China
data
is
they want.
completely wrong because they have absolutely no boundaries, right?
Yeah, right.
So, talk about countries where there is a semblance of boundary, like United States, India, Europe, and so on.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So the question should be addressed more. So what should we do? Yes, there is a problem there. But the point is, so that's why it is actually not a technology question. It is more a political, judicial, and many other questions and transparency questions. Like if I give private data, how do I know that it is not going to be used for a wrong purpose? This has never been answered anywhere, right? That is the problem. That is what I'm saying. And in many, for instance, in Europe, now you have a new that GDP policy or something like that, which you'll have to sign up before you can even write an application and so on. And there are some standards that you have to meet. So people are becoming sensitive at least to the privacy issues. And there is a whole thing called the right to forget. I don't know if you heard that term.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And you can go to Google and say, I have every right to be forgotten. We have no such things here at all. Just interestingly, today, there was a case where the Mumbai High Court has dismissed a case saying that just because in WhatsApp messages, there were things like somebody was inquiring about a drug and you raided him and did not find any drug in his place, WhatsApp message itself cannot be considered as an evidence. These are very interesting issues that are happening. Yeah. So this is not, actually it is judicial, legal, these kind of things. And all that I'm saying is that part of the world has been totally sort of ignored in our country. And we have to also give some importance to that.
Yeah. Right, sir. Yeah. There are two questions, but same topic. The question is basically, how do we really protect our privacy? What is the way? So they're looking for solutions.
This is an issue. The thing is, one thing which is reasonably well manageable is if you belong to a company and use the email of that company for company purposes, all the transactions related to that company's affairs using that account can be considered reasonably safe in a good organization. So if you recall, we have the so-called private email addresses and public email addresses. So the email addresses that I use for companies are private one. But then the restriction of that is I cannot write a letter to my son or my daughter on that. It is to be used only privately. So, but you can protect such things by using privacy. And then VPN to a certain extent, somebody has also asked earlier, VPNs to a certain extent, they take care of all the breaches in the networks rather than really at the content level. So we're using VPNs, and for instance, not using public facilities, banks keep telling you, right, Wi-Fi cannot be used, public Wi-Fi should not be used for banking and so on. So like this, there are some basic, simple rules that you can apply. and you can protect to a certain extent. But if you consciously use, now Gmail is used by many people even for their small enterprise operations. They don't have a separate account. So in that case, they are bound by the Gmail rules. And if that has a privacy breach, you have a privacy breach. So that's a problem. Secondly, the other way which people have been strongly commenting is, if you want to be safe, don't be on Facebook. Well, if you say, I want Facebook and I want to be safe, that's a complicated issue. There is a an author, I'm trying to remember the name. I'll probably send it to Professor. He wrote a book called 10 Reasons to Get Out of Social Network. And he is the inventor of virtual reality. And Lemire, I think, Lemire, some name. He wrote a book called You Are Not a Gadget. Just search for that book. You will get the author's name. And he wrote a more recent book, which said that 10 reasons to get out of the of the social network. So the feeling with some of the even strongest technology persons like him, Lanier, is that the moment you use any facility like Twitter, Facebook, your privacy is breached. So what are you talking? You want to get out? Get out.
Yeah, great. There is one question. It seems like policy can only follow technological development. Is there any way policy making can be more proactive alongside technology process?
Yeah, Sharon Lanier. Huh? Yeah. How can the technology follow the policy? Is it?
Yeah. Is there any? What he's saying is, it seems policy can only follow technological development. Is there any way policy making can be more proactive alongside technology progress, especially in developing countries?
Look at the autonomous vehicles. Policy, law, legal, they have come first. Then your technology will have to incorporate those.
Yeah, right. Right.
So if, for instance, many questions like, if an autonomous vehicle has killed a person, who is liable, has been attended to. So the policy has been put in place. And then only the vehicle is allowed to go on market. I mean, to go on the roads. So it is not impossible. But the thing is, in the cyber world, it may be a little more, because at least a vehicle you can see. So you can make a policy which is much more easy to sort of imagine and do things. But on the other hand, things like in cyber world, yes, it's more difficult. But in principle, it is possible. A policy can certainly drive in a technology. It can happen.
Thanks. I think we have covered all the questions, and I think time is also over. So I would really want to thank heartfully Dr. Jamadagni sir for giving really eye-opening talk on this very important topic. Right, it's very, very socially important, especially for our first-year students. Right, they're coming in and they need to know about what are the issues with privacy and what kind of things can happen. Right, so very, very thanks for that, sir. So I just can't stop mentioning this, but there was a Spy versus Spy cartoon, and yes, Spy versus Spy, olden days you might have seen. So there is way. So one thing is, one guy can snoop on you, but the other guy can feed in wrong information to put that person in the totally wrong direction. So I believe, our Indian people are very smart. So let Google and all collect their data, but we will probably, oversmart them by.
No, but for instance, what you buy cannot be stopped, isn't it?
Correct.
If you use services,
sure.
I mean, they know it. You have bought it.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Right. In fact, it was told that Google knows all the people who are dating, right, all over the world. There are two mobile phones coming together in specific locations which are used for dating. No, they know these people are dating. So, sure, exactly. Yeah, thanks. So, sir also mentioned about, I think, chole bhature. So, a lot of people, I think, getting for the lunch. So, with this, I really thank you, sir. And we hope to hear you more and more in the upcoming days. And this is really useful talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I will hand over to MC for further instructions. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Then I will leave the meeting then. Huh?
Sure, sir.
No, I mean, I will mute first.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you, Jamadagni sir, for sharing your deep knowledge with us. Your session was full of valuable knowledge with the facts and your valuable suggestions. Surely we'll look into it. So I would like to thank Anand Kumar sir and also Kamakoti sir. And I also thank Kamakoti sir for their grateful appreciation for your and leading an impressive talk and indigenous RISV microprocessor from the Shakti family. And I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Chitnis sir for chairing the session. Now it's time for the lunch break. We will resume here at 1:45 p.m. following a cultural program. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you, everybody. See you.
Good afternoon. Without taking much of your time, permit us to start the cultural program. Sadiq, do you feel some turbulence around here?
Yes, I do, Maitri. Everyone is eager to sink into the depth of music, songs, lights, and joy. Well, here you are. Today we will have a rainbow of cultural programs prepared under the able stewardship of our teachers. Maitri, please present it.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमट्टाय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसधाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरी तनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरी तनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गन्धर्वराजाय गन्धाय गन्धर्वगानश्रवणप्रणैवे गाढानुरागाय ग्रन्थाय गीताय ग्रन्थार्थतन्मये गुरिले गुणवतये गणपतये ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे ध्येयचरिताय गायगवराय गन्धर्व प्रियकृते गायकादीन विग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरी हृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानोत्सुताय गौरी गणेश्वराय गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरी तनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरी तनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गौरीसुत प्रिय महेश प्रथम सुमीर श्री गणेश गौरीसुत प्रिय महेश लंब उदर भुज विशाल लंब उदर भुज विशाल कर त्रिशूल चंद्रभाल लंब उदर भुज विशाल कर त्रिशूल चंद्रभाल शोभत गल पुष्पमाल शोभत गल पुष्पमाल रक्तवसन कार रक्तवसन कार प्रथम सुमीर श्री गणेश गौरीसुत प्रिय महेश रिद्धि सिद्धि दो चवन करत बार बार रिद्धि सिद्धि दो चवन करत मूषकवाहन सवार भक्तन हितकार भक्तन हितकार प्रथम सुमिर श्री गणेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश पूरण गुण गण निधान सुर मुनि यश करत गान पूरण गुण गण निधान सुर मुनि यश करत गान ब्रह्मानंद चरण ध्यान ब्रह्मानंद चरण ध्यान सकल काज सार सकल काज भक्तन हित सकल काज सार प्रथम सुमिर श्री गणेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश प्रथम सुमिर श्री गणेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुखाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुखमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रणवाय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदित्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराधाय गुरुपुत्रपरिपात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गेयचरिताय गायगवराय गन्धर्वप्रीकृते गाय गान्धीव विग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुस्तुताय गौरी गणेश्वराय गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रणवाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय तनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
It was indeed a wonderful performance. Thank you, participants, for participating in this. And thank you, Renuka ma'am, for the song. So let us now move towards our next session. Now I would request Dr. Monali Mawani ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Dayananda Sagar University, to introduce our next keynote speakers.
Thank you, Siddiq. It is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. T.V. Prabhakar. Sir is a principal research scientist at Indian Institute of Science. He works in network embedded systems, where he focuses on hardware system design, microenergy harvesting systems, and power management algorithms. Sir leads the effort in Zero Energy Networks Laboratory at Indian Institute of Science, where his PhD students, MTech students, research assistants, and interns work on building embedded electronic systems for diversified application. The laboratory has a well-equipped RFID laboratory where object localization algorithms for RFID IMU sensors is underway. His laboratory has published over 80 papers in IEEE and ACM conferences. The laboratory has received several Best Paper awards, including Mobicom 2020, work on energy efficient algorithm for GPS on nanosatellites. He is the principal investigator for MSME Center of Excellence at Indian Institute of Science. He is currently working with about 100 MSMEs and facilitates funding and technical advice from Indian Institute of Science. Sir holds MSc degree in physics, MSc degree in engineering, and PhD degrees. It is my great opportunity. I mean, I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to introduce you, sir. And once again, welcome, and over to you, sir. Prabhakar, sir.
Thank you very much. I heard you well, and thank you very much for your kind introduction as well. What I will do is I will switch off the video and I will switch over. I'll try and share my screen. Are you able to hear me well?
Sure. Yes, sir, definitely.
Fantastic.
Sure.
So let me get rid of this video, which is stop video. All right. Now what I'll do is I'll share my screen. Yeah. So what I will do is, yeah. Okay. So how much time do I have to complete my talk?
Sir, your session is up to 2:45.
2:45. Okay. Yeah. So it's 2 o'clock, 5 minutes past 2, right? Or 7
yes,
minutes
sir.
past 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have 40 minutes to go.
Sir, it's okay. Yeah.
Oh, but we have to stick to the time. So let's keep it at 2:45. I'll try to stop by 2:45. Whatever gets covered, we gets covered. All right. So let's me begin by thanking you, the organizers, for having invited me here. So let me straight away start with a video. Okay. So let me play this. You're able to see it? There is no audio, so there is no problem. Can you see the video?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you see there is a change in temperature here, which just flashed, and you could see that from 23.97, it's moving to 24 and trying to remain there. Okay, and a lot of screen display which talks about Modbus. You can see that there's something called Modbus happening. On the right side, you see some other script that comes up once in a way. Some exception error comes, it shows up there. And there is this continuous monitoring system. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll pause here and I'll show you what exactly this is. Right side, extreme right, you don't have to worry. They're all power sources. It is a junction box there in which we have put all the usual adapters there. Okay. Top left corner, what you see is a box, right? There are two fans on top, and just below that is a Peltier junction. Okay. And inside that box, you have another Peltier. That is the chamber of interest. Now this chamber is essentially a IP66 box. And the idea is that we want to maintain a certain temperature within that box. This is important. Okay. And we are actually trying to maintain anywhere between 20 and 40 degrees. All right. But this is basically just a lab prototype. So any range is okay. So for the moment, we decided that we'll use this, this large range. And then we have to see whether this box is able to maintain that temperature. Now, how do you do that? You obviously have to keep sensing the temperature using some sensor, and then switch on and switch off heater and cooler, isn't it? So whenever there is a drop in temperature, you have to heat it. And whenever there is a rise in temperature, you have to cool it. So essentially we are using Peltier junctions to do that. And what you see on top are essentially for cooling. And what you see inside, which I will show you soon, will be for heating. And how is this control established? What you see here is essentially a controller which uses, I'm sure some of the seniors know about it, the programmable logic controller. Okay, it's a PLC. And the PLC is essentially trying to do an on-off control. And what you have on top, you know, on the right side here, you know that very well, that's a Raspberry Pi. So the controller is running. The physical controller is on the left side, which is essentially a set of relays which are switching on and switching off these Peltier boxes, Peltier junctions and modules, I will call them, Peltier modules. And this controller is running the Open PLC software. Some of the seniors know that PLCs used to be programmed using ladder logic, right? So there are many ways to program PLC. One of them is ladder logic. Here we are using ST, okay? That's another language by which you can code it. So the ST language system, which is coded for running the PLC, is running on this Raspberry Pi. And this Raspberry Pi is actually controlling this relay board, which you see on the left side. So essentially, it's a very simple system. And of course, there is a lot of sophistication in terms of the protocol, because the protocols that you saw in the previous one, that little screen there, you saw Modbus, right? Modbus is an industrial protocol, and it is used for getting data from several RTUs, and then there is a master which gets it, and then it analyzes the data, and then you can put back some data also. It's a bidirectional system that you can establish. It's an industrial bus. So we're not going to that detail because the focus here really is about building building something out of this. Okay, now think of the following. What you see on extreme top here is the physical system, and you have a physical controller which is down below here. You have a Raspberry Pi, you have this little board here which is running relays, and whenever it heats up you have to cool down, and whenever it cools down you have to heat up. All of that is running here. So there's a physical system and there's a physical controller. Now the real the title of this talk is, how do you create a digital copy of this box? Okay, what does it mean to create a physical copy of this box, a digital copy of this physical box? Okay, so that's essentially a twin, and we'll go into the definition of a twin, and then I'll show you how exactly we built this complete system. Okay, so let's run through this video. You see now that I'm trying to focus on the relay system. The fans here are running at quite some speed. And what you see inside, I'll again pause. You can see there's one more Peltier Peltier module inside. And that is for heating. And what you see out on this little PCB, which is on the other one, is actually a thermal sensor, which is creating a 4x4 thermal image of this complete box. Now, any one of you think of a situation why you would need a temperature controlled box at all? I'll give you a hint. In the COVID times, you would definitely need it between, let us say, -2 degrees and maybe +5 degrees.
Maybe, sir, for vaccines?
Vaccines, exactly. So think of that as a possibility, that you want to transport vaccines from one point to another point, and within the city, it could be across cities or whatever. And of course, you want to enable, you want to keep track of it, and you want to IoT enable it every time this little box is moving from one point to the other. And you may want to use blockchains for essentially signing up into registers and ensure that the vaccine arrives in the right temperatures. So therefore, these kind of systems are very useful when you want to. We didn't have COVID and vaccines in our mind. We just wanted to build it because this is something that we started almost 8-9 months back, close to a year, I would even say. So because twinning is a nice, I would say, an application for IoT protocol. So that was the reason. So you can see this is what we want to ultimately twin. Okay. And that's a nice use case, as one of our colleagues have mentioned. So just let me run through this. And when you close the box, this little temperature sensor is actually getting a profile of the complete box that is inside this. Okay, and that computer essentially is displaying all the data that is coming up there. Okay, that's good. So we know that essentially a physical system is already there. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll take you to some boring stuff, which is essentially this. And actually, I will go and put this. Can you see this screen? Can you see my screen?
Sir. Yes,
okay.
sir.
So what you see is, this is a beautiful picture. It's all from internet. Okay, I am a little bored guy to create my own pictures. So wherever I get good pictures, I take them. You see these pictures, they're unbelievable. Left side is a human twin. Okay. And in the middle one, you have a ship or a steamer and associated twin of that. There's an airplane and an airplane twin. On the left side, this is some oil rig, which is out there in the deep ocean, deep sea. And then there is a twin of that. Middle one is an aeroplane engine, and its twin, both copies are shown here. Then you have an automobile and an automobile twin. So all these things are being attempted at various levels. Depending on the level, you would call them digital twin, digital shadow, digital thread, and so on and so forth. Okay, digital thread is a slightly different thing. Definitely the digital shadow is I would say, a preliminary or a primitive version of a digital twin. Digital thread has a different connotation because you can think of in manufacturing, particularly industry 4.0, you have, let us say, a part being manufactured across several machines. Some machine understands, let's say, a 3D drawing, but the next machine does not understand 3D. So you may have to use you have to manually enter from a, let us say, from a piece of paper, all the mechanical dimensions. So that is going away now. From machine to machine, you are using the same 3D CAD model, which is created in a computer, and the same model should come out at the end. And how do you ensure that? You maintain a digital thread across these machines. So it's like think of a simple thread which is tying up things. So if you talk about a digital thread, you're actually tying up things. So that's the meaning of thread. But shadow is just shadowing, right? That is, it's just following you. So if you're building a digital twin, be careful whether you want the twin to follow you or whether you want the twin to be intelligent enough to do something to you also. Think of the following, that the shadow tells you that you are about to fall into, let us say, open drain, right? Think of that. So such a lovely thing to tell you, that shadow informs you that, hey, you are in trouble. You're going to enter an open drain. And then the shadow guides you across and makes you move over the open drain so that you are safe, right? Think of that. That is an evolved shadow, which is essentially a digital twin. So whenever you have bidirectional following up, then you call it actually a twin. So that is what you should actually aim at. So many papers, many definitions have come about digital twins. This is a very, very important thing about the definition of what a digital twin is. It is not only a shadow, but it is also an intelligent system which not only follows you, but also has the ability and the intelligence to advise you on something and perhaps guide you into a good situation. Okay, so this is my definition of what a digital twin is. There are company definitions and we'll run through them. Before I actually go into those boring slides, I also want to tell you that there is another important characteristic of digital twin. Okay, and that is related to the context. Okay, you have to remember this very, very important point. Think about that middle picture here. This engine, can you name an engine manufacturer? Airplane engine manufacturer?
Airbus, I mean.
Huh? Airbus is a plane manufacturer.
Plane, yeah.
Engine. Famous Indigo engines. I don't want to give more hints than that. Famous Indigo engines. Indigo airplane engines. Pratt and Whitney, right? You must have seen in the newspapers, Pratt and Whitney. Pratt and Whitney engines were fitted to Indigo planes, and there were a lot of reports about that system. Just 1 minute, let me take a call. Hello? Okay, sorry, I got a small call here and thought I'll just quickly. Okay, Pratt and Whitney. I'm sure some of you have unmute, right? Some of you can unmute?
No, sir, we have to do it. We co-host have to do it. We will do it. Yeah, if they want to say.
Yeah. Okay. If you are bored, you can tell me. I can stop, and we can also talk of other things. So
they can chat. They can chat. They can write in the chat, and that way they can do it.
Okay, but then that's another distraction. Anyway, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So Pratt and Whitney, right? These are nice engines which are manufactured. Then there is GE. GE is also a big manufacturer. The thing is, if you take Pratt and Whitney, GE, or any one of them, they not only make engines for airplanes, but they can also make engines for ships. They can make engines for anything, right? Because it's an engine manufacturer. Therefore, When you talk about a digital twin, you don't talk about just the engine, but you actually talk about the context under which you are capturing the data. This is a very important point. That's all I wanted to say. And these are the two things you have to remember. You're not talking about a shadow. You're not talking about an engine in its openness, but you're actually associating it to a context. This is very, very important. Okay, so how is it I'm not able to go to the next slide for some reason? Peculiar. Okay, let me try again. Yeah. Okay, so did the slide move? Did the
Yes,
slide
sir.
move? Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Great. So you see, here are some definitions. None of them are mine. Okay. You can see GE's definition: living model that drives the business outcome. IBM says virtual representation of an IoT device in terms of its elements and dynamics throughout the product's life cycle. Analytics is the key at all these stages. Dynamic model, which shifts continuously with time and age. Twin captures the context. This is very important. And what are the applications? Predictive maintenance is a very, very big application for digital twin. Okay, and then you also have dynamic recalibration, which affects the design and build. This is what I was trying to tell you. If you know that you have created a digital copy of the physical system, the digital copy can tell you many nice things about the physical system that was built. So you may want to recalibrate it and do a lot of interesting things, right? So that is the point. So digital twin is an up-to-date representation of a real asset. An asset actually can be a component. It can be of a pump. It can be a component of a pump. It can be the pump itself, or a pump system, or a system of systems. You can twin anything, okay? And you can see as you start making the system very big, twinning also becomes extremely difficult for you to, model. So this is my last slide on digital twin. What you see on the right side is the physical system. Okay, sorry, the left side you see is the physical system. What you see on the right side is the digital twin. And you see how this twin is created exactly looking like that of a physical asset. What all you have to do in order to do that, you have to create a physics model of the physical asset. You have to apply a lot of statistical models and machine learning if you want to do any advice back to the physical asset. And if you want to get to the material properties, airflow or fluid flow or any one of them, you need to have a CAD model of it. You need to do finite element analysis of the system. You have to maintain history by collecting a lot of data from the physical system. And then you will be able to actually follow some small part of the physical asset. Okay, so essentially it's a very vast area, and you may not be able to create a full twin of the complete system, but you may capture some key elements and keep not only following them, but also use the data for proper advice. So essentially, this is what the whole background is. And now, having introduced you to the background, I will now go back and show you what exactly we did. Okay, so I'll shift to this slide. Okay, can you see my new slides? Can you see my new slides?
Yes, sir. Yes,
all
sir.
Right. Okay, don't read anything. Okay, it's no use because there's a lot of material here, and that was not my intent. My slides are full of text. Don't look at them, only look at pictures. What you see on the right side is well known to you. I want to twin this. That is my goal. How will I do? And what is this? This is essentially a tabletop sized portable temperature controlled chamber. This is what I want to do. And in order to do that, I need nuts and bolts and screwdrivers and all kinds of toolkits. So on the left side, you see my toolkit: Open PLC, Eclipse Ditto, FreeCAD, SimFlow, OpenFOAM, ParaView, UiPath Studio. All of it is required. These are my tools, okay, which I have used in order to create a twin. And what is this twin? How is it modeled? I use the physical model, and I then do a simulation model, and I do an automation framework in order to get my digital copy of the physical system. So let's go into this exciting area to see how exactly all these things actually fit in. Now, again, you go back to the right side picture, you will see that this right side picture is actually realized using the down picture here. You have an Open PLC, you have the Raspberry Pi, which you also see on the right side. You have Eclipse Ditto. Okay, I'll come to that. Then you have a web app. Okay, what you saw in the initial video where the temperature was changing from 24 to some other number and coming back was essentially a nice HTTP related app which was running there. And that app was actually contacting this Eclipse Ditto, which is essentially a framework for creating digital twin. Okay, and it is like, you can think of it like a gateway which allows you to connect different type of protocols. One of the protocols we used is HTTP, and from the Raspberry Pi to Eclipse Ditto we use WebSockets. WebSockets is for real-time communication, and in order to keep your shadow, evolved shadow, which is essentially a twin, you need to get data in real time. And how did we do that? We used WebSockets in order to do that. And WebSockets is a protocol which runs after you have established a HTTP connection. And in order to introduce industrial reliability, we use Modbus over TCP, and all of that is integrated into this Raspberry Pi. And you have the hot Peltier cell and you have the cold Peltier cell. One is for heating and one is for cooling, as I said. And of course, you need a temperature sensor to sense the temperature of the chamber. Now, what are these pieces of open software? You can see the story is slowly evolving. OpenPLC is essentially the physical control of the chamber, right? You're trying to ensure that the temperature in the chamber is maintained within a standard up and down temperature. There is a top and bottom thing. That you use an OpenPLC, and these relays you see on the right side is essentially doing that. Eclipse Ditto is an open source cloud platform used along with the web application, which I showed you on the extreme right, as a tool for remote monitoring and remote controlling of the physical chamber. The fantastic thing about Eclipse Ditto is it gives you so many type of protocol inputs. See, on the left side of Eclipse Ditto, you see WebSockets. On the right side, you see HTTP. So this is like a gateway, a switcher, kind of a switch system, which will allow you to switch between different type of protocols, all built on a nice little, I would say, a VM, essentially a Docker on which you can run all of this. Okay, so that's another important. So now we already know that there are a lot of components that are required in order to reach that, in order to twin that system. Okay, now here is the automation control loop. Again, this is the physical one. It's pretty straightforward. Don't read anything on the left. You measure the current ambient temperature, and then based on that, you decide whether what should be the range. If it is T infinity is that temperature is greater than the desired, -2, that means you're giving a margin of between -2 and +0.1 on the right side, 0.3 degrees. You either, if it is true, you have to switch on a subsystem operation. Hot subsystem is off and the cold subsystem is on. That means you're trying to heat up, you're trying to cool it down. And therefore, because the temperature is greater. Now, if the temperature is lower, you may want to do the opposite. You switch on the hot subsystem and the cold subsystem is kept off. Again, you remember that little web app that I showed you right in the beginning in the video. It was going up and down, and you could see down below that the status of the subsystem was actually indicated as well out there. Now you see this. This is amazing, right? What you see on the right side is a CAD model of the system. I mean, this is easily doable if you have 3D Works, 3D Studio, Rhino, AutoCAD. So many systems are out there. But here we are actually using open source. And this is essentially the FreeCAD which is used. And the beauty of FreeCAD is behind it will stitch some Python code. So that Python code has the ability to render right on a web browser this picture on the right. That is the beauty. Okay. And it's not easy for you to model such a system because it is just not about a CAD model that you have to create. You also have to create the hot subsystem. Heat transfer problem has to be solved, right? So you have convection and conduction problems. So you have a fan, then you have the fin, you have the sink base on the down below. Then you have the Peltier junction, right? Then there is conduction happening here. From conduction, it goes to convection, and then ultimately it is mixing with the air, ambient air out there. So all of that will have to be modeled. So what kind of, so it's just not about a drawing, but actually a CAD model through which you can actually run the CFD simulation. For CFD, Open CFD, we use OpenFOAM. See, after all, you want what is the temperature of the chamber, right? For that, if you have your hot subsystem and cold subsystem modeled correctly, then you should actually mimic the physical system. Your model should be able to mimic the physical system. So let's see how that suspense unfolds. Now, SimFlow acts as a GUI for OpenFOAM. It is used to set up the CFD analysis. It's not anything, it's not really the physics engine, but it is more of an interface to the physics engine. ParaView essentially is an output. Okay, it is just showing you, visualizing the CFD results. For example, if you are interested in temperature profile of the chamber at a given snapshot, that it will be able to display with ParaView. I'll show you some pictures of ParaView. Okay, so I hope you're getting it now. So what we are now doing is we are creating a physics model of the chamber, and we are using the heat transfer problem in order to solve this problem and to see whether the temperature inside actually matches up to the physical temperature that we are able to measure for this given dimension. This is very important, and that's why the CAD model comes into picture here. This is the automation framework. The automation framework simply takes the user input, the geometry, then the mesh, then the CFD solver, turbulence modeling, then thermophysical properties of the system, the operating conditions, and every time you are solving differential equations, you need these boundary conditions, the initial conditions as well, and then you get the simulation output. All of that is actually being done within our system, and you are gluing CFD with other parts using what is known as a UiPath Studio, which is essentially like it's a robotic process automation. You can look up UiPath Studio. We don't have time for getting into the detail. It essentially is able to tie up different things. Data from the sensor will have to be tied up to your the model, right? So the physical system and the digital system will have to be tied together somehow. And the tying up is done by this robotic process automation, which is essentially called RPA. And it's an amazing piece of software which will allow you to glue these systems, patch them between the physical and the simulated space. This is the mathematical model. I will not go into the detail, but I must tell you that we had, the simple equations which we solved. And what is important is left side, you'll get two equations for the hot subsystem. The cold subsystem will give you two equations. And if you are able to get the physical sensor data measured by the physical system, if you are able to input into these equations, you should be able to model quite accurately the physical system's temperature. That is the key takeaway. Okay, you're feeding live temperature into these theoretical equations. It will give you some average value. Let's see how exactly it goes through. This is my overall system. Very, very important because it took us a while to understand how we are trying to do. You see that there is a, the physical system is on the left side, and the Eclipse Ditto is like a gateway which can take several types of protocols. And then you have the user input coming through the web app, and then it goes into this digital twin model. UiPath Studio is gluing everything together. It's gluing the math model. It is taking the SimFlow, ParaView for visualization. It's taking the FreeCAD geometry. It's putting it to OpenFOAM for solving the differential equations. And ultimately, you need to see some numbers, trying to see whether the digital system twin is actually able to mimic the physical system. So I will leave this slide, which is a very busy slide, but I'll show you some results. Okay, what you see again, leave the left side, look at the right side. Look at the math model. Okay, x-axis is time, the y-axis is the temperature. I mentioned to you that we put a temperature sensor inside the box, right? And it is getting the, so you get 16 pixels temperature inside the box. Now we took the temperature from 4 cells. Out of the 16 cells, we took 5, 6, 9, and 10 cells and then plotted them and to see how the temperature was rising. Okay, the top picture is about temperature rising. The down one is about temperature decreasing. You can see that the math model and the physical temperature, they are more or less matching each other. Of course, there is a difference. And I'm sure you understand why there is a difference. Anyone? Whoever is able to unmute can say why there is a difference. You would be really scared if you see the math model lower than the physical system, right? That would be very scary. But this looks okay. Clearly, there's a lot of leakage in the physical system. There's super amount of energy leakage. The theoretical value says it should be at, you take the time 300 seconds. Okay. At time 300, it should be 37. But it's not bad. It's saying 33. That means there is a 4-degree difference between the physical system and the math prediction system. Clearly, the math system is the ideal one. Whereas what you see measured by the physical system indeed is the fact that there is leakage in the box. It's not a great box. It is definitely has energy leak. There's a heat leak. And therefore, there is bound to be a difference. But if as long as you are able to see a relationship, a correlation between the math and the physical system, then it is easy to correct, right? In fact, in a real system, you don't want to have these kind of gaps. It should be exactly matching that system. In fact, this is open for research, right? You now know if there is a 4-degree difference in temperature, you actually know what is the degree of your sealing. The degree of sealing is okay. It's not so bad. If at 10 degrees, you would say, there is a serious problem. Lot of heat is leaking or lot of cold, whatever, heat or cold. There's a loss in temperature, which the chamber is unable to maintain. And therefore, you may have to revisit the physical system and say, hey, there is a problem. There's a leak here. So this is in fact giving you already super insights on how good your actual system, physical system is set up for the given application. Now, this is what the simulation model is telling you. Every snapshot you see on the, only look at pictures, don't look at what I've written there. Okay. Every time you get the physical data, you feed it into the simulation model, OpenFOAM will give you, will run through the simulation and give you some temperature value. Okay. These are the snapshots which you see down there. Not important. I'm just telling you that OpenFOAM and followed by ParaView is able to give you a nice simulation output as well. And this is essentially giving you a complete simulation system. Now, this is my last slide so that I'll be able to maintain the time. Look at the x-axis is time. Y-axis is temperature. Okay. Now, this is what a digital twin is supposed to do. And I want to spend 2 minutes on this. Look at this. You see the way the temperature is rising. The actual trajectory is shown. There is some slope for it, right? You can easily calculate the slope. The catastrophic point has been shown to be at some 40 degrees or so. The slope is telling you that in about 450 seconds or less, around maybe 380 to 400 seconds, if the rate at which the temperature is rising continues to rise, it is going to go and touch 45 degrees, right? So you now realize that this ramp is not the right way to do. Therefore, somewhere around 450 seconds, we decide to cool it down. And therefore, you turn on the open PLC system and say, hey, now switch on the cooler so that the temperature comes down. Now, who did that decision is the question. It was not the open PLC. It was not the physical system. It is the digital twin which gave a trigger to get the temperature down. And that is the beauty. Much in advance, before even it would even touch 45 degrees, I realize that the slope at which, the rate at which the temperature is rising can lead me to a situation where I will be able to, I'll kill the system. I'll have a blast of the temperature chamber. And that temperature, I decide that will be dangerous for the system. And I put a threshold point somewhere around 40 and say, all right, at this point, let me inflict it back. Let me put it back and let me ensure that the chamber is cooled down. This insight is what is called what if analysis. What if this temperature rises at this rate? What would happen? You're doing early prediction. This is prediction. This is essentially condition monitoring. This is essentially the applications under which a digital twin is actually built to begin with. If I know my airplane engine is behaving in a particular way based on the model that I have put in place, I actually know when there'll be an engine failure. I exactly know how the prediction, because I'm using real data. Don't forget that. Look at this picture. It is so powerful on the right side. It's actually using actual data. Okay, and it is doing you can say, what analytics are you running on this? Okay, I did some simple extrapolation. That's okay. But I'm able to get to it, no? With real data. So as simple techniques, analytical techniques, you can come to this point. And the beauty is that model, the digital twin, which I told you about, the digital shadow being an intelligent guy, advising the human that, look, man, there is a drainage. There's an open drain, go around it. This is essentially doing that, right? It's telling you to go back. So in summary, this is what is important. When we build twins, we need a what if analysis of the twin. And therefore, this is the most important thing. And that's how we were able to get to this system. That's all I have. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such an enlightening session. And I'm really thinking this is a very new technology. And I was just thinking, how can it be applied into this crisis that we all are facing? That what if the vaccine will come, and how will it, will there be any reaction to anybody having any kind of health issues? A lot of what if questions are related to this vaccine scenario. This is maybe an example of creating a twin for a biological system and finding out. I'm sure so there are a lot of other applications are there of these digital twins.
Oh, absolutely. Human twinning is an important area of research. And definitely you need a lot of domain knowledge to get to that, right?
Yes.
You need to work with doctors. You need to work with clinical physicians. You need to work with, it's a multi-domain problem. Okay. And people have to understand the brain very well as well. So it's a very, human, even without twinning, each one of us are so complex by ourselves, right?
Yeah.
To create a twin of human, I think it's you need superhuman to do that. Anyway, it's a good thought though.
Maybe 5% or 1%, 2% we can create. It may help.
Yeah.
So there is one question. What is Peltier?
Oh, Peltier. These are basic junctions, which, I don't know if you have a modern car. Peltier, easiest is to think about your beer can inside your car, right? You want to keep it at 5 degrees to sip beer. So you will have a cooler inside your car. Okay. And that such a cooler essentially can be used, is built using Peltiers. Peltier is a device which essentially on one side it heats up, on the other side it cools down, simply based on Peltier effect in physics.
Okay.
You must have heard of Peltier and Seebeck effect, right? So these are essentially freely available.
Okay. Then there is another question: how to construct a twin respecting the environmental shortcomings existing in real life?
I'm not clear with the question. Of course, there is nothing. In fact, you're doing a lot of favor by building a twin. I showed you the huge gap between the physical system and the mathematical model. That essentially is, if you think about it as gas, it's a dangerous thing, right? Think of the Vizag gas system, where that, styrene gas was leaking. If that gap is very high, that means there'll be a huge amount of styrene gas being leaked out beyond safety and health related thresholds. Therefore, the twin is actually telling you that it's not so bad. The ppm or the ppb levels of air that is leaking out is not very significant. So in fact, it can do a lot of wonders, even in chemical industries and wherever gas is being used, poisonous gas is being used.
Okay. So one more question. In safety critical systems like autonomous vehicles or aircraft, can digital twins help minimize or avoid physical and environment testing for a software hardware update?
Absolutely. Wonderful question. Think of the following, whoever asked this question, think of the following. What happens if there is a bird hit when a plane is taking off to the engine. If it is a small bird, anyway, all big birds or even a huge elephant or whatever, anything that goes near the engine will all perish, right? In microseconds, will all vanish into thin air. That is not the point. The point is there are 180 or 200 passengers inside the plane. Okay. Now, if there's a very small sparrow which hits the blades, the sparrow will die, the plane will be small, little bit affected. But think of a vulture. If a vulture hits the plane or a pack of vultures hit the plane engine, definitely there will be a damage to the blades. The plane will definitely have a problem. And therefore, this is essentially what you can do. If you have a digital twin, you send a virtual vulture inside it. Don't send a real vulture, send a small vulture, a digital vulture. See what will happen to the blades of the engine. Then you send a sparrow. See what actually happens to the blades of the engine. You can do a lot of what if analysis even without the physical system. That is the beauty. Next question.
Okay, as if now no questions, sir. Thank you very much for your session.
Sure.
And we are really grateful to have you as a speaker.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. I can leave now?
Yeah, sir. By 3?
Oh, by 3. Oh, I see.
By 3. No, not by 3, sir. I'm calling by 3.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you well.
Yeah, by 3. Yeah, please take over. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Maitri. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. T.V. Prabhakar. The lecture on industrial IT construction of digital twin was very insightful. Thank you, Dr. Munali ma'am, for chairing the session. Let us now take a tea break for 15 minutes. I request all to come back at 3 p.m.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I request Dr. Pushpamala S. Assistant Professor, Department of EC, Dayananda Sagar University, to introduce our next keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the session on theme IoT and security for the Bytes Annual Convocation 2020. Am I audible, Maitri?
Yes, ma'am.
It's my pleasure to introduce today's guest, Professor Ram P. Rustagi. He is currently working as professor in the Department of CSE, KSIT, Bangalore. He honed up his academic skills with PhD from IIT Delhi and MTech from IISc Bangalore. Prior to KSIT, at Kevison Systems, he mentored new technology development using machine learning techniques in network security and performance monitoring. At PS University, he brought innovations in teaching of computer network and security courses and also introduced practical experiential learning exercises. His previous engagements cover senior positions in engineering in various startup technology companies in USA and India. His professional spectrum of over 30 plus years consists of academic institutes, startups, as well as large companies. He is also an invited speaker at IEEE conferences, workshops, faculty development programs. He is a peer reviewer and contributor to some of the IEEE conferences, ACCS magazine. Also, he regularly writes for the Technical Journal on Advanced Computing and Communications, which is published quarterly by ACCS under the column Experiential Learning of Networking Technologies. Good afternoon, Professor Ram. Today we have, welcome sir, welcome. Today we have Professor Ram addressing us on cybersecurity, end user awareness and man in the middle attack. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Let me know, is the screen visible to all?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is visible.
Thank you. So can I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll talk about a topic which is man in the middle attack and a variation of that which is man in the browser attack. This primarily stems from that we all use internet browser, and probably we are in the impression that ignorance is bliss. We don't know about security and there might be a danger lurking ahead the way we use it. So this is more on to bring user awareness, to make sure that you understand what the risks are and what steps you can take to prevent from you being attacked, something of that kind. So I'll first talk about basics. When the web started, where was security? Why wasn't it thought of in the beginning? Then I touch upon HTTPS because almost all the transactions, any activity that happens on internet, make use of HTTPS, and we think using HTTP is secure. Answer is yes and no. That depends upon how do we use it. Then I introduce the topic, which is man in the middle, which is what the topic of the talk now is, and how do we deal with it, and brief overview of man in the browser, which is a variation of man in the middle attack. Few resources. First talks about avoiding pricing. This is from ICICI Bank. I have an account with them, so I could find it, and it's a good resource for you to look at. As said that I also write articles, Association of Computing and Communications magazine on network, so you can find all my articles there. Then Open Web Application Security Project, primarily focused towards security issues in the web applications. So it's one of the topic for man in the middle attack. And another blog which talks about what it is and how to deal with it. When the net started, all the internet protocols, whether you take SMTP, web communication, FTP, they were all in clear text. That basically means when you communicate something, somebody can capture the traffic and look at it and realize what could be happening. In fact, initially when web started, to log into different systems, we used to use telnet, we used to give username and password, and anyone sitting on the network, all he or she needs to do is capture the traffic and will get to know your username and password. And that's the reason you'll probably find telnet is no more recommended to use, and in fact, most of the time is not even available per se. If you look at Mac, they don't even give telnet as a command for you to use it. It was initially insecure because it was started from academics, and I'll give few quotes from the internet founders, authors, why it was insecure. Objective was to make it work. Security became paramount when commercialization started. Even though the web we know today, it came in about 1990 with NCSA, Mosaic browser and server, with Netscape browser, and when companies started adopting it, and when the e-commerce transaction started, that is where the monetary value was, and that is where security became an issue. Till that time, nobody really gave any thought to the security. We all talk about Windows. We look at Windows having a lot of security issues. Primarily, again, I was reading somewhere. Initially, the thought was we are developing Windows to make the life of end user easier. Why would somebody misuse it and attack it? And we know the story. So only with, I believe, Windows Vista, they started giving security a thought. But till that time, it was kind of a patchwork. We all use web, and some of us become fallen to the phishing. That means you are mistakenly taken somewhere else and you lose your information. Just a minute, I think there's some noise. Let me just, give me a minute. Sorry about that. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. So I'll give you a few look at this is the ICICI Bank website that tells you what phishing is. So those who are not really gone through it, my recommendation is look at it and make sure you don't fall prey to the phishing. We also happen to fall prey to the phishing emails. This is one of the emails you get. Sometimes I get email from eBay saying your account needs revalidation or something else. And it looks very, very genuine. And if you happen to make a mistake of clicking a link, you are taken care of. Because then the moment you click a link, something will run in the background, and then somebody get access to PC, it's still information, whatnot. So before you act upon any email or something, make sure look at the genuineness. And best thing you do is just delete, don't even open it unless you look at it. Another email, and which I think I received almost 10 copies of it. I keep receiving once in every month or something saying, we are looking into your access, we know what your account is, we'll break on into it, and unless you pay some money in Bitcoin, we are going to remove other content, something of that kind. These kind of mails are all phishing emails, and I'm sure most of you must be getting one or the other email of this kind. And by mistake, if you happen to click, then probably you're taking a big risk. So unless you verify who the sender of the email is, be careful. And this is all about phishing. Why internet wasn't secure or not designed to be secure initially? Windsurf, who was considered father of the internet, basically said that our focus was to make things work. That itself was a humongous task. And we never focused on why would somebody break the system. We're trying to make things work. Ideally, we should have, but focus was to make it work, and that's the reason security was not given a thought. There's a book called Inventing the Internet, and author writes that people don't break the bank because they are not secure. People break into the bank because that's where the money is. So some information which has no value, you consider itself secure, nobody's going to attack, steal it. But attack only would happen when people perceive some value. Internet Authority thought it started with academia, even though purpose was military, building a classroom where people can interact. But so happened that everybody is using it, and it turns into a bank. The value became in, and security has to be implemented to make sure things happen. Other thought you can look at that time, internet started in US. DARPA was the agency that funded it. And at that time, way back in late 70s, early 80s, NSA still had all the power. So anybody working on security, they want to control everything. They would come and say, the professor, do not publish any paper in cryptography, we may lose security. And professor couldn't say no because all the funding would stop. So security was not the focus in the initial internet, but we now know today that we look at it, and unless we understand security, we might lose up. And we see everyday case, we tricked into it, something of that kind, problem happens. And I see a lot of us putting our all information in public domain, our social sites, our birth date, phone number, and these are the ones which are used by our even bank website, and somebody can make use of it and steal that information. So to be a little careful when publicizing your correct information for public consumption. We all believe that HTTPS is secure. And I'll give few cases where you think the access is secure, but if you are not aware of what really happens, we ignore things up. It's something like if you're walking on the road and we ignore the thugs or somebody person attacking you, then you might get attacked. You have to be aware. Typically, when you access any website, when you use HTTPS, authentication basically happens with 3 parameters. It's something like when you have a driving license and police stops you and checks about your driving license, they typically look at 3 things. One is your name and photo, of course it has to match your ID. Second is when was the driving license issued? Has it expired? That is validity period. Third is who has issued the driving license? If I am in, let's say, IC Bangalore, and I get driving license from director of IC Bangalore, that license may be valid owned by security within IC. But the moment I take my car out of IC Bangalore, no police will recognize the driving license issued by director of IC Bangalore because it's supposed to be issued by transport department. Same way, when you access any website with HTTPS, browser looks at 3 things. First is the website name, that what you accessed is, what you typed in the browser is same as what is contained in the certificate. Because when you access a website, they present a certificate, and browser validates 3 pieces of information: your website name, your validity period, and who issued the certificate. Now I'll give a few examples looking at what could be happening. And a browser checks all 3 pieces of information. And if any piece is incorrect, browser gives you a warning. So let's look one example. This is the IP address of Google. If I access google.com, I get perfectly things all right. And if I access the same thing, let's say I'll access this. Let's say google.com. We get a Google web page. I'll type the same thing with HTTPS, and I'll type the Google's IP address, which is 172. And we get a warning. If the Google's IP address, why the Google gives you a warning is because certificate contains the name google.com. What as a user you type the IP address, the two name does not match. And hence it gives you a warning. And if you're proceeding with this, then you might be in trouble. So in case you click on phishing link or something, the moment you get a new warning by the browser, proceed only if you're sure. I'll give another example there. This is my own website. Website name is rprustagi.com. I'm accessing with HTTP. As you see the log icon here with this red mark, that means it's unsecure is HTTP. I access same thing with HTTPS. You'll again get a warning there saying, because what the name given entered by the user is mywebsite.com, what the certificate contains is rprustagi.com. You can probably even have a look here, advanced, use certificate, and you'll probably see certificate issued to the website name, DNS name, rprustagi.com, issued by cPanel UX. And because I type website.com, this doesn't. So make sure that whenever you access any website with HTTPS, firstly, try to access everything with HTTPS. And the primary trouble starts because as a user, we never type HTTPS. We just type HTTP, and I will show you that becomes the beginning of the man in the middle letter. I often taught web technology, sometime course, even the network course, I ask people, you all filled up the form. And let's say this is one example of the form. We enter a name, let's say my name is, and I'm putting some password. We see star, 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 something. A lot of us think because the star, 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 password is being sent encrypted, is only display is what you are not seeing. Password goes in clear text. In fact, I can make the same form there. You can see what is happening there. Let me type name. I'm typing ABCD. When I do a submit query, you can actually see name and send this and secret ABCD. So just because display is showing star, star, star does not mean that it is being secure. So don't be under that impression because it goes in clear text. And if you're doing HTTP, then you are in actual real trouble doing from that. Of course, today the browser gives you warning when they find a password field. And if you're trying to enter the password, and if it's using HTTP, you get a warning like you might have seen there. You see the warning, connection not secured, and that means your data is going in clear text and nobody can see your password. So anytime you see this kind of things, be aware of the danger lurking ahead and take appropriate action. Few other things, even though access things with HTTPS, is everything really secure? No. Browser gives you enough indications, but as a user, we need to be aware of what those indication means. Today, web page, if you look at it, typical web page has hundreds of embedded URLs in them. You just don't get the content from the main web page. There may be number of images, number of JavaScripts, style sheets, other stuff. So typical web page today has about more than 100 URLs embedded, and not all of them embedded URLs may be accessing it using HTTPS. And that is where lies my security issue. So if every underlying URL is being accessed with HTTPS, you'll basically see a log icon, either green or a black log icon, that means it's secure. Sometimes some of the links are accessed with HTTPS, some are still with HTTP, and if that is the case, you will see a log, but with a warning sign saying There is some passive content, basically means images which are being accessed with HTTP and not HTTPS. And if there's a hacker out there, it might even capture that image access and can tamper your page. If in the web page, which is full of JavaScripts, if there's a JavaScript which is being accessed with HTTP, not with HTTPS, even though the main page is HTTPS, but you'll see a step there. And then if you enable that ignoring security, then certainly you are giving your security away. So a few URLs, I'd like to show you those examples, and then you understand what it basically means. So first I'll look at pure part. So this is using typo error there, let me correct it. You see a black icon there. That means this web content is safe to access and there are no issues. Let me look at the second page. Again, this is it. You see a warning sign. This is because there are two images which are embedded in this web page. And if you look at the view page source, one of the images is being accessed with HTTP, not HTTPS. Even though the main page happened to be HTTPS, but since one of the embedded images is accessed with HTTP, this could be a potential security issue. And let me go to the third page, which is here. I have a JavaScript, which basically button. If you click on it, nothing happens. By default, browser disables any JavaScript which is accessed using HTTP, and in this case, but sometimes because of setting our doing, we enable this. So let's say I disable my security, disable protection for now. And now you see you're getting a red block sign. That means you are in danger. And this JavaScript, now you see pop-up occurs. The JavaScript is enabled, which is called active content. And if anytime you do not see a proper lock icon, strongly recommended don't access that web page because you might be putting yourself in danger. How many of us really bother about this icon is because most of us don't care. Most of us never really type HTTP or HTTPS. We always end up typing just the website and the URL. And if you type that, everything will be insecure and you have real trouble accessing things there. So HTTPS gives security in the sense that it gives you end-to-end encrypted connection. But as a user, we don't type HTTPS, but the web server, we look at Amazon, Google, Flipkart, they all talk HTTPS. And we think we are secure. The trouble lies in between that small window where we type HTTPS and web server want to give you HTTPS access. Even with HTTPS, there could be security issues. Like I said, the browser verifies who issued the certificate. There are more than 650 plus certificate issuing authority which a browser recognizes. And even if one of those authorities is compromised, your whole thing gets compromised, and that could lie the danger. And once somebody compromises the security certificate, then you can open the DNS poisoning, access things, give a different name, address, issue a full certificate, and even sometimes government to capture the unwanted criminals, they do this kind of jugglery. But as a user, one has to be aware what is to be done. I explain my security with this kind of two analogies. We put a latch, we put in a latch and we think, we put a latch from outside, and now we say person is locked, is secure. but we don't know because these screws are there. The screws are long enough. I can open the screws from inside even though I'm locked from outside, the screws are long enough. I can open the screws and open the door and I'm out. So not a security. This happened to me first time in US. I just moved to a new house with this kind of lock. And I happened to forget my key inside the house. And I just came out on my phone to talk to a friend. And I realized that I don't have a key. And I had a flight to take in the next 4 hours. I would call a locksmith. Locksmith comes, and within 30 seconds, he put 2 hammers, some screwdrivers, lock is open. And that was security. So security lies in what the weak points are. You have put a very strong lock, but if hinges are weak, don't blame the lock. It is the hinges that get the trouble. And that is what we need to look at when you say HTTPS is secure. Yes, but the way we use HTTPS, we need to be aware of it. And if you use the wrong way, we are giving away our security. Now, one can say that if that is the case, because users don't type it, why don't we force Microsoft or Google or Firefox to make sure that every website access is done with HTTPS, not with HTTP? Much easier job done, but in reality, it does not work. Because most of us, when you go to our office or colleges or university, the moment you open the browser, it asks us to authenticate. The authentication happens by redirecting. You happen to type yahoo.com, it goes to the authentication server, it redirects to authenticate, give your credentials, username, and then you're able to access. This authentication requires that you need to access HTTP, because if you're doing HTTPS and you do redirect, you can do redirect, but then certificate mismatch would occur and user would not enter. So for any local authorization or authentication, some of us use CyberRoam or any authentication software or public hotspot or wherever, it has to be HTTP, because HTTPS, you'll get a warning, you will not use it. So you cannot force browser to use HTTPS every access, because this disables a lot number of users and that does not work. Having said that, the MITM, the man-in-the-middle attack, explain with the browser what it is and how does it work, how simple it is, and then what can we do to prevent this thing. Primarily, MITM attack is when an attacker stealthily looks at your data, what you're transmitting, without your knowledge, and even it can even modify it, alter it without your knowledge. And if somebody can do that without the knowledge of you as a user, without the knowledge of a web server, and steal the data, that is called man-in-the-middle attack. So this is typical user behavior. You access a website, gives you a response, you get things up, and this is a typical internet access. You're sitting in an office, in a college lab, LAN setup, a corporate office, we are part of the basic LAN, and there are a number of users there. You access it, you get access. More in detail, when you look at, when I access, I normally type, let's say Amazon.com or Amazon.in, we never type HTTPS. So user will type some commerce site name, let's say ecom.site or some website or whatever it is. Because web server want to make sure that access has to be HTTPS, not HTTP, it gives a response saying HTTP redirect, please access anything with me HTTPS. Browser gets this as a response, as a location saying HTTPS. As a user, browser automatically redirects you to HTTPS, access it, and then you get a web page. Connection is set up, HTTPS, handshake is done, security keys are exchanged, and then every data is secure. Trouble lies during these first two steps. And this is the avenue, because user did not type something here, can a hacker do something? And let me show you typically what a hacker does, MITM hacker does. And this could be replicated in your own office setup, your lab setup, whatever, to know what the issues are. User types e-commerce.site. Now what hacker has done some sitting at his own laptop. He has poisoned the internet router, what we access, and it's much easier to do. I'll give you those examples how it can be done, so that any traffic that comes from user, rather than going to the internet, it comes to the attacker. Attacker then send the same traffic to the web server. Web server says HTTPS redirect, and then because redirect, it gets the content as a HTTPS session and give the page to the user. When user communicates, it always goes to the attacker. From attacker, it goes to the web server back to the attacker back to the user. So every communication that happens between a user and the web server is via the attacker, and attacker has captured to all the information. And this is primarily called man-in-the-middle attack. And this is also called hijacking the session. And then if you are giving your user credentials, then attacker can certainly steal whether credit card number, username, password, anything you name it, and that way things would happen. And I'll give you more details on actually what really happens, how the attack really happens. First tool attacker uses is something called ARP spoofing. ARP is address resolution protocol. The whole purpose is given an IP address, converted to local MAC address, because all your interface card, network interface card, work at the MAC level. Now in the LAN setup, in a college, lab, office, home, wherever, let's say A and C are communicating, doing some talk, and B is an attacker. So B can basically poison both A and C using ARP spoofing, telling A and C to go via B. All you need to do is when A and C talks, A uses ARP protocol to find the MAC address of C, C get the MAC address of A and talk to each other. If they have a MAC address of A and C each other, B has no role to play. But what B does is, it uses the tool called ARP spoofing. It poisons both A and C. It tells A that the MAC address of C is B's MAC address. It tells C that MAC address of A is its own MAC address. And that means even though A sends a packet to C, it actually goes to B, and B can give it to C, and vice versa. And you can run TCP dump at B or any other capture and capture the entire communication in what is happening. And doing this lab, setting up ARP spoofing for a person like me or a smart student is not more than 5 minutes. And that can be done very easily just by doing this. And that is where the attack happens. So the basic steps for a student who are technical, they can look at it. Use the Linux machine by single command to convert into a router. Install the dsnip package. Depending on the net speed, it will take you not more than a minute. Issue 2 commands telling IP address of A and address of C, meaning A tells A that MAC address is mine and tells C MAC address is mine, and you are done, and then the capture. And that is where when A and C talk to each other, every communication goes via B. And you think because it's going via B, there might be delays, but attacker has a fast machine and few microsecond delay, it doesn't really matter and nobody would notice. Using this technique, ARP spoofing, that is how the attacker really does. And this typical diagram shows what happens when you access the internet site. Let's say as a user A, you're part of the college network, sitting on a Wi-Fi network, you access some e-commerce site. This could be Flipkart.com, this could be Amazon, any other site, doesn't really matter. Request would go to the user. Now, even the user thinks is going to the e-commerce site, but because attacker has poisoned the AP router, access point of the router, attacker has poisoned user A using ARP spoofing. So even though user thinks packet is going to e-commerce via the AP router, so rather the packet going to the router, packet goes to user. And this is what the first line saying, user one type, it goes to the attacker. Attacker makes the same request to e-commerce site. E-commerce site responds back with saying use HTTPS. Attacker makes a new connection to HTTPS to e-commerce site. Establishes HTTPS session with e-commerce. Now, as far as e-commerce site is concerned, it's a genuine request coming from a real user. Everything is HTTPS. So as far as e-commerce site is concerned, they're providing a full secure service. And then the HTTPS site will give a login form. When attacker gets the login form, it will give the login form to the user A. And what the attacker would do is, in the login form, wherever there is a HTTPS, it would replace HTTPS by HTTP and give the login form to user. The only difference we'll see is user will not see the log icon in the URL bar. Otherwise, attacker hasn't modified any web page content, exactly same web page content, except that wherever embedded URL says HTTPS, it has made to HTTP. Attacker sees the absolutely same user experience, what it is otherwise. It provides username, password. It comes in clear text to the attacker. Attacker has already HTTPS session. It sends the same information to the website, but is made note of username, password, and stores it. And whole communication happens. User thinks he has done it. Neither user nor the e-commerce site has any idea that there's a man in the middle called attacker or user X, which has captured the information. So basically, this is what attacker does. Now you think replacing HTTPS with HTTP is a tough job, has to be done manually. That doesn't happen. There's a package called SSL strip. You can search for it, download it, install it, and once you configure it, the URL there, you can access it. Once you install and configure it properly, it might take you a while to learn, maybe half an hour, 1 day, depending on the knowledge of networks. Then this tool automatically convert all URLs with HTTPS to HTTP. And once you do that, you are basically become man in the middle. So doing this exercise in a lab is probably once you set up this SSL strip with the RP spoofing, then you can access internet, Amazon, and it will not take you more than 5 minutes for you to tell me what your username, password, or credit card number, or security code. I have all the information. And that is where basically the man in the middle. Why this basically works is because end user is ignorant. End user never bothered about entering HTTPS in the beginning. If user entered HTTPS in the beginning, this redirection would not work because certificate would come from the, if user has to give certificate, attacker has to give own certificate, which is different from the website, and the user could not. So because user does not enter HTTPS, we are liable to man in the middle attack. User does not look at the log icon, we should look at, I'm not sure how many of you, when you access a website, really look at the log icon in the browser bar. Even the Chrome, Firefox, Safari, everyone gives you a log icon. If log icon is not there, then that means you are accessing data insecurely, and this could be liable to be hacked by anyone. So one has to be aware of it. Then we can say, look, as a user, we don't have to bother about it. We are not tech savvy. It's the job of IT department. Except the large corporations, all mid-level, small-level organizations, IT department is always undercharged, short staff, and they never have time and technical know-how to detect and avoid this man in the middle attack. So what could be done to avoid? First is educate the user, practically impossible. Each one today, we have a 7 billion population, half the population accesses internet, educating half of the world population to use HTTPS is next to impossible. So this option is pretty much ruled out. Can we enforce all the browser vendors such as Internet Explorer or the Edge or Firefox or Chrome to make sure that every access is done via HTTPS? We can, but all the local authentications, which ask you to authenticate in public hotspots or in a hotel or in your office, that will completely stop because redirection of the HTTPS does not work. For proxy redirection to work, user has to make access to HTTP, so you cannot force vendor browser. Empowering IT, we know the challenges, financial constraint, technical manpower issues. IT tries to run, make sure that network works, system works, and most of the IT department don't even know what MITM is. And even if they know, it is next to impossible for them to detect tools and attack and prevent. Then you can say all the e-commerce sites such as Amazon or Flipkart or whatever, they should never respond to HTTP. Ideally, yes. But if they don't respond to HTTP, when user enters HTTP, the website does not respond, user will time out and user think website is down. Amazon, Flipkart, Mantra, whatever you name it, they're in there for business. They're not there for user education. And if you disable HTTP, they're losing business, and they would not do that. No company want to lose business with commercial organizations. Fifth one, can you make static ARP entries? Because problem started with user manipulating ARP entries. Can you make static ARP entries? Not everyone is tech savvy. Even though I claim to be tech savvy, I still don't do it myself. I believe that I'm in a secure environment. Then you need to undo it, something goes wrong. So it has a lot of overhead challenges, so we don't do that. But is the problem still unresolved? There's a solution available. Internet Authority came up with something called HSTS protocol or HTTP Strict Transport Security. It's actually HTTP header. You can look at details about this at the URL here. And this is a mechanism supported by the web server. It basically says that whenever a web server includes HSTS header in the response, next time a user accesses the same website, even with HTTP, browser would still access with HTTPS. That basically means first time user has to access HTTP, browser would web server would redirect using HTTPS, and when user accesses the site HTTPS, web server has to include the HSTS header that basically telling the browser that for this website, even the user does not enter HTTP, please make sure that access is done via only HTTPS. And most of us, so if you're accessing, let's say Amazon from our home in secure atmosphere, an HSTS header is installed. After that, we can go to any public place, even if you type HTTP, because browser has been configured for Amazon.in or Amazon.com, because of HSTS header, it will always access HTTPS, and then you are secure. And that way, HSTS is supposed to work. And typically, the header looks like this. Strict transport security, max says is about 10 years, and for subdomains as well. Some websites does make a wrong configuration with HSTS header. I'll give you an example which I was looking at yesterday, what could really go. I'm looking at the Airtel website, Airtel.in, we all use of it. This is day before yesterday. And you see it's a HTTPS header, max is equal to 0. So website is telling the browser, please make sure that all access to Airtel.in is accessed with HTTPS, but for 0 seconds. That basically means no effect. So if we're implementing like this, we're technically compliant with absolutely meaningless. So max has to be such different value, and typical recommended value is 5 years, 10 years, and putting a 0, we're basically fooling ourselves. Technically compliant, we're using HSTS header, but it serves no purpose, it becomes absolutely meaningless. HSTS can still be bypassed, yes. It can only happen when first time user visits a website using HTTP, and first time if an attacker could access, then there might be trouble. But if first time you are able to access without an attacker, then you are secure. And that is the case for most of us. So other ways to look at other headers, primarily cookies, make sure that you have secure and HTTP only in the cookies. Any website today has to have cookies, but this is most for the website developer. And I still seen some of the websites, they give you cookies without the secure HTTP only. And that means a cookie contains your username, other password, session details. And when you access HTTP, cookie get passed away, still you're liable to being attacked. So responsibility of website developer to make sure they pass on this header. As a user should be aware of, is any website sending cookies, and you can look at through the tools developer, and is any website sending cookies. Without this, that means you are still being subject to security attack. Other is make sure that For each corporate site, website, or office site, define security policy. Security policy would imply, should images be accessed from same domain? If I'm downloading JavaScript from other domain, which are the trusted domain? To my knowledge, most of the websites don't even have security policy. Compliance becomes secondary. So first job is to define security policy and then make sure we comply. And lastly, I'll come to the man in the browser, which is basically a form of man in the middle layer. Typically what happens in this is, when you access something through a phishing website, or download a music or a song or something, some Trojan horse or some malware get installed. And this malware gets installed as part of the browser. And once this is installed, quite often even any antivirus software is not able to detect. And this Trojan horse can steal all that information and communicate what could happen. And typically this is done for any financial fraud, your bank access, your loan access, social media sites, insurance, anything you take. And we say this is agnostic to HTTPS because the jugglery or the manipulation happens within the browser before access is made. When access is made using HTTPS, so security happens after that, but things already been tampered with, then security has no meaning. HTTPS only gives you session security from browser to the web server, but if data has been manipulated before itself by the Trojan horse, then you're still losing away your information. So typically the way happens, you access something, you downloaded the information, movies, video, images, untrusted website, Trojan got inserted, and you might even see some Trojan horses are so smart enough that you access Amazon, you buy 200 rupees worth of stuff. You get a same receipt saying 200 worth, everything is fine, but actually it may be some 20,000 rupees that has happened by Trojan horse. So how do you prevent? Make sure when you look at out-of-band authentication, most of us has implemented this. You go SMS, when you get an SMS, it not only gives you the OTP code, it also tells you this OTP code is for this amount of transaction. Most of us look only the OTP code value. We do not look at the further information saying this OTP code is for the bank for the amount of XYZ. If you made a purchase of, let's say, 200 rupees, but your OTP code at the same time coming and it's amount 20,000 rupees, that means already being hacked. Don't provide an access. So even though accessing two-factor authentication with SMS access, verify what OTP code is for, and if you don't, you might be subjected to access. So primarily, it is the responsibility of end user to become aware. And sometimes, if the malware has accessed your browser, sit there, it can even get into the phone, and it can even respond to the phone itself, and you won't even know what is happening. So use security software, do not access unwanted websites, especially the so-called interesting websites, which become one place to get a lot of malware. And this my recommendation would be, anytime you get unwanted emails, avoid those. And primary is, you can be secure only when you are aware of it. Ignorance is not bliss, because you might be subject to a lot of trouble. There's another good thing as a person, as a user, is a good website, it's a gaming kind of access by Department of Defense USA. How much you are aware of about the cyber awareness, cyber security. So if you access this, look at it, probably it takes you 1 hour, gets you to different kind of use cases, and it certainly will increase your cyber security awareness. That's all I have to say. Welcome to any questions. If I have any time, Manali, I believe I exceeded my time. Let me know the time for questions I can take, otherwise we can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful presentation on how to get access to websites, and the HTTP analogy with lock was good. Sir, I have one question. Due to shortage of time, we'll not be able to take other questions.
Yeah, sure.
We'll mail it to you if required.
Please, yeah, sure.
Google promotes hacking whoever tried to hack it. If he succeeds, he is directly allowed to get into Google as an employee. Do you think this activity should be promoted or no?
To me, yes. In fact, every college, every place should do open access. Anybody can hack it, will give you reward. Because then you're trying to identify the weaknesses.
Sir, I have one question now.
Yeah.
Currently, AI is the trend.
Yes.
Can digital twin be applied for communicating for whatever, like digital twin to build the HTTPS model to communicate? Can we use AI to build the digital twin?
I don't know whether I can answer fully AI can be used, are trying to mimic the user behavior. This I'm trying to understand from a question.
Yes. Using AI, we are trying to analyze the behavior and build the digital twin.
Yeah.
And remove the man intervention and ask the AI. The digital twin will communicate, make with all the securities imbibed.
Yeah. But as a user, when building a digital twin, how sure you are that digital twin is doing right things? You get a wrong digital twin, you're losing your complete independence. So it will work, but you have to be using the cautious. That I would suggest.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Any questions, people can send me. I have an email and I'll be able to answer. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So the next session we have is by Mr. Nagraj. He is presently the Principal Director R&D at Accenture Labs. By blending design, technology and business, Natraj is innovating for the next billion consumers. The R&D has won several Mobile for Good awards, and it has opened up new market opportunities and revenue streams for their business and clients. Natraj has held several senior engineering and management roles at Motorola, Infosys, companies over UK and Asia Pacific regions. He holds multiple patents in wireless IoT and has published in peer-reviewed technical conferences. He is also the mentor to young entrepreneurs from Ashoka, NASCOM. He is also the mentor of change at Atal Innovation Mission. So now we have Mr. Nagraj Kuntagod presenting on applications for IoT to handle COVID crisis and for sustainable income generation. Sir, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here. Let me share my screen.
Yes, sir, you can share, sir.
Can you see this?
It has started sharing, sir. Yes, sir, I can see.
Okay. So good afternoon to all of you. I think it's a pleasure to be part of this talk series. And I think over the last few hours, maybe you have heard about IoT security and deep dive into that. So today, what I will be talking about will be on the larger trends in IoT and what we see as its applicability to COVID crisis and what COVID has done, and some of the larger trends and two unique use cases which should be of relevance to this specific topic. And with that, let me start with the key thing. So if you look at what's happening is that people talk about trillions of dollars. So at a nutshell, the revenues out of IoT, it's 1.5 trillion annual revenue by 2030. So there is, I mean, depending on which magazine or which thing you see, most of them are in trillions of dollars. Some others also talk about $11 trillion worth of associated revenues out of IoT. So this is a big market, and then that's the reason there's a lot of focus on IoT itself here. IoT has been there for many years, but what's happened now is that there is a confluence of things happening together: IoT, AI, edge computing, cloud. So they're all coming together in a very cohesive manner, and that's opening up a lot of opportunities. So as you can see, IoT typically, when we talk of IoT, I mean, over the years, I think from the 90s, we have been doing some work on this. It was always IoT and cloud. So IoT used to be very cloud centric. So data used to always move towards compute in the sense that you collect data and then finally all the processing used to happen at the cloud level. Now, because of the explosion in IoT and the different variety of use cases which is happening now. So we see a mega trend of the compute going towards the data. What it means is that the edge computing is picking up big time, and there are a lot of innovations and opportunities around that specific aspect. So this is one of the major trends we see, which is becoming more and more relevant for us. So all this time, people have been like big data for big science. So it used to be like that, big data for big science, like some many other things were going on. Now the COVID and the other activities, pandemic has made it the big data cloud for big population. So this is one major trend we are seeing. At least I am seeing here as part of my day job also, is that what can we do for very large population set? And COVID is one which has opened our eyes for what can actually go wrong and how unprepared we are when we are talking about large data sets, I mean, large population, how do we reach them? So the shift is happening from big data, big science, it's also there, but there is more focus on big data cloud for big population. So this is one more mega trend we are seeing as we speak. So this is another new tagline which is happening now. So driving value and values during COVID-19. So this is a very key statement to note here. It's not only necessary for providing value, which is what has to be done, but also the values. The values also becomes very important. How people-centric are you? Are you empathetic? What are you doing for the society? How is it going to impact the lives of the people? How does it matter? So COVID-19 has brought this to the fore as it taught us a lesson which we can never forget. So this is a once in a decade opportunity for people to learn. And this is one of the things which is happening where earlier it used to be most of these two used to be kind of diverse, where it was for profit and people was kind of like on the side. Now it has to be people, profits, people and planet. So unless these three things are taken into consideration, no other solution, it won't find traction. So we see this mega trend happening where this is one of the focus on values and value. So as we see, I think COVID has actually, one of the research which was done was that COVID has actually forced people to innovate. It has also made a lot of decision makers who are sitting on the fence to take a stand. So what used to take 5 years for digital transformation now has got done in 3 months or like 4 months. So rapid deployments and rapid sitting on the fence, people have changed over to the digital to survive. So as we say here, people used to talk about technology leapfrogging. What actually is happening now is that it's technology pole vaulting. You're pole vaulting across. So it's more than leapfrogging, you're pole vaulting. So what it also means is that a lot of industries, a lot of problem statements, which were not looking at technology in their core business, now suddenly are putting technology into their core business. And that actually is bringing up many problems or opportunities for innovation. So it's starting. So the industries or the companies who were not very technology centric suddenly are putting in technology into their embedding into their process, and they're finding that the technology doesn't fit because there is no base framework at all in their industries. And how do you make that work in that particular industry? That's a challenge, and that's what I'll be talking about the 2 use cases in the next. So the idea here is that from the unprepared, you're climbing up a mountain. So you never took a walk in your life, and suddenly you're trying to climb Mount Everest. That's what COVID has done to multiple industries now. So why I talked about all these 3 trends was that all of these trends they're shaping up, they're driving towards where we actually want to go, but it's getting into an accelerated mode of operations. So one of the, Akshaya Patra, I think most of you know what Akshaya Patra is, but just to make sure what Akshaya Patra is, it's the world's largest non-governmental organization. They provide midday meals. They're one of the largest midday meal providers in the world. They provide 1.9 million meals, midday meals per day. One of the reasons why Akshaya Patra came into being was that no children should be deprived of education because of hunger. So they figured out that people were not coming to school because, or the learning in the schools was very retarded because they were hungry. People could not afford a meal, and but so there is a lot of dropouts. So what Akshaya Patra did was that they provided midday meals, which would provide the nutrition for the children. So it provided some kind of impetus for them to come to the school, as well as make sure that the learning also improves dramatically because they are provided food and they are provided, they're well fed. Now, what did COVID do? What COVID has done is that suddenly it's put them in a spot because schools are all shut down, and but then they had to rapidly change their model. And when the school shut down, we also had this migration happening from the blue collar workers, and a lot of migration of workers from the cities to the towns. There was mass movement of workers across because the factory shut down. There were no jobs. They were hungry. So Akshaya Patra took upon itself to serve nutritious food to the migrant population as well as to the COVID centers. What happened was that one of their major concerns when they approached us was that how can you make sure that we provide, because of the COVID, they had to make sure that the millions of meals which were being served had to be hygienic. They had to take care of all the COVID protocols. This is one of the issues. They said, can any technology help in that? So this is where, we thought that IoT, AI could be a very good fit into this specific model where, where we make the public feeding program we talk about here resilient. What I mean by resilient is that imagine that this is that 1.9 million meals are being prepared. What if some of the people do not wear masks, or there is some infection in that? Then you are worried about that 1.1 million meals and people who are going to eat that. The second piece was that what if in a factory, if somebody got infected, in that case you have to shut down the factory. So shutting down a factory means that 2 to 3 million people will go hungry that day. So both of these are some problems which had to be solved, and that is where the technology, the IoT technology, was reimagined. We had to reimagine how it can be put into this kind of situations. So the whole idea is that the idea is to approach it as a problem first rather than the technology first. So IoT came next. The whole idea was that what is the problem? Why are we trying to solve this? How do we solve this? What are the constraints? So those were the building blocks of how we have to build this IoT technology, because there are technology pieces available, but how do you assemble that? How do you make it relevant to the specific context is something which is what I hope you can take away from this specific talk. So what they do currently is that the factories have CCTV cameras, there are control rooms, there are manual surveillance being done. So Akshaya Patra, for example, has 52 large food factories. So when I talk about food factories, imagine this to be, I'm going to show you some photographs also. There are huge factories which have large cookers, which is large. When I say large, it's like 1 ton of rice being cooked in a huge steamer. So there are 15 to 20 steamers. They are like twice my height, and then like 15 feet in width. Huge kitchens, huge mega factories. They're all monitored. They're by CCTV cameras. They do monitor them. But what has happened is that after 12. So if you look at a kitchen, for example, a factory, the factory has many spaces. So imagine this, somebody sitting and monitoring a large TV, the CCTV camera, you have multiple, pallets there, where you can see room 1, room 2 to room 15. Typically there are 15 different spaces. So after 12 minutes of continuous video monitoring, typically the person is missing a lot of events. So they are not able to see manage properly. After 22 minutes of viewing, they say that it's almost 95% of the viewing, it's almost useless. So basically you're looking at a screen and you're not making any sense out of it. So that is one of the problems which is this, even though there is monitoring being done, it's actually not of use, and COVID wants you to be extra vigilant. And that is the reason we had to go in for a different way of monitoring and managing this. And the cost of non-compliance is extremely high during COVID. I mean, in the post-COVID world, you cannot be afford to have any of these things be infected. So for example, if you look at the figure here, I hope you can see the figure. So somebody is mopping here. So we want to make sure that the mopping gets done properly. Somebody is not wearing a mask. So for example, they have to wear the uniform. There has to be a hairnet. There has to be a cap. There has to be a face mask. They have to wash their hands properly, 2 minutes. The mopping activity has to be there. The wiping has to be proper. Hand sanitation, cleaning activity, other cleaning activities. The other thing is that tracing and tracking. Can we trace people within the factory floor? See, for example, we have Arogya Setu app, which can trace people, contact tracing outside of the outside of the environment, in the outside spaces. But what happens? Can you trace within a factory where GPS does not work? Can you do indoor tracing? Can you do contact tracing within the factory itself? So the whole idea is that you don't want to shut down the entire factory, but you want to shut down only those places where that infected person might have gone through. So can you have some kind of technology for that? So these are the kind of things we looked at. And one of the key things here is that this is problem driven. It has to be, each space has a different standard operating procedure. So some places says you have to wear a mask, you have to wear a hairnet. Some other places may say you should be mopping here. So there are different places, different compliance standards. Each space has different things. So how do we monitor them in a very cost-effective way? So that was the problem where IoT and the other sensors, AI was used in a very effective way. So there are a lot of problems we had to encounter, which will be like, I'll come across that. So for example, if you look at this is the large solution where one of the key things was that we do not want to invest any new in any new cameras. So the idea was to use the regular CCTV cameras itself for monitoring. Because CCTV cameras are already there, and CCTV cameras typically are placed at a height. So can you detect objects which are looking at you when the camera is looking down? Can you look at face mask? Can you look at the hair net? So there were a lot of issues in that. So typically the AI cameras, you can do person re-identification, object recognition, posture recognition, activity recognition. So use all of these to start with to identify those issues of non-compliance. Similarly, we used BLE badges, IoT at the edge, BLE badges, IoT edge to figure out contact tracing, whether there is any social distancing violation, etc., etc. So you merge these two, you form a digital twin of the entire space. I'm going to show you some. It will become more clear as I talk about this. But the whole idea is that you see here, there is a combination of multiple technologies, multiple vendors, multiple startups. They're all coming together into a digital twin. So the digital twin actually is a representation of the factory. It's different processes. It gets all the data and then it tries to do some work. For example, we are talking about behavioral change to gamification. So can you do gamification and behavioral change of the people so that they actually adhere to the process? So for example, this is how the factory looks like. I mean, just to give a sense of what am I talking about? These are where, see here you can see that it's got a lot of metal, etc., etc. It's very difficult to put in cameras. So you have to use the existing cameras and use the existing technology, try to put in something here and make sure that it works in this entire space. There is a fun thing here. I don't know how many of you have seen this. Maybe a lot of people have seen this. The AI camera ruins the, So this I think this was a Scottish club where, because of the COVID pandemic, what happened was that they said they will use an AI camera. What does the AI camera do? It follows the ball. Now, because they did not want camera people to be there in the crowd and etc., etc. So this is what it was. But this happened a few weeks back, where the camera, instead of let me just show you this. This is very relevant here. So as you can see, the camera is actually focusing on this specific person instead of, so it figures out the ball. Again, it's coming back to the referee. So it's thinking that the referee's bald head is actually the ball. You see the ball is in the left-hand side, but is again focusing on the referee. So this is something very hilarious here, because the original intent of the AI was to look to discriminate the ball and then focus on the ball, but it's actually focusing on the head. So it's something very hilarious here. But imagine this to be why this is very important was that as we bring in more and more intelligence to the edge, what's happening is that the intelligence is not from one company, it's from multiple companies. For example, here the algorithm which was supposed to be looking at the circular, basically it was a the video feature extraction feature of a circle. So that was, it was getting confused. It did not know whether both the ball and the ball head looked same for it. So the whole idea is that when we integrate multiple technologies together with putting intelligence to the edge, it can have very unintended consequences. So we actually face this. And why am I bringing this up here is because as we put more and more technology, more and more intelligence to the edges, we definitely will come up with these kind of problems, which neither the algorithm, the person who did the algorithm, it's not their problem. So the idea is that this is something which we have to be very cognizant with, and it can actually be life-threatening in many situations. Here, so what happened to us? So if you look at this space, so this is how the camera was looking at. So I'm giving you some examples of a use case where people talk about IoT, people talk about image recognition as if they're all solved. They work very well in a laboratory environment, but when you take it to the physical environment, as I talked about, in a physical environment where there are people, there are these harsh environments which are not ready for technology. So you are putting in technology where they are not ready for it, and you have to improvise for that. That throws up a lot of challenges. For example, here you can see this person here. So some of the areas are very large, some of the areas are very small. So imagine the algorithm which was recognizing the face, the hairnet. So what was happening was that because the sunlight, there's a lot of sunlight here. So as it gets dark, it becomes the fluorescent lights gets turned on. The plates here move. The factory things changes. So the models were getting highly confused because the environment was not static. It's not as if you're standing in front of a camera. Camera is telling you whether you're wearing a hairnet or whether you're wearing a mask. That is very sterile environment. So in this kind of environment, we had this exact problem. I'll show you more videos of this also. This person, the camera was not able to, the AI algorithm was not able to figure out whether this person was wearing a cap or whether he was a bald. So it was saying that this person was not wearing a cap. So it happened to us. Here it's okay because it's fine. But in other cases, it could have been life-threatening. So, but when the person came here to the other areas, camera was picking up, the AI algorithm was picking up the edge saying that yes, that person has a cap. So within few seconds, that person was wearing a cap and now he's not wearing a cap. So these are the kind of signals we get from the real world, and then we have to make sense out of it to say, was it a true positive, true negative, or a false positive, false negative? So a lot of these things happen in real environments here, and we have to face a lot of problems because of such dynamic environments. See, the other thing I want to show you is that we also talk about using RFID, the RF technology, Bluetooth, low energy for social distancing and contact tracing, etc. But as you see here, one of the things which we did not anticipate was that the factory floor changes every day. For example, you see here, and every hour also, you see here, there are these large metal carriers which are put here. They are in the morning, they'll be here, and there will be reflection, there will be absorption of RF signal. So if there is an RF gateway here, then the distance calculation goes for haywire. But after that, it gets removed. So calibration becomes a big issue. So the fluid environment, dynamic RF attenuation becomes a problem which we were able to solve to a certain extent only. Here is one of the videos which talks about, so for example, this person is standing here, here is the gateway here. So depending on where he puts the phone, so he is 1 meter from the specific gateway. So look at the right hand bottom screen. He puts the thing in the pocket, so it's 1 meter, approximately 1 meter. Then he removes, puts it in the back of his, he just flips the phone, still it's okay. it's saying it approximately is 1 meter from that. Then he puts in the back pocket. Look at that, no? Like it shoots up to 10, 12 meters. So it's thinking that the phone is 12 meters across. Actually, it's just 1 feet away from him. So what we are trying to say is that technologies, when it goes to the real world, have unintended consequences, and COVID actually makes it even more, amplifies it, because many of these companies are using these kind of technology for the first time, and you have to deal with those issues as I just talked about here. Look at this. So this is an example of the face mask detection. So you can see here that it detects in the area of interest. The face mask is detected now here. Then again, it comes back, it detects again. So as you can see here, there is a lot of noise, visual clutter around this entire space. And the model is able to detect this mask. And it's not that it was able to do it in a very natural way. I'll talk about that also. So this is one of the things which was done through a CCTV camera. Here, looking at hairnet detection. So you can see here, there's a lot of clutter, but still it's able to detect the hairnet properly. Again, the models, I'll talk about how this happened. It looks as if this entire thing is perfect. It's able to detect everything. Now, look at this. So what used to happen was that the base model was trained for a certain thing, but as you can see, each space, for example, each factory has 15 to 20 different spaces. There are a lot of visual clutter. And when you use the base model, the before training, I mean, this was a deep learning model, you can see here, it's actually misclassifying big time. There is hairnet, it's no hairnet, it's getting confused because light is falling on it. So as you can see here, there is a lot of misclassification happening. And the same model, after retraining for a specific space, look at this. So this is perfect in the sense that it's able to do this after retraining. Now, one of the issues with this, what we found out was that you cannot keep retraining the models for every space. Every factory is different, every space is different. Morning, evening, the factory layout, all of it impacts the way the sensitivity and specificity of the model behaves. So this is one of an open problem where you take a model, you use it in a particular environment, it works great, but we also figured out that it does not work great across the time zone, I mean across the day. It also does not work that great when you change the factory settings. So imagine this to be replicated across different factories, different settings. Then you cannot keep retraining, you cannot keep looking at the video. So this is one thing we have to be cognizant of, saying that the models work, but the models also don't work in many cases. And unless you know why the models don't work, or you are aware that what are the requisites for this. For example, one of the prerequisites here was that we needed 7 days worth of training data for a specific space. Imagine that specific space or a factory did not have the video feeds. Then you cannot train it, and then it's useless. Similarly, it also means that it takes 10 to 15 days for any technology to be deployed in a certain factory, which is not it's not good. I mean, you cannot say that come after 15 days I need to read. I mean, that is not the way things should work. So here is where we see that when technology is put to the real world in these kind of scenarios, we end up in a lot of these issues which need to be solved in a very proactive way. So the other thing is that look at this activity detection. So somebody is mopping. So you have to figure out that micro activities. You have to say, look at the mopping. It says 100%. He's mopping. Then, so one of the issues which we also face here is that we need to make sure that the mopping is 100%. So the systems detect that the person is mopping, but it cannot figure out how well he has cleaned the area. It can only tell you that mopping is there. So the person could as well stand in that specific spot and keep mopping. And the system will not know. It will just say that, yes, mopping has been done for 10 minutes. And then you think that the area is cleaned in the sense that he might just be cleaning only this area. So there are a lot of research problems, there are a lot of open areas where when technology like this gets into the real world, you start getting all of these neat research issues, and also problems which if solved would be very valuable to companies also. So as I said here, when IoT, when you push to the edge and when you do all of these things, tons of data is thrown out. And the only way to make sense out of that data is through a digital twin. So as you see here, who is going to consume the data? It will typically be a blue collar worker or some staff who's not that trained. So for them, you need to give them a simple, cognitively simple way of recognizing what the problem is and taking actions. So as you see here, this is what the people see. I mean, the operation people see. They see, oh, the vessel cleaning area, it's actually amber. It means that, then they know that something was wrong. Oh, this cooking area is red, which means, oh, the idli cooking area is green, which means all the standard operating procedures are followed properly. So you create multiple layers of these things, and it helps you to know. So the whole idea is that a lot of data is being thrown out, a lot of information is generated, but finally, at the end of the day, the machines also take some task, but for the humans, you want to make sure that they're able to abstract, understand what is happening and take actions. This is where digital twins come into play, and it makes it simple for operations staff or anybody to take corrective actions or even understand what's going on. So this is another thing we talked about here. So as you see here, there is a convergence of AI, there's a convergence of edge computing, there is digital twin technologies, there is IoT, there is RF. So as I see here, it's not about one technology. So when you put all of these technologies together in a cost-effective way, and one of the things which was put here was it should be very cost-effective. So that puts a lot of constraints here, saying that what can you do on the edge? What can you do on the cloud? Cloud will be, how do you design your cloud environment? Do you want to make sure that the cloud is not always running? It's just that, for example, we have used Azure functions. So it just wakes up when something happens and then it goes back to sleep. I mean, it is not there. So that way your compute resources are conserved. So the idea is that you can design your system in such a way that the compute resources is minimized. You want to make sure that the people who consume these events, they can be more effective. So when you put the business constraints, the economic, the CapEx, the capital expenditure, the operational expenditure, and technology together, it ends up in creating some very novel solution which will be very unique for the specific use cases. So this is one of the key things I want to leave you with, saying that don't look at one lens, you look at the lens, look at all these 360-degree view, and then come out with a solution where use technology as a means to the end, but it should not be the end by itself. So that is what is one of the learnings we also got from this. So that was on how we used IoT. It's just a use case on how you used IoT, how you use edge computing, how you use cloud, how you use digital twin in a specific use case. That looks, see what is the impact of not doing this? The impact of not doing, I mean, the earlier thing was 1 to 2 million people might get infected. And if somebody is sick, then the entire factory has to be shut down. So you are building a resilient supply chain where you're making sure that you only shut down those factories where that person has gone, or you are making sure that people take precautionary action so that the factory is not shut down. So the economic impact, the impact on the society is huge. And the way the solution has been developed, it can be replicated not only to this, it could be replicated to hospitals, it could be replicated to other hospitality sectors, it could be replicated to public spaces, everywhere. So, and it's very unique in the sense that, as I talked about, it takes into account the CapEx, OpEx, and the other constraints that we have here. The other thing which COVID has done is that it has destroyed the livelihood of people. And one of the use case which I'm talking about now, where I'll be talking about something called dependable IoT. What is dependable IoT? I will explain to this even more. A lot of people don't touch upon this, but I'm going to couch this in the scenario of fish farming. So what is the use case here? If you look at India, in India, 80 to 90% of them are smallholder farmers. So they own less than 2 hectares of land, and they cannot put in new technology. They do not have the wherewithal or the money to use digital precision agriculture, etc., etc. In this specific case, it's all about the aquaculture. So what these farmers do is that the small farmers, they have 2 to 3 acres of land. In that, they create a small pond. The pond means like half an acre. I'll show you the picture also, where they grow fish. Now, one of the thing here is that this fish rearing is extremely what do you call dependent on many factors, which gels very well with sensing technologies. Here, one of the things also is that 70% of the women are in small scale fisheries, 15 million direct employment. So this is big deal. And India, if you look at it, by 2030, the inland fisheries is going to become almost 62%. So the idea here is that if you empower these women entrepreneurs, the women, you are going to, what do you call, increase the yield of the farmers. You're going to make sure that their economic income, economic activity increases, the rural economy increases, the farmers benefit, and also there are many other associated activities like selling, finance, everything benefits. Now, why this is a problem? So look at this. So one of the issues in this fish farming is that fish is very sensitive to temperature. So it depends upon how the fish grows, its temperature, ammonia, pH, the water, total dissolved solids, feed. So there are a whole lot of activities or ecosystem around the fish feeding, fish rearing, which impacts the quality of the fish. Or for example, if you feed the fish more, then what happens is that the feed which is not eaten by the fish gets converted to ammonia. And as the ammonia raises in the water, the fish starts dying. So in the end, suddenly the farmer does not know what's happening, and suddenly his entire catch of fish gets killed. So huge economic activity is gone. So one of the gaps here is that that unscientific feeding practices. People do not know what to do. Expensive pond instruments. This is where IoT angle comes in. So you may be thinking, oh, I'll put IoT sensors here, IoT sensors there, pH, temperature, whatnot. Now, one of the major problems here, it's very expensive to put such kind of sensors. The lack of data-driven advisory, high friction data sharing. I mean, the takeaway here is that one of the key problems here is that sensors are very expensive. Sensors are not dependable. So as you can see here, this is one of the ponds where we are doing some work here. This is in Maharashtra, Python. So this is it's not a pond, it's like half an acre of land where it's very harsh. So imagine sensors being put here, put everywhere. The sensors, one of the things I talk about today, a very specific thing is about dependability of the sensor. I won't go into this architecture here, but because I have just 2 more minutes, what I will do is that I'll just talk about what is dependable IoT and then here. So one of the key things which is not only applicable to fish farming but everywhere, but fish it's more, because I told you that if the pH reading is wrong from the sensor, then your activity may result in your entire year's worth of fish getting killed. So here, this is the typical way it looks like. These are the IoT devices, sense data, it goes to an edge device, then it goes to a cloud, decision engine happens. Now, one of the key thing here is that these sensors are there is a lot of faults can happen, sensor mismatch, sensor drift, sensor out of calibration, hysteresis, lot of ways sensors can go wrong. So the whole idea is that if the sensors go wrong, the garbage data, perfect model, garbage results. So this becomes sensor data is the weakest link. So what do people do now? What people do now is that they will put multiple sensors, like duplicate sensors. You put instead of 2, you put 3, 4, 5, put many sensors in the field and assume that some of them will work, and you take a statistical average of what are the readings. But in the case I talked about, where we're talking about millions of farmers, the sensors becomes extremely expensive, and you cannot, for example, ammonia sensor is around 1.5 lakhs. So you cannot put multiple of these sensors in the field, and it becomes very expensive. So is there a way to make the sensor dependable? So this is where one of the technologies, which is I think you can see it in Microsoft technology. It's what it does is that it looks at the sensors and looks at the fault curves. What is a fault curve? You turn off the sensor and look at its voltage, and because of the parasitic capacitance, the voltage is a curve. So as you can see in the right hand side, each sensor type has a different unique fault curve signature. So looking at the signature, you can actually predict whether sensor is working, sensor is not working, whether the lead is broken, etc., etc. So this is one key thing which has been used here, where you can look at a cheap sensor. You can. The other thing which has also been done is that there are now innovations in ML models. So for example, KNN models, the nearest neighbor models can run on 8 KB of memory only. So that model is now put into the edge device itself. So the whole idea is that pushing the intelligence from the cloud to the gateway. Now from the gateway is moved to the actual sensor itself. So you are putting the intelligence at the sensor node itself, which can actually look at the fault curves and figure out whether sensor is working or not working. So this is something which is very novel. It is very useful in Indian type of environment or emerging market environment where people cannot afford this. The environment is harsh. You have millions of people are using this. How do we go about doing this? So dependable IoT is one of the key technologies which can actually change the way the whole IoT paradigm has been working till now. I'll just give a demo. So one of the here, so as you this is my last slide, and I think this will just drive home the point of. So there are many problems here, but one of the key problems here is that look at the sensor. This is I think a pH sensor, I think, and so the sensor, one of the lead is broken. Now, one of the problems with all of these analog sensors or electromechanical or electrochemical sensors is that even if the lead is broken, you will get some data out of this from data here. It may be the data may be in range. So the whole idea is that the data looks like it is in range, but actually it's wrong. So this is a key thing which you cannot, which this technology can actually figure out. See, for example, this is one of the pond measurement advisory which the farmer has. So let me run this. So look at the sensor value plus fault indication. So this is an old, it talks about the pond temperature, pH, etc., etc. Now I will run this thing. It's getting data. Now just run this. You can see that it's getting data. And look at this. So what is it telling me? It's telling me that the data is in range, but the sensor is faulty. So what we have done, what has been done is that the algorithm which sits on the sensor, the ML algorithm, actually is telling you that the data is, this is the data, and the sensor actually is faulty, when it probably is faulty. So the whole idea is that, as you saw in the pond, now the farmer can actually go to the pond and replace sensors, or the company can come and replace the sensors. Imagine this to be millions of ponds. It's physically impossible to go and figure out which sensor works, which sensor is not working. So it's a practical problem which has been solved in a very elegant way using IoT, using edge computing, using small ML models at the edge. And as you can see here, it's not giving you any advice. It says temperature sensor is not working, please replace. So this is the idea of when we take technology like IoT in the COVID world into the real field, where, as I talked about, it's more about now IoT and other technologies are being used by the common people for their regular work, for their regular livelihood. And these are all the regular livelihood and other things I talked about, where it throws up unique challenges, and how it is being solved in a very unique way is actually very useful, not only to them, but also to other industries as well. So this gives you a flavor of what actually is happening on the ground today. This is fine. I think this is advisory, which gives you. But so that is my, like, I think I'm 4 minutes away from the thing, but if you have any questions, do let me know. But that's the flavor I wanted to give you, to leave you with talking about 2 use cases, industry use cases, real use cases, and what's happening there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, and the examples were really very interesting. Sir, I would like to take up one question. Will Accenture be open to share the solution to educational institutes when students start attending classes?
We have, so for example, we work very closely with, for example, IIIT B. We also work with other institutes, and when we will be able to, depending on the context, depending upon the specific needs, we can actually work out that model where we can use some of these as case studies in their specific problems, because there is a lot of innovation which can actually happen on top of this, and that also is something which we can look at later point in time, as and when those specific things come up.
Sir, we have already done some work. Assume that we have done some work. How would Accenture support us in taking that to the field study?
We have from an education, from which perspective are you talking about? From an educational?
From educational, like our students have done some work, or we would have done some work, and that will be in a prototype modeling study. How can that be taken up on a higher scale, scaling up, and taken practical implementation?
So there are various, we have various programs where we have various programs with institutes where we could look at the kind of technology, see whether we can co-opt that. For example, there could be a solution, there could be some technology which could actually be embedded into something which we have already done, or it could be something where we can build on top of. So there are various possibilities, but as I said earlier, depending upon what it is, which field that specific technology is in, and what areas we are looking at, we could work out different models for this, because we have an ongoing program with academic institutes, we have an ongoing program with startups. We also have an ongoing program called Open Innovation, which is you can openly innovate with ecosystem partners, where education institutes also is a part of that. And we have done that in many instances also. So everything is possible. It's just that we need to figure out what those things are, and then work towards that.
How to take it about?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, now one more last question, sir. The fisheries solution which you discussed, sir, is it for commercial use or for NGOs?
So we are working with a social enterprise called Jal Jivika. So what is social enterprise? So we work with social enterprises because these are the people who are we call them as living labs. So they are very near to the problem. They understand the problem, and see, so many of these problems are so unique that we sitting in a lab or we sitting in a corporate environment, it's extremely difficult to figure out that. So the solution we have built was for a social enterprise, but the underlying technology that is being used in commercial settings, in other opportunities also. As I said, it does not matter whether it's a fish, whether it could be rice, it could be agriculture, it could be healthcare, but the dependable IoT thing I talked about, it works across the spectrum of use cases. So we are using this in other cases also, but the fish is a good example where we talk about how such technologies can impact millions and make sure they get their livelihood, which is more important.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful examples. We will get back to you, sir, on collaborating and taking our cases to the field. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thanks all. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nataraj and Dr. Rastogi, for wonderful sessions. Thank you, Dr. Pushpamala, for chairing the session. Please note, day 2 will start at 9:30 a.m. and there will be valedictory function. Now we have reached the end of day 1 of Bytes Annual Convention 2020, but there is much more waiting for tomorrow. So signing off and have a good day.